Chapter 489. There was not a single person in Cobweb City. All of the night roamers had fled far away, returning to their main cities. They were afraid to get involved in the greatest upheaval underground in the past millennium. Everyone had branded the tall figure who carried the Spider Queen and made his way to the bedchambers with her. Afterwards, they gloated over his misfortune, even though he was their newest ruler, and he was much more benevolent than Helicoverpa Rosa. However, there was nothing they could do. This was the nature of night roamers. They celebrated all the misfortunes of others, especially those who were stronger than them. However, Li Qingshan's footsteps were extremely firm, while the female demon in his arms was extremely light. Her hair that had been tied up high trailed down, swaying gently with his footsteps. The hysterical, sharp, and vicious fury had already vanished from her face. Her tall, slender body lay between his arms docilely. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and her scarlet lips gently kissed Li Qingshan's neck with a bewitching, enchanting smile, leaving behind a soft, moist mark. Actually, she did not care too much about the outcome of this game of chess. The displeasure she felt from the mysterious deaths of Blood Shadow and Strongstone was akin to someone suddenly stealing two extremely convenient chess pieces. Everything she did only had a single objective, and that was to please herself. Great strength and long lifespans would make people reveal their true colors. Perhaps human cultivators were still bound by morals, but diamonds had always been straightforward. Now that the game had progressed to this point, it could be described as a sudden and unexpected turn of events. It had become unexpectedly interesting. All of this was thanks to him. When she thought about how she could exchange with him very soon and taste his flesh and blood, her displeasure vanished without a trace, no matter how great it was. She would restrain him firmly and make him gnaw away at his limbs bit by bit while he was conscious. Would he wail and beg for mercy? Or would he resist silently? She was as excited as a little girl in love, about the unknown future. She was filled with sweet anticipation. It had been many years since she had experienced such a feeling. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and gloomy palace corridors. Li Qingshan did not dare to relax his vigilance at all. When her lips touched his neck, who knew if it would bite deep in the next moment and release a fatal poison? When she tightened her arms, would she strangle his neck in the next moment? Although according to past information, Spider Queen normally wouldn't do this. She would only kill and eat after enjoying herself. However, it was like constantly striking a bomb. Even if all experience told you that it wouldn't explode and tear you into pieces, no one could truly be at ease. At the same time, her body was exuding a primitive and strong temptation. She had a seductive face and a tall figure. Her breasts were full, and her legs were long and slender. Even the sexy Yi Liubo paled in comparison to her. Li Qingshan slowly became excited, and his blood flowed faster. His heartbeat quickened as well. Conquering stronger members of the opposite sex seemed to be a male instinct, like defeating a powerful enemy. However, the omnipresent, fatal danger instead became the most enchanting part of her many charms. Passing through a long corridor, Li Qingshan finally arrived at the very center of Cobweb City. This was Helicoverpa Rosa's bedroom, or in other words, the spider's lair. It was an unbelievably vast hall. Even if 1,000 people gathered here, it would not feel crowded at all. The exquisite sculptures and murals sang of her strength and cruelty. In the center of the hall was a circular stone platform surrounded by 16 pillars, which basically took up half the space in the room. If it were not for the layers of black curtains and the thick, silk carpet, it was basically impossible to believe this was a bed. It seemed more like an altar. The legends of night roamers were no different. No one could leave here alive. Li Qingshan laughed gently. His laughter echoed through the empty hall, shattering the millennia of silence. Helicoverpa Rosa leaned back on her arms and laid on the soft bed, gazing at Li Qingshan with great interest. At this moment, she did not seem to take the initiative. She was like a noble queen, waiting for a servant to please her. Her figure under her scarlet dress swelled. Li Qingshan did not consider himself a servant. With a ripping sound, he directly tore off her long dress, revealing her snow-white delicate body in front of him without a single thread of clothing. Li Qingshan did not hold back at all. He pressed forward and directly grabbed the plump, snow-white breasts that he had been eyeing for a long time. He actually struggled to grasp them with his hand, kneading them into any shape he wanted. He showed no tenderness at all, using enough strength to twist steel. However, Helicoverpa Rosa only giggled afterwards. She raised her hand and wrapped it around his neck, pressing his head against her chest viciously. The curtains drew back. Soft laughter, gasps, and moans rang out one after another, echoing through the empty hall. In the darkness, who knew how long? Li Qingshan's bright eyes shone in the darkness. Helicoverpa Rosa leaned against him from behind. Her hair draped down messily, and her face was flushed with an intoxicating red. Their bodies remained intimately connected, giving off a slippery, scorching sensation. Years of pent-up feelings were completely vented. He didn't have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. He completely assumed the attitude of an invader and conqueror, exerting his powerful strength on that soft and delicate body, which was enough to split mountains and split stones, was almost tyrannical. From how she furrowed her brows from time to time, it seemed to cause her quite a lot of pain. After all, in terms of strength alone, the two of them were not particularly different. However, this seemed to suit Helicoverpa Rosa's appetite, delighting in it. Although it also used its claws and fangs to counterattack, leaving scars after scars on him, it was not so much revenge, but rather excitement. Li Qingshan's seemed endless, pouring into a similarly bottomless chasm. Helicoverpa Rosa propped herself up from behind and touched Li Qingshan's face with a smile. I really can't bear to kill you now, but I want to eat you even more now. To her, this was an experience of pleasure she had never experienced before. She pursed her lips and licked Li Qingshan's face gently with her tongue, as if she was considering whether it was with her appetite or not. However, the outcome was obviously set in stone. Only by giving her prey some hope could she make them continue working hard. She had already planned on squeezing out every last bit of value from Li Qingshan. Now, Li Qingshan knew the time had come. If he continued, he would only waste his strength. He used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to suppress his lust, and his mind immediately cleared up. He immediately used the tremors of the ox demon to knock Helicoverpa Rosa backwards, ready to fight to the death. Ah! An extremely resounding moan interrupted Li Qingshan's thoughts. There was some pain in it, but most of it was pleasure. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa leaned against Li Qingshan and grumbled, "If you had a move like that, why didn't you use it earlier?" Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. "I didn't cultivate this innate ability for you to use it on me." He was secretly surprised. Even if Helicoverpa Rosa was a demon commander with an extraordinarily tough body, it was impossible for her to emerge unscathed when he used the tremors of the ox demon in such a close position. All he could say was that she really was a deviant. Continue. Helicoverpa Rosa grabbed Li Qingshan's throat from behind and ordered sternly. To her, as long as the wounds were not too severe, they were nothing major. She could recover in the blink of an eye. She completely treated the waves of pain that pierced deep into her lungs as a part of her pleasure. Li Qingshan thought about it. If they fought right now, the difference in strength between them was still too great. She better not insta-kill him before he could break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon under the pressure. This was a good opportunity to deplete her demon chi. Even though it was only a small wound, it would definitely affect her after accumulating to a certain extent. As a result, Li Qingshan rested his head on his arm and constantly unleashed his attacks on Helicoverpa Rosa. It was not like he had the strength of the earth, so he recovered very quickly. Looking at the crazed expression on Helicoverpa Rosa's face, a sentence came to his mind out of nowhere. Even if I were to be shaken 1,000 times, I would not allow my heart to come even a centimeter closer. If you are willing to stay here forever and become my slave to atone for your words and actions, I can consider not killing you for the time being. After an unknown period of time, Helicoverpa Rosa stroked Li Qingshan's face. There was a hint of laziness and exhaustion on her face. Her fair skin was overflowing with sweat, and her voice had also become much gentler. At the very least, it proved that Li Qingshan's efforts were not in vain. Her heart, on the other hand, had moved a centimeter closer. Considering that she might not be able to find such a suitable humanoid toy in the future, she began to suppress her appetite. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan mercilessly rejected this request. It was impossible for him to be trapped here as a prisoner forever. It was also not in line with his original intentions. That's far too much of a pity. Though, that's not up to you to decide. Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out a thread of silk, wrapping it around Li Qingshan's neck. Li Qingshan had been prepared a long time ago. He threw a punch. Of course, this time, he gathered all of the power of tremors into his fist. To his surprise, the altar-like bed suddenly collapsed, and they fell down together. They were both so powerful. Although they could control their strength, there would always come a time when they forgot to control their strength after being entangled here for so long. The fact that the altar-like bed could last until now was already a testament to the craftsmanship of the Night Roamer craftsman. Li Qingshan's sudden strike was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Beneath the heavy, stone bed was a huge, cylindrical hole that stood several hundred meters tall. It pierced through the entire cobweb city, and there were spiral staircases in the surroundings. This was the path that Li Qingshan had taken when he first came to Cobweb City. As they fell, the two of them finally separated. Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out, but it was no longer spider silk that she spat out. Li Qingshan moved to the side to avoid it, but the silk unfurled beneath him, turning into a web that caught him off guard. It stuck him firmly in the center of the web, like a bug caught in a net. Helicoverpa Rosa landed on the edge of the web afterwards. Her slender legs crossed as she stood on a thin strand of silk gracefully. Her face was rather lazy as she rubbed her smooth belly. North Moon, I originally wanted to spare your life, but upon further thought, I might already have your child in my belly. Without the nourishment of your father's flesh and blood, that won't do. For the sake of our child, you can die in peace. At this moment, his instincts to devour his mate gained the upper hand. His killing intent was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 490. The severed arm was ripped to shreds by sword Qi in the air. Why you? I won't spare you. Chu Tian clutched his wound and stared at Little and in both surprise and fury. If the arm had only been severed, then it would not be too much of a problem as long as it was reattached and treated in time. However, if it had been destroyed, then it would be troublesome. Even with Diamond's exuberant vitality, it would take quite a lot of effort to regrow a severed arm. To humans with weak vitality, it was even more difficult. Self-healing was basically impossible. However, before Chu Tian could even say anything, Liu Changqing covered his mouth and bowed. Liu Changqing greets the Annihilum Light Chan Master. Before the head monk of the body courtyard of the Chan Monastery of Nga, Chu Tian had declared that he wanted to take revenge on his beloved disciple. Even if the Buddhist Dharma was about benevolence, there was still the wrath of a guardian deity. If he killed Chu Tian with a single palm strike, he would not even have a place to complain to. The Annihilum Light Chan Master nodded slightly, and the light in his eyes receded. His expression immediately became blank, which made him seem rather like a master and disciple to the always expressionless Little, and Liu Changqing let out a sigh of relief inside. If he were an elder of the Sword Collection Palace, Chu Tian would be a dead man by now. If he were from the Umbral Yin sect, then the outcome would be even worse. Even his soul would probably be trapped. The other cultivators all went up and bowed as well. This was the most basic form of etiquette towards cultivators at higher realms of cultivation. Surprised gazes swept past Little and uncontrollably. All this time, everyone had treated divination as her greatest power. They did not attach much importance to her personal strength. After all, Heavenly Meridian's prodigies only had value when they were Qi practitioners. Once they reached Foundation establishment, they would be in a whole different world. Only after witnessing it today did they understand what it meant to be omnipotent. Among them, Liu Changqing had personally passed the palm of the 5 elements to Chu Tian, so he understood the power of this cultivation method the best. Even he could not destroy Chu Tian's protective barrier of the 5 elements so easily. Truly, the new had replaced the old. As the world changed, geniuses would always appear. They were like fish in a river. If it were a decade ago, Wasungzon would already be a startling talent. He was already a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Under Little An's radiance, even Chu Tian was overshadowed. Coming here to take revenge was just asking to be humiliated. After Chu Tian reached the foundation establishment stage. Originally, he was in high spirits, but in the end, not only did he lose his arm, he also suffered great humiliation. He couldn't even say a single vicious word, and his heart was filled with bitterness and depression. The 5-element spiritual qi kept churning in his Dantian sea of qi. His face alternated between red and purple. Chu Tian, Chu Tian. Liu Changqing was the first to feel that something was wrong. He called out repeatedly, but Chu Tian did not respond. Oh no, he's possessed by the devil. Cultivating the 5 elements at the same time, if it was done well, the 5 elements would reinforce each other. If it was not done well, the 5 elements would restrain each other. More likely to go wrong. In the past, it was relatively easy for Chu Tian to control the 5 types of true qi with his 5 elements body. However, spiritual qi was different from true qi. After reaching the foundation building realm, the advantages of one's physical body would be greatly reduced, and one would have to pay more attention to the cultivation of one's mind. Chu Tian was originally an impetuous person, and he had just succeeded in building his foundation. He was in a hurry to seek revenge, and he was also seriously injured, so he was angry. The great joys and sorrows of the world came too quickly, and it was not something his temperament could bear. Chu Tian's eyes were wide open. Although he was not unconscious, his qi and blood were flowing in reverse all over his body, and he could not move. Liu Changqing did not dare to use his spiritual qi to suppress Chu Tian, afraid that it would cause the 5-element spiritual qi in Chu Tian's body to surge even more. Magistrate Liu, leave him to me. Yushin floated forward and waved her hand. A huge green leaf lifted Chu Tian up, and she poked his chest a few times. Then, she returned to the 100 schools of thought. Everyone looked at him with pity. Being possessed by the devil was a great taboo for cultivators, and its threat was second only to the heavenly tribulation. Once encountered, the cultivator's cultivation would greatly decline, and the worst case would be his death. Even if he could keep his life, this genius was more or less dead. From the beginning until the end, Little An did not even glance at Chu Tian. The effects of the attack were basically within her expectations. Even if the Annihilum Light Chan Master had not interrupted her, she would not have killed Chu Tian before so many people. That would have led to a lot of trouble. Chu Tian's cultivation deviation was not just because of his impetuous personality. There were probably few people in the world who knew better than her the value of the fleshly body to a cultivator. Having condensed and reforged her fleshly body countless times, she had an extremely deep understanding of every blood vessel and every meridian in her body. The human body was like a complete world, with yin, yang, and the 5 elements within it. The so-called mortal skin of Buddhism might not be as tough as diamonds, but it contained the soul of a cultivator. Once a certain part lost balance and was damaged, it would lead to a chain reaction. If a regular person lost an arm, they would only be crippled at most. However, to cultivators, especially Chu Tian who cultivated the 5 elements, the effects would not stop there. As someone who cultivated 7 types of spiritual qi, she understood this the best. However, Chu Tian's loss of balance had happened much faster than she had expected. However, no matter what, he would not become a problem anymore. There were plenty of knowledgeable cultivators present, but very few of them had thought of this. Even Liu Changqing only thought little and had cut off Chu Tian's arm in a fit of rage. This was because she had always behaved rather naively, or in other words, inarticulate. She seemed completely clueless about the ways of the world. However, that was only because apart from when she faced Li Qingshan, she basically had no feelings or emotions. Her ability to comprehend and her intelligence that even oxen praised were completely unleashed without being affected. Yushin drifted away on the green leaf. She glanced back at Little An from afar. This child is a little terrifying. Little An dispersed the Guardian King's avatar and brought his palms together. He bowed towards the Annihilum Light Chan Master. Disciple 1 will greets Master. The Annihilum Light Chan Master had not come this time without reason. He had been paying attention to the movements of the Clear River Prefecture the entire time, and he had gotten Mind Enlightenment to constantly send him information about Little Anne. As soon as Little Anne reached Foundation Establishment, he was ready to set off. In the Chan Monastery of Devangi, Foundation Establishment was only the foundation for formal disciples. Only with this foundation could they comprehend the Buddhist Dharma to a deeper level. However, reaching Foundation Establishment at such a young age was extremely rare even among the past disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devangi. However, the war in the Clear River Prefecture was at its most intense at that time. Various people paid attention to it, so it was inappropriate for him to directly fetch her and harm the strength of the human cultivators. When the battle between Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin showed signs of coming to an end, he immediately rushed over, just in time to witness this. He watched on silently from the sky, wanting to see just what level his youngest disciple had reached after reaching Foundation Establishment. In the end, even his heart that had always remained calm rippled. He was rather overjoyed. If it were not for the fact that she was born with a root of wisdom and a natural constitution of Buddhism, how could she alter the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual to such a level? If it were not for the fact that there were no esoteric sects in the Green Province, he basically would have suspected her to be the reincarnation of a child spiritual. Then, the Annihilum Light Chan Master said, "You still haven't answered me. Are you willing to return to the monastery with me? Right now, the chaos in the Clear River Prefecture has yet to settle. The diamonds are powerful, and it's a critical moment for the 100 schools of thought. I've received the school leader's great kindness, so I can't leave here for now. Please forgive me, Master." Little Anne was emotionless as she thought about a way to escape so that she could go underground and assist Li Qingshan. Now that the Annihilum Light Chan Master was present, she would struggle to avoid his attention no matter where she went. Instead, she would bring great trouble to Li Qingshan. If his identity was exposed, he would definitely not be tolerated by the humans and diamonds. He would become a traitor that both sides despised. This time, Li Qingshan had become isolated and helpless. He could only rely on himself. Perhaps this was what he had planned all along. Li Qingshan sank deep into the web, struggling as hard as he could. Even with his strength that could split open mountains, he was unable to break free from the thin strands of spider silk. It had been infused with a demon commander's demon chi. Let alone the life-bound spider silk that Helicoverpa rosa had weaved with great care, even a piece of rotten wood could become as tough as steel. Helicoverpa rosa was completely naked. She strode forward with her slender, straight, and particularly petite feet, following the crisscrossing of the spider silk. The wonderful part between her legs was vaguely visible. Her dark hair draped down from her snow-white shoulders, covering her proud twin peaks. Her face and body still possessed the lingering charm of lovemaking. Her posture was enough to make most men in the world fly towards her like moths to a flame. Even if they knew they could not escape death, they would still want to get intimate with her. "Stop struggling. Save some strength. I can still use you a few more times, but I'll have to eat your limbs first. Unfortunately, I'm already a little tired of you." Li Qingshan laughed loudly. The power of the tremors of the ox demon was released from every inch of his body. The spider web began to tremble violently. Helicoverpa rosa's expression changed, becoming twisted with anger. It was unknown whether it was because of Li Qingshan's words, or because of his actions, or both. In that instant, her figure disappeared from where she stood. She lunged at the center of the spider web. Her speed was not so much like the wind or lightning, but more like teleportation. Her claws rapidly clawed at Li Qingshan's shoulders. If she managed to grab hold of them, it would be impossible for Li Qingshan not to leave his arms behind. Otherwise, he would be caught in a close combat that he could not possibly win against. However, Li Qingshan seemed to have been prepared. He suddenly broke free from the spider web with his right arm and threw it directly at Helicoverpa rosa's beautiful face. Li Qingshan had already begun practicing the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, allowing his mind to reach a state of intricacy. In the moment Helicoverpa rosa vanished, he experienced a wondrous feeling, as if he could predict her next move. It did not originate from precise analysis, but purely from a feeling. He casually threw a punch. Helicoverpa Rosa's lunge seemed like she was delivering her face to his fist. Bang! However, Li Qingshan was unable to get his fist to make intimate contact with her face as he wished. In that crucial moment, Helicoverpa Rosa used her superior reaction to grab Li Qingshan's fist. A silvery grey color spread out, rapidly covering her entire body. It made her seem like a delicate metal sculpture. The tremors of the ox demon ripped open cracks in her silver palm, but that was all. "You can only play tricks like that in bed," Helicoverpa Rosa said coldly and bit towards Li Qingshan's neck. This time, it was no longer a passionate kiss or intense flirtation. Instead, she wanted to directly inject poison into his body. This was different from the weak poison from the spikes on her leg. She only needed a single kiss to completely snuff out all of Li Qingshan's ability to resist. Chapter 491. In her current state, it's probably one of her innate abilities. Her defenses are ridiculously powerful. In other words, I don't have any methods that can deal a lethal blow to her right now. As long as she bites me and wraps me up in the web, only death awaits me. The constant warnings from the spirit turtle's demon core had already become meaningless. It only told Li Qingshan that he could die at any time. He obviously understood this. There was no need for anyone to remind him. Helicoverpa Rosa's venomous fangs were inches away, but her left hand remained firmly wrapped around Li Qingshan's right fist, while her right hand clamped down on his left shoulder, pressing him firmly against the web and immobilizing him. Li Qingshan could not dodge, nor could he flee. All he could do was fight to the death. Ox demon butts horns. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. The pair of sharp horns engraved with the words North Moon were in full display, pushing towards the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's throat. Helicoverpa Rosa was also reluctant to collide with the toughest part of Li Qingshan's body, so she tilted her head slightly to avoid it. Although she failed to deliver a venomous kiss as she wished, it did not stop her from continuing to push Li Qingshan to his death. The slender fingers of her right hand had already stabbed into Li Qingshan's shoulder. Crippling his arm was only a matter of time. At the same time, the 8 legs turned into 8 blurry shadows, shooting out from behind her. This time, it was no longer a stab, but a hug. Like 8 extended arms, they brushed past Li Qingshan, wanting to pull him firmly into their embrace. A bewitching smile that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with appeared on her silvery grey face. It would only appear when they were in extreme pleasure. If that was the pleasure of the body, then it was the enjoyment of the mind. Now was the enjoyment of the spirit, enjoying the primitive pleasure of a predator hunting its prey. However, it seemed particularly cold and eerie right now. Once she hugs me, I probably won't be able to break free. I don't believe that my innate divine ability is only useful in bed. Tremors of the ox demon, break for me. Li Qingshan once again exerted the power of vibration with all his might, and the sound of thousands of zither strings snapping came from beneath him. The tenacious spiderweb was finally torn apart. He used all his strength to pull his fist back from Helicoverpa Rosa's hand. Blood spurted out from his shoulder, and there were now 5 bloody holes in it. He directly sacrificed a part of his flesh. Finally, his body regained its freedom once more, and he fell down. The wings of wind were unfurled to the extreme. It slashed upwards like a wind blade. The smile on Helicoverpa Rosa's face became even brighter. Just like her sexual preferences, she liked intense and exciting performances. The more her prey struggled, the more excited she became. He raised his arms and casually shattered the wind god's wings. However, Li Qingshan's goal had already been achieved. With a flap of his wings, he had widened the distance between them. The wind god's wings condensed again, and he desperately fluttered as he flew downwards with all his might. Fortunately, Helicoverpa Rosa's ability to fly in the air was not strong. This was also expected. After all, she was a monster that lived underground. Helicoverpa Rosa's body flipped in the air and landed lightly on the straight wall. She ran down along the wall. Every time she landed, a big hole would explode in the wall. She used the force to move forward and instantly accelerated. She turned into a silver-grey shadow, leaving the rising smoke and falling bricks far behind her. She was the queen of the underground world, so she did not need the ability to fly. In the blink of an eye, the distance was shortened again. Helicoverpa rosa smiled at Li Qingshan, opened her lips, and spat out pieces of spiderweb towards Li Qingshan. If Li Qingshan dodged, the spiderweb would expand beneath him and trap him again. However, he had already made up his mind. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide. Howling winds, like a passing typhoon, gushed out of his mouth. Although the spiderweb was extremely tough and could not be broken by brute force, its mass was also extremely light. It was blown away by the winds, or opened up prematurely. Li Qingshan used the recoil to increase the distance between them once again. With a loud boom, the several hundred jong of altitude fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan stopped. There was no way Helicoverpa rosa would let go of such a good opportunity. She suddenly stopped and bent her slender legs. Like a spring being pressed to the limit, she suddenly released all her strength and shot downwards like a silver ray of light. At this time, she no longer had any playful thoughts in her heart. To be able to escape from her hands again and again, his strength was definitely not just that of a demon general. He simply had the intention of crossing the heavenly chasm between a demon general and a demon commander. Not only did he have many innate magical powers, but the speed of his growth was even more astonishing. If she let him continue to grow, it would become more and more difficult to eat him. She must not let him escape again. Once she succeeded, she would use the spiderweb to entangle him, and then slowly deal with him. While she was thinking, she suddenly saw a crimson shadow appear on the spiral staircase at the side, leaping up and pouncing towards her. Crimson hair and crimson eyes, exactly the same as Li Qingshan. Helicoverpa rosa was slightly startled, and then realized that this was his mirror clone. Ever since Li Qingshan entered the Spider Queen's residence, he had begun mobilizing his mirror clone to set up an ambush. He had been waiting for this moment. Although the speed of the mirror clone was much slower than that of the deity, it was lying in ambush here, and even took advantage of Helicoverpa rosa's full strength attack, and at the moment when the turn in the air was unfavorable, it intercepted. Although Helicoverpa rosa could not dodge, she raised her hand and clasped the head of the mirror clone, and her 5 fingers fiercely penetrated it. With a crack, blood gushed out. Li Qingshan felt a tingling pain in his head. He and the mirror clone were originally one, not an ordinary clone, but equivalent to another body of his. There was no time to repair it with demon aura. The head of the mirror clone was crushed, and like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splashed everywhere. This feeling was extremely terrible. However, Helicoverpa rosa was slightly hindered. In a blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had disappeared, and there was a hole on the ground that could only accommodate one person. "You want to run?" Helicoverpa rosa snorted coldly and rushed into the hole as well. Soil and rock pressed in from all directions, and the path ahead was sealed off as well. She could not sense Li Qingshan's presence at all. Helicoverpa rosa's eyes lit up, and 4 rings appeared in her eyes. Her gaze immediately pierced through the layers of soil and saw where Li Qingshan was. Even if you fly into the sky or dive into the ground, you can forget about escaping from me. She circulated her demon chi and broke through the soil, directly pursuing him. At her realm of cultivation, the obstruction of soil and rock was no better than air or water. She could easily carve out a path. The heavy soil and rock parted in front of Li Qingshan before closing up behind him. After reaching the 4th layer of the ox demon, his usage of the power of tremors had become even more ingenious, and he vaguely gained the ability to control soil and rock to some extent. Strongboulder's demon core in his abdomen had shrunk slightly without him noticing. The demon core belonged to the earth element, so it would not be absorbed by the spirit turtle's demon core that was purely water. Instead, it fused with his physique, making his body even more sturdy. Who knew how deep underground he was? He was surrounded by layers of soil and rock. The tremendous, venomous demon chi rapidly approached him from behind. Finally, Li Qingshan stopped. He turned around and faced the approaching demon chi. His fighting spirit began to rise. He definitely did not want to flee. Fleeing blindly would only prevent the tiger demon's killing intent from expanding, making it even more impossible for him to break through to the 4th heavenly layer. He was choosing a suitable place to fight, as well as waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now, This was the place. It was time. Come, Spider Queen. I'll show you the power of your child's father. Although the soil layer was not a serious obstacle for Lolth, it was not a serious obstacle. However, it was like swimming in water. It was not as easy as walking on the ground after all. Her speed was still affected slightly. At this moment, the smile on her face had completely vanished, and it was filled with ferocious and terrifying killing intent. Even though she enjoyed the process of chasing her prey, if she allowed her prey to escape too far away, then the hunter would seem too incompetent. Suddenly, she saw Li Qingshan stop. Have you finally given up on the pointless struggle? Helicoverpa Rosa's voice passed through the thick soil and reached Li Qingshan's ears. Li Qingshan instead walked over to where she was. His expression was calm and composed as he said, "The ox demon's great strength sinks in the mud. As long as I still have a shred of strength left, I will continue struggling forever, even if I'm in dire straits, even if I don't have the slightest chance of victory." He smiled and changed the topic, "Not to mention that I already have a 30% chance of victory now." What? 30%? Did I hear you wrong? Do you think that being in the soil means that you have the geographical advantage? The Spider Queen sneered. Her hand, which shone with a silvery-grey luster, pierced the earth easily. Her 5 fingers closed together and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's heart like a sharp knife. Li Qingshan's reaction was nothing out of the ordinary. It was still a simple punch. However, this time, he did not use the tremors of the ox demon. He even deliberately reduced the consumption of demonic aura. He only relied on the strength of his physical body. Furthermore, his fist did not break through the soil like what Helicoverpa Rosa had done. Instead, the soil and rocks piled up on his fist like a thick and huge gauntlet. The speed and strength of this punch did not weaken or diminish in the slightest. Therefore, Helicoverpa Rosa only saw a huge boulder made of soil and rocks rushing towards her. But she did not care about it at all. Her hand easily cut through Li Qingshan's gauntlet. Using her superior speed, she swept past Li Qingshan's fist and accurately stabbed towards Li Qingshan's heart. The huge boulder that came crashing towards her turned into powder the moment it touched her silver-grey skin. It did not pose any threat at all. Since she knew that Li Qingshan's strength was greater, there was no need for her to fight him head-on. She only needed to rely on her superior speed and reflexes to gain the upper hand. Even if Li Qingshan could predict her next move, she would be able to change her move in time to block his attack or bypass his defense. Even in the depths of the ground, his disadvantageous situation did not seem to change at all. Helicoverpa Rosa's sharp and bright red nails touched the skin of Li Qingshan's chest. With just a little more strength, she would be able to penetrate into his chest and pierce through his heart. A hand reached out diagonally and grasped her wrist tightly. Li Qingshan laughed. "In this thick soil, your movements are a little slower, but my reflexes are a little faster." Chapter 492. Li Qingshan could clearly sense the changes in the earth around him. Although he could not see or hear it, Helicoverpa Rosa's subsequent attacks were no longer untraceable. It was like a fish swimming in water. No matter how agile it was, it would always cause ripples in the water. However, Li Qingshan did not rely on the water to determine her location. Instead, he directly fused with the earth. When she opened up the earth, he grasped the trajectory of her movements through the changes in the earth, so his reactions were naturally slightly faster. His strength seems to have increased. My strength is already considered relatively strong among demon commanders. This means that he has indeed reached the level of a demon commander in a certain aspect. Is it just because of his descendants' bloodline? Helicoverpa Rosa tried to pull her hand back, but she failed. She was slightly surprised. After reaching the 4th layer of the ox demon, one of the 2 innate abilities of the ox demon, the strength of the earth, Li Qingshan's strength of the earth, had silently undergone a change. If the thick earth had only been a powerful support for him in the past, then now it was as if he had become one with it. There was an unending stream of energy constantly pouring into his body. It was as if he could fight forever without feeling tired. "Chimph, you want to fight me in close combat? You're digging your own grave." Helicoverpa rosa took advantage of the situation and charged forward. At that moment, Li Qingshan's eyes became clear. Helicoverpa rosa's figure was clearly reflected in his boundless mind. Her slender figure swept across the silver-grey fan, chopping towards his waist like a battle axe. He could even estimate the power of this attack. His kidneys would definitely be heavily damaged. At this moment, Helicoverpa rosa had only just raised her leg. Li Qingshan was slightly delighted. The spirit turtle had the ability to divine fortune and predict danger. However, ever since Li Qingshan reached the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, none of the opponents he encountered had forced him into such a state, so this ability had never been activated. Until today's battle, this feeling. Only in the constant life-threatening danger did it become clearer and clearer. Sure enough, people were forced. Demons were also forced out. To put it nicely, the spirit turtle was naturally a divine beast that sought fortune and avoided calamity. To put it bluntly, he was a cowardly tortoise that was greedy for life and afraid of death. He avoided danger at the sight of it, and he didn't get involved in the slightest bit of karma or take any risks. I've become so conservative these past few years. I'm sure it's because of it. As expected, my current life is what I want, to fight against the strongest enemy, the most beautiful woman in the world. Yes, a banshee. Boom. Helicoverpa rosa's ankle had also fallen into Li Qingshan's hand. Bull demon butts horns. Li Qingshan let out a roar that sounded like a bull or a tiger. He exerted force with both hands and pulled Helicoverpa rosa's body over. He lowered his head and pushed forward. Boom. Helicoverpa rosa twisted her body and stomped hard on Li Qingshan's head with her free leg. She borrowed the force to free her limbs and flew out. A huge shockwave blasted the soil around the two of them away. It was squeezed into a small cave. Li Qingshan felt dizzy. Although the skull was the toughest part of his body, the kick still made him feel like his head was splitting apart. He shook his head forcefully and laughed madly. Once I defeat you, I'll fuck you again. Nonsense. Helicoverpa rosa rebuked angrily, but she was surprised. What was going on? She clearly had the upper hand now. Just now, she even stepped on his foot. Why was his attitude becoming more and more arrogant? It didn't feel like he had a 30% chance of winning, but it seemed like he had already won. Could it be that he had some powerful trump card? An old brother told me that if I don't even dare to say a few arrogant words, I might as well go back to farming. Li Qingshan did not possess any powerful trump cards. He only felt extremely delighted. He was fighting against the terrifying Spider Queen underground, where the sun never shone. If he lost, only death would await him, but if he won, he would receive quite a nice reward. Even if he lived a peaceful and happy life in the mountain village, it couldn't be compared to this glorious moment. He had long put life and death out of his mind. Now, he was just enjoying it. Deliberately mystifying. Helicoverpa rosa smiled coldly. Her silver-grey body disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Li Qingshan. She raised her hands high and 8 shadows screamed. Hands, feet, knees, elbows, every part of her body could be used as a deadly weapon. Like a storm, they fell on Li Qingshan's body. His head, chest, abdomen, and legs were attacked almost at the same time. Li Qingshan lost the sense of the earth and rocks. Although he could predict Helicoverpa rosa's next move, his reaction couldn't keep up with the speed of Helicoverpa rosa's next move. Boom. 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 The muffled sounds of thunder constantly bombarded Li Qingshan's body. Qi flowed everywhere. Just when the cavern showed signs of collapsing, it was immediately compressed even more firmly. Her 8 legs danced around chaotically, leaving behind wounds on Li Qingshan's tough skin. In the blink of an eye, the toxins would corrode into horrifying wounds so deep that bones could be seen. A silver-grey shadow circled around Li Qingshan, tearing apart and devouring his flesh piece by piece. All Li Qingshan could do was protect his vitals, albeit barely. However, his maniacal laughter never stopped. Ignoring his wounded body, he used the spirit turtle's predictions to attack every chance he had to, bombarding Helicoverpa rosa's body. It was as if he wanted to trade injury for injury. Helicoverpa rosa took a few punches, but her reaction was very normal. This was because not only were there no abilities on his fists, there was not even much demon chi. He was only relying on brute force. After another clash, Helicoverpa rosa pulled back. "What, are you tired? Keep going," Li Qingshan asked. There was no longer a complete piece of flesh on his body, and his bones were covered in cracks. There was not a single inch of his face that could be associated with handsomeness. The left side of his face had completely caved in, the result of a side kick. As for the right side of his face, it was even more terrifying. Under the corrosion of the toxins, his gums and teeth were exposed. His throat gurgled as if he was laughing, but he was no longer able to use his facial muscles to express this emotion. Only his eyes remained bright as he stared at Helicoverpa rosa. He was right. Helicoverpa rosa did indeed feel a hint of exhaustion. Even with the toughness of a demon commander's body, it was impossible for her to maintain such an intense attack. Looking at Li Qingshan, she was surprised and doubtful. Doesn't he get tired? However, that was not what surprised her the most. His reaction speed seemed to be gradually increasing, and he was extremely sensitive to fatal attacks. He would often be able to dodge in the most effective manner at the most crucial moment, avoiding fatal wounds. Of course, the price for this would often be a horrific wound. If it were not for the spirit turtle's demon core that could replace most of his organs, he would have collapsed already. "Why should I waste my strength on a corpse?" Helicoverpa rosa sneered. The toxins had already invaded every part of his body. Although the toxins from the spikes were not as potent as a direct bite, the effects accumulated bit by bit were still rather terrifying. Right now, all she needed to do was wait for the toxins to erupt and completely destroy Li Qingshan's body. "Then you'll probably be disappointed." "What?" At this moment, the indigestible strong stone's demon core in Li Qingshan's stomach suddenly erupted with rings of grayish-yellow light. The strength of the earth was an ability to communicate with the boundless will of the earth, while the earth-attributed demon core was a condensation of the essence of the earth. Normally, he would not agree when he digested it. But at this moment, when his body was on the brink of collapse, the earth all around him extended a helping hand to him, wanting to save this child of the earth that was about to die. The strong stone's demon core was stirred up too. It spun around and released demon chi that merged with his body. His wounds healed at a visible rate. Black, poisonous blood flowed from his wounds. The remaining toxins were no longer a problem, as his body had become even more powerful after digesting the strong stone's demon core. Helicoverpa rosa was also stunned. She did not know where the strong stone's demon core was, and thought that Li Qingshan was hiding a healing ability in his eyes. "What, have you rested enough? Or did you use up all your strength in bed and have no more strength to fight? Then obediently lie down." Li Qingshan twisted his head, and with two cracking sounds, some of the dislocated bones in his neck were restored. He grinned maliciously, and his eyes gradually turned from crimson to blood red. At the same time that he swallowed the strong stone's demon core, the killing intent contained in the demon core erupted all at once. In his sea of consciousness, the tiger demon roared and leapt, growing larger and larger until it filled the entire sea of consciousness. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, breaking out as if it had broken free from a cage. Beast marks appeared on Li Qingshan's cheeks. His long fangs extended, his hands turned into tiger claws, and a tiger tail trailed behind him, swinging like a steel whip. He had transformed into a fierce tiger in human form. Miraculously, at this moment, his mind became abnormally clear. It was as if his soul had left his shell and was looking down at him from above. Li Qingshan arched his back and lowered his body. His killing intent and killing intent were completely withdrawn, as if he was a ferocious tiger ready to pounce on its prey. There were no cries of birds or insects. The entire forest was silent. This is the best time for me to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon. If I fail, I won't have a second demon core to heal myself. His train of thought was interrupted, and violent killing intent dominated everything. Roar. A tiger's roar was accompanied by a violent surge of killing intent. Helicoverpa rosa couldn't help but take a step back. Then, she felt a deep sense of humiliation. Could a mere demon general scare me? Even if you recover 100 times, I can still defeat you 101 times. No, this time, I'll kill you right here. Her double pupils locked onto the charging Li Qingshan. She slightly opened her mouth, but she didn't spit out spider silk immediately. Instead, she paused for a moment to accumulate her demon aura. How powerful would an attack that required her to accumulate chi be? In that moment, her lips spat out thousands of spider silk. Her silk had once pierced through the arcane artifact, the square cauldron, and killed the sect master of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It was so powerful that it was even sharper than the green ruins sword in Fu Qingjin's hand. Afterwards, Helicoverpa Rosa made up her mind. She gave up on capturing Li Qingshan alive and torturing him slowly. She wanted to kill him in a single strike. Chapter 493. From the beginning until now, Helicoverpa Rosa's objective in her battle with Li Qingshan was to capture him alive before tying him up and enjoying him slowly. The praise, pain and despair had always been the most important part of this dish. Once she lost this part, all she could do was eat. Before she began eating, she still wanted to play around. She wanted to chop off his limbs and use him as a toy in her bed. After all, prey that could satisfy her desires were far too rare. As a result, she had never actually struck a killing blow, which was why Li Qingshan had lasted until now. If she had struck a killing blow right from the beginning, perhaps Li Qingshan would not have been able to make it underground alive. Just now, the close combat seemed extremely intense, but she had plenty of opportunities and methods to kill Li Qingshan. However, it would be very difficult for her to control the strength of her attacks. It was possible for him to die directly, and once he was forced into dire straits, it was also possible for him to directly blow up his demon core. It was exactly because of these considerations that she chose the worst plan, which was to exhaust Li Qingshan's demon chi and strength. By then, it would already be too late even if he wanted to blow up his demon core. However, the situation did not go as she had expected. Not only was Li Qingshan not exhausted, but he became more and more energetic instead. He was extremely stingy with his demon chi too. The situation began to become complicated, which was rather disadvantageous for her. Of course, it was only disadvantageous. She recovered from her exhaustion within a few breaths. Although she had expended quite a lot of demon chi, it recovered at a rapid rate. Most importantly, she had decided to kill him right now. The moment she made up her mind, the spirit turtle's demon core in Li Qingshan's body gave off an intense warning. It was almost a warning of death. A sky full of spider silk flew over. Li Qingshan was unable to respond in time. No matter what he did, he was unable to avoid the fate of being riddled with holes. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and hexagonal pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell appeared before him in layers. Time seemed to slow down. A thin strand of spider silk. The moment it came into contact with a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell, a ripple seemed to appear, but it was unable to prove it. That was because at the same time, several hundred strands of silk landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell. The spirit turtle's profound shell was not exactly pierced. It would be better to say that they were annihilated. The demonic aura on Li Qingshan's body was rapidly depleting. There were no more tricks he could use. The spider silk that filled the sky was like a million-strong army charging head-on. If they didn't block it, they would die. But if they did block it, it would only delay the time of death. Spider silk was not as light and thin as spider webs that could be blown away by strong winds. The other end of the thousands of strands of silk was still in the Spider Queen's vermilion lips, constantly pouring in demon chi. Let alone a gust of wind, even blades and axes would not be able to withstand it. Don't even think about swaying a single strand of spider silk. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell were destroyed, and Li Qingshan's demon chi plummeted. The threads closed in on him. Boom 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 boom. Li Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot as he punched out. He unleashed the power of the ox demon's tremor and broke the tens of thousands of spiderwebs. However, the spider silk was endless. At this time, even if he wanted to turn around and escape, it was too late. Innate abilities were extremely taxing on demon chi. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had been accumulating it painstakingly. The demon chi that was only waiting to be used at a crucial moment was almost completely depleted. As for Helicoverpa rosa, all she did was stand there and constantly spit out spider silk. Just this move had forced Li Qingshan into unprecedented despair. This move, the myriad threads, was quite taxing on her as well. However, as a demon commander, both the quality of her demon chi and the speed at which she recovered were incomparable to demon generals. There was no suspense in the outcome of a pure clash of demon chi like this. She saw how Li Qingshan's demon chi was almost completely depleted, but he was still holding on. He had no intentions of blowing up his demon core. The corner of Helicoverpa rosa's bright red lips curled into a victorious smile. His desire to live was much greater than she had imagined. If she had known this earlier, she would have never held back in the beginning. If this continued, she would be able to achieve her original goal. Subduing a demon general who had exhausted his demon chi would be extremely simple. Li Qingshan threw another punch, but there were no more shockwaves. His demon chi had finally been completely depleted. In that instant, thousands of spider silk pierced through him and engulfed him, pushing him forward until he crashed into a rock wall, where he remained motionless. Helicoverpa rosa panted softly. Her silvery-grey skin recovered its delicate snow-white color. Swaying her voluptuous bottom, she arrived before the human figure that was completely covered in spider webs. With a wave of her hand, Li Qingshan's face was revealed. There was not a single wound on it. At the very last moment, she had moved away the spider silk aimed at his head to prevent him from truly being killed. Of course, there was also a certain part below. Aside from these two places, his limbs and organs had all been pierced through by the spider silk. He was like an insect pinned by thousands of long, thin needles, completely immobilized. Even if he wanted to blow up his demon core, it was an extravagant hope. At this time, even if he broke through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon, it was already too late. Helicoverpa rosa caressed Li Qingshan's handsome face and suddenly slapped him, leaving a clear palm mark. Then, she lifted his chin and said, "Now, who's going to do who?" "Of course it's me who's going to do you." Before Li Qingshan could finish his sentence, there was another slap. His head tilted to the side and his scarlet hair flew in the air. Li Qingshan continued to smile viciously. In this moment of greatest despair, he had already exhausted all his moves and made all his attempts and efforts. At the crucial moment when he had completely refined Strongstone's demon core and had the greatest hope of breaking through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon, he had failed before he could even launch a single attack. If he had succeeded, everything would have been different. But there were no ifs in life. The killing intent brought about by Strongstone's demon core receded like a receding tide. What was left was only the bitter fruit of failure. This was probably the so-called fate of heaven. I'm not Overlord Chu. If I'm weak, then I'm weak. Why should I blame fate? Was it despair? Perhaps. However, as long as he still had a second to live, he would persevere to the end. He stared at the Spider Queen with shining eyes. He did not spit out a mouthful of bloody spittle like those martyrs of the revolution. Instead, he tried to struggle calmly, but it was all to no avail. Although the strength of the earth continued to replenish his strength, every inch of his muscles had been pierced by the spider silk. It was beyond his control. He could not even move his little finger. Helicoverpa rosa admired this sight in satisfaction. She had finally subdued this stubborn beast. Never had a prey made her so excited before. A hand landed on his crotch, rubbing it gently. The tip of her bright red tongue licked his cheek and whispered into his ear, "Serve me well, and I'll let you live a little longer. If I'm satisfied, I might even spare your life, allowing you to continue leading the night roamers and serving me." To those in despair, there was nothing more tempting than hope. Just like a drowning person, he would desperately clutch onto a single strand of straw. Give him a sliver of hope, tame him bit by bit, and then kill him in the cruelest way possible in the end. This was the ending she had decided on for him. Only then could she calm her fury. "I still have something on me that your spider silk can't pierce." Li Qingshan smiled. "What is it?" "Bones." The bones all over Li Qingshan's body could be described as the toughest part of his body. Even the indestructible spider silk could only pierce through his skin and flesh. All it could do was circle around his bones. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his head. The bones would stand when the tiger was dead. Then I'll break them myself. Helicoverpa Rosa said viciously. Suddenly, she saw Li Qingshan tremble all over and move. She was slightly surprised. Even if all of my limbs and organs are pierced, my bones can still move. Li Qingshan's bones began to move. Indescribable pain filled his entire body. All of the flesh nailed down by the spider silk was pulled, but his body did not move at all. It was like his bones and flesh were being forcefully separated. Blood flowed and rolled along the spider silk, soaking the ground in the blink of an eye. Even the torture of being executed by 1,000 cuts seemed to be a pleasure in comparison. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled again. She admired this kind of desperate struggle before death the most. However, she was rather dissatisfied with Li Qingshan's behavior. His face did not twist from pain. Instead, he smiled. He thought of a person. Probably only that crazy woman, Qian Rongji, can endure this. I can't lose to her. No, I can't lose to myself. Suddenly, Li Qingshan felt like he had been enlightened. He suddenly saw the light. I understand now. The phantom of the tiger demon appeared in his sea of consciousness once more. It was still roaring at the sky. There was clearly no enemy around, but it bared its fangs and claws, as if it was fighting something invisible. It was as if its mind was filled with killing intent and it had sunk into madness. The tiger demon's bone-forging frenzy. However, this time, Li Qingshan saw something completely different. The tiger demon fought in a frenzy, not because it did not know who its enemy was. Even if it destroyed the world and slaughtered all life, it would always have one enemy, and that was itself. If it could not defeat itself, no matter how many opponents it defeated, it would still be weak. The victor was powerful, and the victor was strong. And this enemy could never be defeated completely. The only way was to keep fighting, again and again, to defeat fear, pain, setbacks, and challenges. Even if it was to forget everything and sink into madness, it could not stop. I thought that the fourth layer of the tiger demon would be the same as the first 3 layers, where killing intent and potential would be stimulated under the external pressure of life and death. So that's not the case. This is the true meaning behind the endless battle of the tiger demon. In the moment Li Qingshan comprehended this, a violent aura of malice rushed out of his body. It was so arrogant and violent, as if he wanted to fight against the world. Helicoverpa Rosa was slightly surprised and took a step back, but she did not feel ashamed. She could clearly sense that Li Qingshan had broken through again. He was like a demonic blade that had been unsealed, which actually made her feel danger. However, she stopped worrying again and smiled mockingly. He was heavily injured and did not have a single strand of demon chi on him. No matter how he broke through, how could he escape from her? As if in response to her thoughts, demon chi surged into Li Qingshan's body from somewhere. The spirit turtle's demon core suddenly lit up. Chapter 494. Li Qingshan's demonic aura had indeed been completely exhausted. However, there was a kind of energy in his body that could be converted into demonic aura, which was more effective than taking any elixir. That was the power of will in the divine talisman of great creation. Li Qingshan had not used the divine talisman of great creation all this while, not because he was preparing for a rainy day, but because he was expecting to break through to the 4th tier of the tiger demon at this moment. Instead, under the circumstances just now, even if he converted all his power of will into demonic aura, it could only help him hold on for a little longer. He might as well save it and think of a way to use the ever-changing divine talisman of great creation as a last resort. Finally, at this moment, it worked wonders. Helicoverpa Rosa sensed that something was wrong. She slashed at Li Qingshan's neck with her palm, which turned silver-gray in midair, intending to decapitate him. Li Qingshan twisted his head and latched onto her wrist with his mouth. His face turned, and a shining red eye stared at Helicoverpa Rosa. Helicoverpa Rosa felt a stabbing pain in her wrist and a slight palpitation. She felt that something had changed. This time, Li Qingshan not only kept up with her speed, but also pierced her silver-grey skin with his sharp fangs. The taste of blood flowed into his mouth, which was exceptionally sweet. Go to hell! Helicoverpa Rosa was enraged. She clasped his head with her left hand and pierced her fingers into it. She was about to see Li Qingshan's head suffer the same fate as the mirror-image doppelganger. However, her claw failed to penetrate it. Tiger Demon refines bones. When Li Qingshan broke through to the fourth tier of the Tiger Demon, the bones all over his body went through another round of tempering and became stronger and tougher. Naturally, the same went for his skull. But his body. He was still unable to move. Even though he kept tempering his body with the power of vibration the moment he recovered his demonic aura, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time to break the thousands of spider webs. 2 consecutive moves had failed to work, and the enemy was unable to move at all. Helicoverpa Rosa was both shocked and angry. She retreated and took a short rest. Her red lips spurted out thousands of spider webs. It shot towards Li Qingshan's head. His arms couldn't move, and he couldn't use his fists to disperse the spiderwebs like just now. If he forcefully used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block it, it would be pierced and destroyed in a few seconds. Li Qingshan seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation and could no longer escape. But he grinned and did the same thing as Helicoverpa Rosa. He pursed his lips and spat hard. At first, it sounded like a sharp whistle. But what he spat out wasn't spider silk, but a stream of wind. It met the spider silk. Thousands of strands of spider silk were blown away the moment they came into contact with the wind. The fourth layer was an extremely important layer. The 3 innate abilities and cultivation methods that Li Qingshan grasped were the spirit turtle and the ox demon. Both of them had undergone shocking changes at the 4th level. Of course, this could just be an illusion. Perhaps it was a natural evolution after accumulating to a certain extent. But no matter what, with the breakthrough to the 4th layer of the Tiger Demon and the 2 innate abilities of the Tiger Demon, they evolved as well. The stream of wind was none other than one of the innate abilities he comprehended first, the Tiger Demon's slaughter howl. When the Ox Demon tramples successfully broke free from being an innate ability of little value, it remained the same. Its power was barely satisfactory too, becoming the ability that Li Qingshan used the least. But at this moment, there was no whistling wind. All of its power had been withdrawn, turning into a stream of wind as thick as an arm. It did not seem as mighty as before. However, the sharpness it contained surpassed even Fu Qingjin's sword qi, which was why it was able to disperse the spider silk after ripping apart Helicoverpa Rosa. Calling it the Tiger Demon's slaughter howl was no longer suitable. Just like how the Ox Demon tramples had become the tremors of the Ox Demon, from today onwards, this move would be called the Tiger Demon's breath. He has the ability to conceal his aura. Just now, he must have concealed a portion of his demonic aura to fool my attention. North Moon, I don't believe that your demonic aura is limitless. As Helicoverpa Rosa thought so, she repeated the same trick and spat out an endless stream of spider silk. However, she had made up her mind that she would not give him any chance this time. She would not rest until she killed him completely. The breath and the spider silk kept colliding, one weakening while the other strengthening. The ear-piercing sound they produced was like 1,000 zithers being plucked at the same time, the strings dazzling. The drifting spider silk flew up and down, streaking across the cavern and cutting deep into it. The ceiling was torn apart, and the boulders collapsed with a loud rumble. One by one, the pieces fell on the wind and silently split into 2 halves. Compared to the tremors of the Ox Demon, the efficiency of the Tiger Demon's breath to shatter the spider silk was undoubtedly higher. However, it also consumed demonic aura. The demonic aura that Li Qingshan had just replenished was consumed by more than half in a short while. However, what Helicoverpa Rosa did not know was that Li Qingshan had a trump card, the divine talisman of great creation, to continuously replenish his demonic aura. He was not afraid of consumption at all. Gradually, Helicoverpa Rosa began to feel a little anxious. Her demonic aura was also left with less than 30%. Since the start of the battle, her demonic aura was not at 100%. In order to pursue the ultimate pleasure in bed, she allowed Li Qingshan to use the tremors of the ox demon to directly destroy her body. A single tremor might not be a big deal to her, but after accumulating countless times, the damage was not light. It consumed 20% of her demonic aura to heal her injuries. In her opinion, this 20% of demonic aura was not a big deal at all. She could not even use up 10% of her demonic aura to deal with Li Qingshan. In the battle that followed, Li Qingshan was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. At this time, his demonic aura seemed to be endless. What on earth is going on? Is he really just a demon general? Finally, the spider silk in Li Qingshan's body broke inch by inch. With a shudder, thousands of spider silk shot out like silver needles, breaking free from the restraint. The divine earth power immediately came into play. The dense wounds on his bright red heart gradually healed, and it began to beat loudly again. Although it was terrible to be pierced by thousands of needles, it was actually easier to recover. Waves of water spiritual qi gushed out from his Dantian sea of qi and spread to his entire body. A cool and comfortable feeling instantly eliminated the pain. Although he did not dare to use his spiritual qi in front of Spider Queen, it did not matter if he used it in his own body. After exhausting all the spiritual qi in his body, a spirited and unscathed Li Qingshan once again stood in front of Spider Queen. Withdrawing the tiger demon's breath, he laughed wildly and said, "I'm going to fuck you right now." Helicoverpa Rosa felt as if she had fallen into an unimaginable dream. No matter how many times she knocked him down, he could always stand up again and issue a challenge to her. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the spider silk flying towards him seemed to have suddenly slowed down. He crouched slightly, and the spider silk flew past his face. Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes flashed. The spider silk suddenly changed direction and coiled towards him like a snake. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Qingshan's sharp tiger claws cut through the spider silk. Just as he was about to pounce on Spider Queen, he suddenly stopped and leaped lightly. Countless spider silk swept past his body. At first glance, it looked like a white snake suddenly raised its head and turned around, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards him. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped in his tracks. His claws danced wildly in a dazzling manner, tearing apart the spider silk inch by inch. Then, he opened his mouth and breathed out a gust of wind. Like a spirit snake, it swam around his body and swept away the spider silk that wanted to take the opportunity to sneak up on him. Like a fierce tiger, Li Qingshan ran and twisted in the dense forest woven of spider silk. Not a single leaf could touch him. Helicoverpa Rosa was stunned. The speed and agility that Li Qingshan displayed were almost on par with her. A demon general who had the strength, speed, and reflexes of a demon marshal. In a moment, the demonic qi on Helicoverpa Rosa's body dropped by 20%. She finally stopped spitting silk. Taking this opportunity, Li Qingshan pounced towards Helicoverpa Rosa. However, he saw a cold smile on her face. Reel in the net. With a thought from behind Helicoverpa Rosa, a huge net woven from countless spider silk extended out of the rock and earth, closing in on Li Qingshan from all directions. A while ago, when her silk collided with Li Qingshan's breath, countless strands of silk were swept away, sinking into the surrounding rock and walls. The silk was not abandoned. Instead, under her control, the strands wove together like a spider patiently weaving a web, waiting for prey to fall into it. In that moment, Li Qingshan reacted. A gust of wind struck the net, but it only caused a ripple. He threw punch after punch, but even the power of tremors struggled to break through the net. Every single thread that formed the net was as thick as an index finger. They were formed from countless thin strands of silk, so they were much tougher than the net she could casually spit out. Once caught, even with endless strength and the tremors of the ox demon, he would never be able to break free. Spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and countless hexagons formed a sphere to support the net. I'd like to see how long you can last. Helicoverpa Rosa snorted coldly. With a pull of her hand, the web tightened, and cracks immediately appeared on the spirit turtle's profound shell. The threads dug into it as if they could cut it to pieces in the next moment. Are you ready? Li Qingshan laughed madly. What? Helicoverpa Rosa frowned. What do you think? Li Qingshan studied her snow-white body, and his eyes shone with brutality. All the oppression and humiliation was about to be paid back. In your dreams, Helicoverpa Rosa bellowed. The web tightened, and with a crack, the spirit turtle's profound shell became riddled with cracks. Actually, I discovered your scheme a long time ago. How can you hide everything that happens underground from me? Li Qingshan smiled. Wouldn't you run if you discovered it? Helicoverpa Rosa did not believe him, but she could not help but feel a hint of doubt. I was afraid you'd run. Li Qingshan smiled. Actually, this web still has a flaw. Where? The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly. Li Qingshan raised his hand and pointed. It's you. Helicoverpa Rosa could only vaguely see two whirlwinds surge out from Li Qingshan's back. His figure vanished from where he was in that instant. She was alarmed, but by the time she returned to her senses, it was already too late. Li Qingshan slammed into her with the web. Maintaining this web will require demon chi and physical strength, right? Your demon chi and physical strength should be pretty much depleted now, right? Li Qingshan pressed her down and wrapped his claws around her slender neck. He smiled viciously. I'm very vengeful, mother of my child. Chapter 495. Helicoverpa Rosa no longer had the slightest smile on her face. Shock, fury, and a sliver of uncontrollable fear welled up within her. This feeling had never stopped since the day she had gained spirituality, all the way until the day she became a demon commander. It had been so many years since anyone or anything could make her feel fear. Am I defeated? No, how can I be defeated? Helicoverpa Rosa struggled with all her might. Her hands locked onto his arms, she raised her leg and kicked his back. Li Qingshan grinned viciously. Like a mountain, he pressed down on Helicoverpa Rosa's snow-white body. No matter how she struggled, she could not budge. His arms were riddled with bloody marks from her claws, and his back was aching from the kicks. However, her attacks were no longer as fierce as they had been at the beginning. They seemed rather weak and powerless. After fighting for so long, Helicoverpa Rosa's demon chi was almost completely exhausted. Her entire body was filled with exhaustion, and her strength was no longer as great as before. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's body had become even stronger after breaking through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon. Furthermore, he constantly replenished his demon chi with the power of wish. Under the effect of the divine earthen strength, he did not feel tired at all. In particular, after devouring and digesting Strong Stone's demon core, his strength had further increased. Under such circumstances, she was no longer able to gain the upper hand in close combat. Helicoverpa Rosa circulated her remaining demon chi. The spider web tightened, binding Li Qingshan and strangling him. 8 spikes shot towards him. Without a word, Li Qingshan punched her abdomen. His ox demon's great strength, the power of tremors, and even a bit of the power of wish were added to his punch. In an instant, Helicoverpa Rosa's body was dyed with a layer of silvery grey. The power of tremors was unleashed in waves. Cracks appeared on his silver-grey skin, and before he could recover, the second punch landed. Boom 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 boom. Li Qingshan completely ignored the tightening spiderwebs and the spikes coming at him. He just punched her again and again, viciously venting the anger in his heart. The spider web gradually loosened, and the spikes became weaker and weaker. In the end, they could not even cut through his ox demon forge's its hide. On the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's metallic skin, ripples spread out, and the texture of his skin was restored. The silvery grey color gradually faded. It returned to its snow-white color. Li Qingshan's fists had used up the last bit of her demonic aura, and she could no longer maintain her innate talent. Li Qingshan casually pulled away the cobwebs wrapped around his body. Without demonic chi to control and force to pull, no matter how indestructible the spiderweb was, it was just a lifeless object. Then he patted Helicoverpa Rosa's cheek and said, "How is it, Madam Spider Queen, didn't I serve you well? Do you like this kind of service? I'll kill you." Helicoverpa Rosa's expression contorted, and she sank into hysterical rage. She opened her red lips and was about to spit out a spider web. It pierced through Li Qingshan's head. Pa! A resounding slap landed on Helicoverpa Rosa's face. Her head turned away, then suddenly turned back, and another slap landed. Every time she turned her head, every time she tried to spit out a spiderweb, she would receive a slap. After a dozen or so consecutive slaps, she finally gave up on this self-humiliating behavior. She tilted her head and stared at Li Qingshan with one eye. This scene was exactly the same as just now. It was the same as before, but her eyes were filled with resentment. Boom! Another punch landed on her abdomen. Li Qingshan did not do it to take revenge for her venomous gaze, but because he sensed that demonic aura was beginning to gather in her body. The speed at which a demon commander gathered demonic aura was too fast. A moment of carelessness and she managed to break free. If she focuses on running away, it'll be difficult to catch her again. I still have a lot of things I haven't done yet. With a thought, Li Qingshan waved his hand, and pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out, forming a faint blue sphere that enveloped them perfectly. It immediately blocked out all of the spiritual qi of the world. This was the green ruins illusion that he had imitated from Fu Qingjin. If he wanted to recover his demon qi, he needed to absorb the spiritual qi of the world. However, this move did not have much use, as he was trapped inside, so he was unable to absorb the spiritual qi of the world. Under normal circumstances, Helicoverpa Rosa's next move would have been enough to smash through the cage. But right now, it was perfect. Li Qingshan exhaled in relief and released his grip on the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's throat. He gently touched her face, sliding down to her collarbone before reaching her creamy, white breasts. Now, it was time to enjoy the spoils. To Li Qingshan's surprise, Helicoverpa Rosa did not put up any resistance. Instead, she turned her head away slowly, as if she was afraid of angering him. A sliver of weakness that he had never seen appeared on her bewitching face. You've won. Really? Li Qingshan was filled with joy, but he also felt a hint of disappointment. Looking at the extremely proud Spider Queen submitting herself to him, he felt extremely excited and delighted. However, he still had not unleashed his ruthlessness. In the past 1,000 years, you're the first person to defeat me, as well as the first person to satisfy me so much. I'm willing to become your woman and bear your powerful children. Helicoverpa Rosa slowly straightened up and hugged Li Qingshan. Her soft and supple breasts pressed against his hard chest as if they had melted. Her scarlet lips gently kissed Li Qingshan's shoulder, all the way up to his neck. In the sexual intercourse not long ago, she had also kissed him countless times, but she had never been so gentle and submissive. Li Qingshan also seemed to have calmed down the ruthlessness in his heart. He inserted his head into her hair and gently stroked it. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he was enjoying it very much. Helicoverpa Rosa's kiss became more and more intense, but her expression suddenly changed. She bit down fiercely. Hidden under her delicate red lips were extremely sharp fangs, which contained the most violent venom. As long as she injected all of it into his body at once, it would soon spread to his head. Then, she could turn defeat into victory. At least, she could escape from this cage and recover some demonic aura to fight again. I knew you couldn't change your ways. Also, even if you want to be my woman, you don't have the right. Li Qingshan only felt a slight prick on his neck, but his smile did not change. He grabbed the hair behind Helicoverpa Rosa and tugged viciously. Long before she launched her attack, the spirit turtle's demon core had already given her a clear warning. Before she could even inject the venom, Li Qingshan had completely nullified her scheme. All that was left were two faint red dots. North Moon, I'll definitely kill you. I'll skin you alive. I'll eat your flesh. Ha 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 ha, I can understand your perverted mind a little now. Hearing an enemy you can't fight back say something like that, it sure is fucking ridiculous. Let's change to a better posture. Li Qingshan stood up. He pressed the back of Helicoverpa Rosa's head against the ground and forcefully flipped her around. He looked at her, and her eyes lit up slightly. Unlike her original ferocious form, her human form was extremely beautiful. However, even though they had intercourse countless times, her human form was still extremely beautiful. However, even though she had done it countless times, She had never had the opportunity to admire it from this angle. It was probably because she followed the principle of not showing her back to the enemy. Her round bottom was particularly plump. As she struggled, it rose high, swaying with a ball of white light. Her waist suddenly tightened. It was slender enough to be grasped, even a little exaggerated. The lines of her back were extremely beautiful. Her breasts seemed particularly plump too. Apart from the words devilish figure, there was basically no other suitable description. Li Qingshan grinned. This prize. I like it. If you dare, I'll blow up my demon core. Helicoverpa Rosa turned her head around desperately and threatened sternly. Enough. You won't blow up your demon core unless your life is threatened. Don't talk like a human. Even if I really do blow myself up, I'll say it. I won't change it. Li Qingshan laughed madly. Suddenly, he bent down and whispered softly into her ear, Darling, I'm coming. Cobweb City was silent. The night roamers returned carefully like they were treading on thin ice. After confirming there were no auras or sounds, they eased up slightly, but they were still afraid to enter the city. In an empty region of magma and flowing water below Cobweb City, the 6 clans gathered together, discussing softly. Sir North Moon really entered Marum Spider Queen's residence. Not only did he enter, but, looks like he's done for. Looks like we're going to be directly commanded by Marum Spider Queen again. North Moon, I think he's lost his head from his arrogance. Does he really think he can escape from a demon commander with his life as a mere demon general? He's already become Marum Spider Queen's delicacy now. TMPH, Master definitely won't die. Do you stupid women really think you're worthy of guessing Master's strength? The night roamers all whispered among themselves, as if they were afraid of breaking the silence of the city. However, the voice was high-spirited and filled with unparalleled confidence. It was like a bolt of lightning that ripped through the dark clouds. Yi Mingzhu leapt up and glanced past every single night roamer sharply. All of the night roamers shut their mouths and gathered their gazes on Yi Liubo. Their gazes were filled with hostility. Yi Liubo, you traitor who takes advantage of others to intimidate others. You've helped North Moon oppress us. We haven't even gotten even with you yet you've actually leapt out now. Are you prepared to atone for your crimes with death? A matriarch said sinisterly. The night roamers all remained silent with sunken faces. For a moment, who knew how many daggers and swords had been drawn? Black figures flickered, ready to merge into the darkness at any time and carry out a fatal assassination. The reason why night roamers were willing to listen to Li Qingshan's orders was not just because they were powerful enough themselves, but because of Helicoverpa Rosa's orders. The nature of night roamers made it impossible for them to truly submit to anyone. Betrayal and slaughter were as simple as breathing. Even Yi Liusu had her own pursuits and plans. Only Yi Liubo was absolutely loyal. During Li Qingshan's 3 years of secluded cultivation, the greatest contributor to why the night roamers could offer up so many spiritual herbs was actually not Yi Liusu, but Yi Liubo. She had used Li Qingshan's name many times to force the 6 clans to gather spiritual herbs, and the special favor she received was also the root of jealousy and hatred. Now, only death awaited Li Qingshan. Even if he managed to survive, all he could do was flee. He would never be bold enough to return underground again, much less continue to command them. Many conflicts erupted all at once. Yi Liubo became everyone's target. Who knew how many powerful night roamers who had undergone the heavenly tribulation present? If they wanted to claim Yi Liubo's life, they only needed a split second. P.S. Please call me the shameless dream teller. I'm a soft-hearted and thin-skinned person. I'm only afraid of others being nice to me. Looking at the monthly votes, I'll feel bad if I don't keep updating them. Sure enough, the new year brings a new atmosphere. In the first month of the year, are we going to maintain a ranking in the 20s until the end of the month for the first time in history? Alright, I have no objections. If you're bold enough to not vote, then I'm bold enough to write a single chapter. As for why I'm not bold enough to erupt, all I can say is, spare me, great hero. I don't want to stop updating every time I erupt either. Yep, that's fine. Chapter 496. Beneath Cobweb City, after passing through layers of earth and stone, there was a cavern. The cavern did not seem to have been formed naturally. There were no stalactites, only shattered boulders scattered all over the ground. Amidst the rubble was an azure sphere formed from countless hexagons. The sphere was translucent, but it was so hazy that it was impossible to see what was inside, as if a layer of mist had condensed within it. There was a loud thud as a hand struck the sphere. It was the hand of a woman, her fingers long and slender, her palms small and beautiful. But the force it exerted was not weak at all. There was a crisp crack, like the sound of ice cracking, and a crack appeared on the azure sphere. It was easy to imagine that a few more strikes would probably shatter it. The mist dispersed a little, and the woman's face could be vaguely seen. Any man standing here would likely be dumbfounded and gasp in admiration at her appearance. It was a seductive and mature face, possessing an even more bewitching charm than a pure beauty. Even though her face was filled with shame and anger, that lofty arrogance was still clearly discernible. It seemed to have already fused into her temperament, making her seem like a queen. If not for her noble status and great authority, it would have been impossible for her to develop such a temperament. But it also aroused a man's desire to conquer. Her jet-black hair was scattered and messy, but one could still imagine the nobility of her hair. Her thin red lips were frozen in a cruel curve. She was used to issuing orders, but now she was opening and closing her mouth. She spat out a white mist, as if she were cursing and moaning. However, it was blocked by the sphere, and not a single sound could be heard. He tried to look into the sphere again, but it became even more blurry. All he saw was a snow-white human figure. It seemed to be completely naked, and it was indistinctly visible. She seemed to be kneeling on the ground in an extremely indecent manner, her body swaying uncontrollably. The two snow-white masses in front of her were trembling violently, and the two bright red dots below were like two red cherries on the snow, swaying back and forth. One could not help but have all sorts of enchanting thoughts. Thud. There was another loud thud as she exerted all her strength. She clenched her teeth and struck out a second time. The cracks became even larger and denser. It would depend on the situation. With just one more palm strike, he would be able to shatter the sphere and escape from it. Suddenly, two arms reached out from behind her, grabbed her slender waist, and dragged her backwards. She flailed her arms in vain. He struggled, but he was no match for that power. In the blink of an eye, the cracks on the sphere disappeared. Inside the cave, dead silence reigned once more. After an unknown period of time, the azure sphere suddenly disappeared. First, a large amount of white mist spread out, and vaguely, a figure could be seen standing upright, with a head full of fiery red hair. As the mist dispersed, Li Qingshan stretched his body and took a deep breath of the refreshing spiritual qi of heaven and earth. His thoughts were extremely clear and his heart was incomparably satisfied. If it wasn't for the lack of spiritual energy in the world, he might have broken through the 17 or 18 levels and gone straight to the 9 heavens. However, just now, that feeling was as if he had roamed one round beyond the 9 heavens, and his gaze fell back to the ground. If you want to eat me, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Helicoverpa Rosa lay on the ground with her eyes firmly shut as if she had lost consciousness. Her snow-white body was drenched in sweat, filled with the marks of lovemaking. Although she struggled very violently in the beginning, Li Qingshan had served her plenty of what she loved the most. Towards the end, she no longer had the strength to resist, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. She was even extremely cooperative, no longer trying to bite him with her venomous fangs when they hugged each other. Obviously, there was no need for her to maintain a safe position the entire time. Of course, Li Qingshan had to admit that was what he loved the most. However, he was unable to tell whether she had lost herself in it, or whether she had the mindset of since I can't resist, I'll just enjoy it, or perhaps it was a combination of both. Oi, mother of the child, stop playing dead. If you keep playing dead, I'll really kill you. Li Qingshan crouched down and patted the cheek behind Helicoverpa Rosa. He obviously would not be fooled by this facade, as in the moment the spirit turtle's profound shell was activated, the surging spiritual qi of the world immediately began to gather towards her. Originally, he was just joking, but as soon as he said it, he could not help but think, Should I kill her? Right now, Helicoverpa Rosa was at her weakest. If he wanted to kill her, now was the perfect time. Once she recovered completely, it would be hard to say who would be the one killing who. With Li Qingshan's current strength, he had basically taken a step into the realm of demon commanders. He could basically sweep through the first heavenly tribulation. Right now, even if all the Foundation establishment cultivators and demon generals of the Clear River Prefecture stood before him, he could deal with them with composure. Even if he encountered demon commanders and golden core cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, protecting himself would not be a problem anymore. However, it was basically impossible for him to emerge victorious. Li Qingshan's victory this time was due to some luck. Helicoverpa Rosa had been too careless. Her vicious nature could be described as the main reason for her defeat. If it were not for the fact that she wanted to capture Li Qingshan alive and torture him for fun before eating him raw, she would never have ended up like this. And there was an even deeper reason. After becoming a demon commander, it had already been many years since she had engaged in a battle to the death with someone. Even if he was a natural hunter, if he didn't have a worthy opponent, his combat ability would degenerate, and he wouldn't be able to display his full strength. However, ever since Li Qingshan had used his blade to kill someone for the first time, he had never stopped fighting. In terms of true strength, Li Qingshan was nowhere close to Helicoverpa Rosa. As a carapace, she was not a weakling among demon commanders either. Li Qingshan checked the divine talisman of great creation. He had directly used up 30% of the power of belief he had accumulated over all these years, all to replenish his demon chi. He possessed the extraordinary ability, the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression, so the quality of his demon chi did not pale in comparison to demon commanders. After all, it had only been a few years since he underwent the heavenly tribulation. Although he had eaten many spiritual medicines, his accumulation was still extremely weak. If he fought her another 2 times, or even one more time, he would not be able to endure it. If he did not have the divine talisman of great creation to replenish his demon chi, what were his chances of victory? Even if he could barely defeat her, it would be very difficult for him to subdue her like this again. Helicoverpa Rosa would never be stupid enough to deplete her demon chi again. If a demon commander wanted to flee, how could he stop her as a mere general? What came next would be endless revenge. He would never dream of getting along with Helicoverpa Rosa peacefully after this, unless her hidden interests were stimulated and she basked in the joy of being conquered. It's not like this was some fucking pornographic novel. As the saying went, opportunities only came once. If you dare to kill me, I'll blow up my demon core and drag you down with me. Helicoverpa Rosa snapped open her eyes and stared at Li Qingshan. To his surprise, there was no longer any hatred or resentment in her eyes. There was only suffocating coldness and tranquility. Her voice was feeble and slightly hoarse. Li Qingshan instead dared not ignore her threat. He was extremely surprised. He felt that she had become rather different from the Helicoverpa Rosa in his memories. Actually, Helicoverpa Rosa was not playing dead. She naively believed she could fool Li Qingshan like that. Instead, she was savoring the lingering charm of their lovemaking and tidying through her thoughts. This matter was naturally a great humiliation to her. However, what made her feel humiliated was not the matter itself. She had no concept of such things. It had nothing to do with love. Reproduction was just the most normal thing in the natural world. What she felt humiliated was that she had been conquered by the weak. If Li Qingshan was a demon king, she would not have resisted at all. This was because in the natural world, the strong naturally had the right to choose their partners. The problem was that Li Qingshan was only a demon general and her subordinate. In a situation where his strength was completely inferior to hers, he had offended her and bullied her as the weak. Her heart was naturally filled with indignation and anger. Li Qingshan would never have imagined that his guess would actually be correct. Although it was a humiliation, Helicoverpa Rosa had truly experienced an unprecedented pleasure. This extreme pleasure mixed with pain and helplessness caused a part of her heart that had been numbed by a comfortable life to recover. She seemed to have returned to the past, when she was still a spider. Hunger and threats were everywhere. Torture and slaughter were necessary every day. Otherwise, she would be tortured to death by the cruel nature. The heavy darkness was no longer filled with emptiness and boredom. She had once again found the meaning of cultivation. If Li Qingshan knew how important his actions were to her, he would definitely be filled with pride. Perhaps he really would place his hopes on conquering this proud Spider Queen. Unfortunately, while he had guessed the beginning incorrectly, he had not guessed the ending incorrectly. Helicoverpa rosa was now prepared to begin a hunt. This was not for revenge, but to carry out the instincts that nature had bestowed upon her to the end. How could I bear to do that? You're the mother of my child. Li Qingshan grinned, as if he was showing weakness, afraid that she would really do this. To a demon that fought for survival from birth, the will to live was deeply ingrained in their instincts. So when he could do as he pleased just now, no matter how loud her threats were, he did not care. But once his life was in danger, he would definitely not underestimate her resolve. A demon commander's self-detonation of a demon core was no joke. This was also because Li Qingshan was not strong enough. If he was also a demon commander, he would be much more confident in protecting himself. Helicoverpa rosa would not be able to threaten him like this, so using survival to force her to submit was not impossible. However, in Li Qingshan's heart, killing intent instead intensified. His hand slid down from her face and gripped her beautiful, swan-like neck. I feel like she's going to become quite troublesome. It's probably impossible to kill her before she self-detonates her demon core. But if I use that 70% of the power of wish, with my tough body, it's not impossible for me to survive. As if a thick layer of dust had been wiped away, Helicoverpa rosa's sense of danger became extremely acute. Her body immediately tensed up, and the demon core in her body was on the verge of exploding. This was a cold confrontation that could be seen every day in the natural world. When a lion hunted a wild bull, it also had to worry about being killed by the bull's horns. Should I pretend to submit first? No, once I show weakness, it will instead strengthen his resolve. In the natural world, there was a lot of false bravado, but there was no such thing as false submission. The weak would definitely be destroyed. To be continued. Chapter 497. From the dream within the oppressive confrontation, the spiritual chi of the world surged into Helicoverpa rosa's body madly. As her demon chi recovered, her physical strength slowly recovered too. Li Qingshan's opportunity to kill her slipped away bit by bit. Finally, Li Qingshan moved, slowly pulling back his hand. Was he going to spare her, or was this a sign of an attack? Helicoverpa rosa dared not be careless at all, afraid that he was playing hard to get. Li Qingshan had already come up with a plan. I've even released Fu Qingjin, yet I'm afraid of her revenge. Yes, when a demon commander goes crazy, a foundation establishment cultivator who relies on a sword to make a living can't be compared to her. Oh, so I'll release her if the threat is small and kill her if the threat is large? Isn't that just putting on an act and bullying the weak? If it were someone like Fu Qingjin, he would not be able to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon even if he fought for another 1,000,000 years. The path to beyond the 9 heavens would definitely be filled with difficulties and twists. Brother Ox's horrific wounds were still vivid in his mind. Compared to the enemies he would face in the future, Helicoverpa rosa was nothing. I'll just let this little spider be the cornerstone of my advancement. However, Li Qingshan refused to let Helicoverpa rosa go just like that. He crossed his legs to one side and smiled. I know you're unconvinced and think I won unfairly. That's not exactly wrong. However, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. I've won this battle. Do you admit it? I admit it. Helicoverpa rosa said coldly. This had always been the most basic law of the natural world. There was no such thing as fairness or justice. There was only life or death. From today onwards, I no longer listen to your orders. I have half of the underground territory. The diamonds are yours, and the night roamers are mine. They're my spoils of war. What do you think? Sure, but not half, but the entire territory. From today onwards, your orders are my orders. You can enter and leave my chambers as you please. In human terms, You're my husband. Helicoverpa Rosa said calmly. In the end, there was even a bewitching smile that made people shudder. You want to murder your husband, don't you? Li Qingshan laughed and pointed out her motive. What Helicoverpa Rosa feared the most was that Li Qingshan would run away after doing this. With his ability to hide his aura, she really couldn't find him. With his strength, even if he went to another prefecture, it would be very easy. Thus, he set up the bait, just to keep him in this territory. She believed that as long as they fought again, she would definitely be able to kill him. In fact, she was a little restless now. In a short period of time, her demonic aura had recovered a lot. I advise you to wait until you have absolute confidence before challenging me. Next time, I definitely won't be so magnanimous, mother of my child. Li Qingshan pinched Loltha's chin with a smile and shook her head. In order not to make you paranoid and afraid, I won't be able to find you. In case I can't find you, let's make an appointment for our next meeting. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled, her hand gently stroking the plump bosom, afraid that the bait was too small and he wouldn't take the bait. At this time, she had completely changed back to the calm hunter. Now, as one of the rulers of this territory, tell me, what is that thing in the magma? Li Qingshan asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression suddenly changed. It was uncertain, as if she was considering whether she should answer and how to answer. What do you want to know about me? Before she could even say anything, Li Qingshan's expression changed as well. A tender, old voice directly rang out in his head. This statement might be a little strange, but it was his most real feeling. The voice was as young as a baby's first cry after leaving his mother's womb, and as old as the last words of an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Li Qingshan's whole body trembled. Could this be? This place is at least hundreds of miles away from the underground. But he immediately calmed down and asked, "Who are you?" "That's not important. What's important is, who are you?" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. The voice continued, "Forget it, that's not important." "Then what's important? Where are you going? Don't tell me you still want to ask me where I come from." Li Qingshan smiled. The moment he opened his mouth, he asked the three ultimate questions of life. Could this guy be a security guard buried deep underground? The voice was silent. It was unknown whether Li Qingshan was right or not. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "My name is North Moon. I come from where I come and go to where I come." This sentence is profound. Are you a human or a demon? In fact, what Li Qingshan wanted to figure out the most was not this, but whether he was a friend or a foe. Helicoverpa Rosa obviously knew him. Logically speaking, they should be on the same side, but Helicoverpa Rosa did not ask him for help even at the moment of life and death. And he could clearly sense everything that was happening here, but he just stood by and did nothing. Are you really North Moon? Are you a human or a demon? Li Qingshan was still smiling, but the smile in his eyes had faded. Could it be that he saw something? His identity as a half-human and half-demon could be said to be his biggest secret. Once it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was an ordinary guy, Li Qingshan would have the heart to silence him. However, the baby underground was obviously not someone he could silence. Maybe he's not sure, that's why he asked. Maybe he's just testing me. I can't panic. Forget it, that's not important. Li Qingshan was thinking about how to answer when the voice interrupted him again, making him very unhappy. Then what's important? As soon as the words left Li Qingshan's mouth, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. As expected, the voice immediately replied, "Didn't I tell you? Where are you going?" "Where I'm going is none of your business." "It's none of my business, because we're going to the same place." "Then tell me where I'm going." "Up in the sky." "How do you know?" Li Qingshan was shocked. "From the first time I saw you, I knew that your ambition was not small. A frog at the bottom of a well. Didn't you cultivate all your life just to climb the edge of the well and see the world outside?" The voice was calm and gentle, without much intonation. Suddenly, it became impassioned and had an unparalleled heroic spirit. He humbly called himself a frog at the bottom of a well, But Li Qingshan immediately knew that he was not an ordinary person. Looking at the 9 provinces as a well, being embarrassed and unable to relax, was there anything more heroic than this? There was another layer of meaning that Li Qingshan did not understand. Although the frog was lowly, in this well, it could also be called a king. There were no natural enemies. You're right, we're going the same way. I also want to go above the 9 heavens. Li Qingshan felt a bit more respect. His tone became much more polite, but he still only recognized each other as fellow cultivators. There was no difference in status, and he would not bow and scrape. This was the pride that oxen gave him. He would not lower his head to anyone. Li Qingshan roughly understood the meaning of the voice. The so-called heaven was the goal of all cultivators, to break through the shackles of this world and go to a higher and further world. It was not that he knew about the agreement between him and oxen. I was wrong. The voice fluctuated again, full of surprise. What was wrong? Did I say something wrong? Li Qingshan was confused. I still underestimated you. Above the 9 heavens, sigh, this goal. Even for me, it's too far out of reach. I won't even think about it. Aren't we talking about the same place? Above the 9 heavens, is it very far? Although Li Qingshan had mentioned these 4 words many times, he actually did not have a specific concept. He was only at the first stage of the heavens tribulation. It was still too early to think about this. It was more important to cultivate down-to-earth. But when he met someone who knew the path, he could not help but ask where the destination of this dream was. Far. Hehe, I just want to climb out of the well, but you want to fly to the sky. Is it really that difficult? Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. This comparison was too exaggerated. How deep could the well be, and how far was the earth from the sky? No. This description is a bit too simple. If it's just flying to the sky, I also have some hope. As long as I continue, it's not impossible for a frog to turn into a bird. But you want to turn into a star. What a great ambition. In the entire 9 continents, out of billions of creatures, I'm afraid you are the only one who has such a dream. The voice was full of curiosity, as if it was wondering why Li Qingshan would have such an unrealistic idea. I will wait for you above the 9 heavens, waiting for the day when we can stand side by side. Oxen's words before he left echoed in Li Qingshan's mind. It was not until now that he realized what it meant. Li Qingshan was silent. He had naively thought that he was only carrying a mountain. What, are you scared? I was overthinking. It seems like you just added the word 9 heavens. Too much bullshit. Let me ask you again. You want to go to the sky too, right? The voice seemed to be relieved, but also a little disappointed. Did Brother Nyo add 2 more words? The answer was obvious. No. Li Qingshan's answer was also the same. No, I want to go above the 9 heavens. He raised his head and laughed arrogantly, his face beaming brightly. On a certain day, a frog was jumping at the bottom of a well, exercising its legs and feet, looking forward to the moment it jumped out of the well. At this time, a little tadpole came over and said, Frog, I want to turn into a star. The frog patiently told the little tadpole, the stars are very far away. Moreover, tadpoles can't turn into stars. I think you are very confident in turning into a frog. The little tadpole thought for a while. Okay, then I will first turn into a frog, and then a star. The frog was speechless. Li Qingshan's majestic posture suddenly became weary. He scratched his head in distress. But what kind of place is above the 9 heavens? Hey, you look like you know a lot about it. Tell me about it, we can probably travel together. I don't know what kind of place it is. I only heard that it is the center of the boundless universe, the home of gods and Buddhas. It seems like asking you is a waste of time. But as long as I go up step by step, I probably won't get lost. It was not until a long time later that Li Qingshan understood that the word 9 in the 9 heavens was not a quantifier, but an adjective. 9, the extreme of numbers, had infinite meaning. If you really want to go, I can give you a hand. But you have to do me a small favor first. The Legend of the Great Sage 13 _ The Legend of the Great Sage Free Reading _ Chapter 13. Place of Dreams updated. Chapter 498. What small favor? Li Qingshan could basically tell that the infant did not hold much hostility towards him. This so-called small favor was probably the main reason why he had suddenly appeared. Do you know about the Chan Monastery of Devarengye? Who in the Green Province doesn't know? The Chan Monastery of Devarengye has a cultivation method called the Chant of Devarengye. Yeah, that's the supreme cultivation method of their sect. And then? There's no then. You just have to find the Chant of Devarengye for me. This is the small favor you were talking about. You want me, a demon general, to go to the Chan Monastery of Devarengye to steal their supreme cultivation method? Li Qingshan smiled. If I had that ability, would I still be wasting my breath on you? I'd do Helicoverpa Rosa 100 times right now. This is much easier than going beyond the 9 heavens. You don't have to turn me down in such a hurry. Why don't you listen to what I can help you with? What? The phoenix's feather. Li Qingshan was alarmed. He had obtained the phoenix's scripture of Nerva a long time ago, but his cultivation had never been smooth. If he could obtain the phoenix's feather, perhaps it would be an opportunity. It might even be able to increase the power of the phoenix transformation. How do I know whether you're telling the truth or not? You can verify it with me after you obtain the Chant of Devarengye. The voice receded like the tide, becoming distant. You're only using a feather to exchange for the supreme cultivation method of the Chan Monastery of Devarengye. Aren't you a little too stingy? Since you want it so much, why don't you take it yourself? I have my troubles. The voice became more and more distant. Why don't you give me the phoenix's feather first? It'll increase my cultivation a little, and I'll have a little more confidence too. I await your assistance, fellow traveler. The voice reverberated through the air before gradually vanishing. Helicoverpa Rosa was talking to Li Qingshan afterwards. Seeing him suddenly become stunned, she pulled away from Li Qingshan in a flash and waved her hand. All the silk and web gathered towards her, layering and weaving together, turning into a tight-fitting garment that wrapped around her. Of course, it was not because of any sense of shame. The clothes woven from the tough spider webs were the best armor. I still don't know who you are. After a while, Li Qingshan came back to his senses. When he opened his eyes, he was still a little confused. When he saw Helicoverpa Rosa's outfit, he was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by that? Fishing net? Do you want me to help you take it off again? The spider silk was transparent to begin with. Although the layers were intertwined, it was as if she was wearing a layer of thick gauze. Her skin was faintly discernible, and there was a large net on the outside. Her attire was even more alluring than when she was naked. Why don't you give it a try? Helicoverpa Rosa said with a smile. Her demonic energy had already recovered by 10%. Don't think that it was just 10%. Now, even if Li Qingshan were to go all out, he would not hesitate to use up the remaining power of will. It was impossible for him to capture her again. There will be plenty of opportunities, my mother. Then I'll be taking my leave first. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. He flapped his wings of wind and leapt off. Helicoverpa Rosa clenched her fists and felt her heart ease up slightly. Li Qingshan no longer asked about the infant's identity, so she was happy not to answer him. Little did she know that they had already carried out a conversation. If she knew that the infant referred to Li Qingshan as a fellow traveler in the end, she would definitely be so surprised that her jaw would drop. Afterwards, she would reconsider her attitude towards Li Qingshan. Yi Lai Xiong, you're bold enough to attack me, but I'm bold enough not to fight back. Once Master returns, he'll naturally slaughter you all and avenge me. In Cobweb City, under the watchful gazes of the night roamers, Yi Liubo was fearless, mocking the matriarch of the Bat Shadow clan loudly. Do you really believe he can return? Hee hee. Yi Lai Xiong let out a nervous laugh. The 6 clans had never been on good terms, and the grievances between the Bat Shadow clan and the Spider Shadow clan ran extremely deep. Ever since Li Qingshan ascended to the position of matriarch, The one that benefited the most was the Spider Shadow Clan, while the status of the Bat Shadow Clan rapidly declined. Their grievances were suppressed in their hearts, constantly fermenting. Yi Liobua said, even if the entire Bat Shadow Clan dies, he won't die. Yi Lai Xiong fiddled around with a snake-shaped dagger in her hand and sneered. All right, then stop hiding. Let's see whether he can avenge you or not. Does the Bat Shadow Clan want to declare war? Yi Liusu stood out from the crowd. So what if we do? You're just a junior, yet you're bold enough to point fingers at me. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to unite the night roamers and become the matriarch yourself. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Without the support of the North Moon, you're nothing. Yi Lai Xiong said sternly. Over the past few years, Yi Liusu had constantly gathered the night roamers who were unwilling to fight among themselves from underground, constantly shaking up the foundations of a few clans. She had offended a few clans even more deeply than Yi Liobua. With Yi Lai Xiong taking the lead, the gazes of the other matriarchs became unfathomable. Yi Liusu frowned slightly. She could clearly sense ice-cold killing intent locking onto her from somewhere. The atmosphere immediately sank to rock bottom, as if they had returned to the past, when the night roamers were at war with one another. Yi Mingzhu stood forward and said, I'd advise you to calm down. Liusu is working hard for our entire race. You've all seen the results of the past few years, haven't you? If we work together and let go of our differences, it'll benefit all of us. Benefit? Yi Mingzhu, you want your daughter to ride roughshod over us, don't you? Then you better think it through. Yi Liusu, Yi Liobua, has betrayed Maram Spider Queen and attached herself to the rebellious North Moon. Her crimes cannot be forgiven. If we work together and destroy them now, it'll be a great service. If you want to protect them, we'll destroy your entire Spider Shadow Clan as well. As she said that, Yi Lai Xiong constantly exchanged glances with the other matriarchs and communicated with them. Finally, they reached a temporary agreement. It was obviously not for the sake of serving the Spider Queen, but for the tremendous resources in Yi Liusu's hands. Silently, a few orders were passed down. The powerful night roamers of the 5 clans surrounded Yi Liusu, Yi Liobua, and so on. Yi Mingzhu considered it before waving her hand too. The elders and powerful members of the Spider Shadow Clan also became a part of the encirclement, but they were the furthest away, only on the outskirts. The personal guards under Yi Liusu's lead formed a circle with their backs against each other. They looked around cautiously, but they were rather hesitant, as they came from clans in the first place. Apart from Yi Liusu and Yi Liobua, the others have only been deceived. It's not too late for you to return to your clans, or you'll suffer the same fate as these 2 traitors. Yi Lai Xiong became more complacent. She believed that as long as she said the word, her daughter would return to her side again. The other matriarchs called out too, summoning the princesses they had sent to serve as spies. They all thought, if we lose this power, the organization that Yi Liusu has built up after so much effort will immediately collapse. It's funny how she actually thinks she's in control. However, to everyone's surprise, while many of them wavered and hesitated, no one stepped forward immediately and returned to their clans. Unknowingly, Yi Liusu had used her ideals and true feelings to influence everyone around her. The corner of Yi Liusu's lips curled slightly, as if she was rather relieved. She looked back and nodded, saying sincerely, "Thank you. The situation is dire right now. Master's fate is uncertain, but I believe he'll definitely return. However, I don't want to force others to take the risk with me. No matter who wants to return to their clans, I won't stop them. If you can survive because of this, it won't be a waste for us sisters." A tall female night roamer went up and wrapped her arm around Yi Liusu's shoulder. She smiled. "Honestly speaking, although I call North Moon Master, he's never given me pleasure in bed, so I don't trust him either. However, I trust you, Yi Liusu." Another night roamer said, "If Master doesn't return, we'll establish another clan. Liusu, you can be the matriarch. We obey North Moon because we obey Maram Spider Queen's orders. What does his rebelliousness have to do with us? I refuse to believe Maram Spider Queen can't tell right from wrong." "You." Yi Liusu's heart warmed up. She was touched for some reason, leaving her speechless. Yi Lixiang said furiously. Yi Liusu, no matter how glib your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today. If you want her life, you'll have to kill me first. An icy-cold voice rang out. The cold-faced Yi Liuxing stood out with the others, entering the encirclement. She gazed at Yi Liusu deeply as indescribable emotions filled her eyes. There was a hint of gentleness in her voice too. I'll leave the Spider Shadow clan and join you. Yi Liubu saw all of this and felt happy for Yi Liusu from the bottom of her heart. She thought, sister, this is where your charm lies. Master was right. You're special. Not only did she fail to make Yi Liusu's organization collapse under her persuasion, but it even boosted her momentum instead. The matriarchs were all stunned. Were they really night roamers? Where did their cold and suspicious temperament go? After the surprise, they felt an even greater threat. They secretly made up their minds. No, this Yi Liusu has to be eliminated, or she might actually be able to unite the clan. Liuxing, I don't think there's any need for you to leave the Spider Shadow clan, as from now onwards, Yi Liusu will be the new matriarch of the Spider Shadow clan. Yi Mingzhu smiled, but she felt rather reluctant inside. This was an opportunity to strengthen the Spider Shadow clan. If the two organizations merged, the Spider Shadow clan would surpass the other 5 clans. There might even be a chance for them to unite the clan. They had gone from fighting 1 against 6 to fighting 2 against 5. It seemed like there was still a difference, but in the past few years, both Yi Liusu and the Spider Shadow clan had built up a very deep foundation with Li Qingshan's favor. They had countless talismans and puppets. If they actually fought, they might not necessarily lose. Yi Liusu said in surprise and joy, yes, mother. Liusu, this is all I can help you with. Yi Mingzhu nodded slightly and smiled bitterly inside. She had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse to have a daughter who stood out from the masses. However, from a different perspective, if Yi Liusu was as heartless as the other night roamers, Yi Mingzhu would never have passed the authority of matriarch to her even if she was her own daughter. At this moment, the Spider Shadow clan was on the outside, while Yi Liusu and the others were on the inside, forming a pincer attack instead. The two sides faced off. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Yi Mingzhu, are you determined to betray Maram Spider Queen and support the rebel North Moon? Yi Lixiang said coldly. The rebel North Moon? Are you talking about me? Everyone looked back and saw a figure with drifting, scarlet hair standing in front of the city gates. His scarlet eyes shone like fire as he gazed over coldly. Chapter 499. Master. Yi Liubu cheered. Yi Liusu let out a sigh of relief as well. Even she experienced a sense of joy and ease. It was as if as long as he was around, he could deal with any problem, no matter how great. He actually managed to return alive. However, the Spider Queen will never change her habits. He must have used some sort of trick and managed to escape alive. He definitely won't be able to remain underground anymore, let alone continue leading them. Yi Lixiang's expression changed abruptly. Thinking of that, she composed herself and said, so what if I'm talking about you? North Moon, do you think you can still throw your weight around like before? You've betrayed Maram Spider Queen, so you're the enemy of all night roamers right now. Let's work together and take him down. Maram Spider Queen will definitely reward us when she returns. Anyone who's still in cahoots with him is a true traitor. Once Maram Spider Queen arrives, they'll all die a horrible death. Yi Lixiang knew she had already offended Li Qingshan to death. She was afraid he would kill her out of anger, so she struck first and pulled in all the night roamers with her. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, it was impossible for him to directly take on several dozen powerful night roamers who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. She changed the topic. Yi Liusu, what else do you have to say? Are you loyal to Maram Spider Queen, or are you loyal to this traitor? Yi Liusu furrowed her brows and sank into even greater distress. Just now, she could say she had only obeyed him because of Helicoverpa Rosa's orders, but now that he had appeared again, this reason was useless. She had to make a choice. Everyone's gazes gathered on Yi Liusu once again. Li Qingshan had already been here for a while. He could hear everyone arguing from afar. As a result, he listened in secret to see who was bold enough to speak ill of him behind his back. Just when the matter was about to escalate, it had settled down just now. Originally, he planned on killing Yi Laixiang right away as a warning to others. Seeing this, he was in no hurry to strike. That was because he was very curious just what choice Yi Liusu would make. Actually, he also understood that if he wanted his subordinates to be loyal, it was best if he did not give them the opportunity to betray him. However, Yi Liusu was not just a subordinate to him. If she chose to betray him, Li Qingshan could understand that. After all, she had her own ideals and pursuits. It was not strange for her to make a choice like that. Of course, there would obviously be a punishment afterwards. Of course, there would obviously be a punishment afterwards. Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to kill her. In fact, he could even let her continue in her position after he punished her. However, she would only be a convenient tool. Naturally, the gift was ruined. Since she only treated him as a tool to achieve her goals, then what did her dreams have to do with him? It was precisely because there was more to be given that there was anticipation. Yi Liusu's delicate face was filled with a struggle. She had no other choice in this matter. If she continued to stand by his side, there would be no place for her in this region anymore. All she could do was flee to somewhere else with him. Everything she had built up over the years would go down the drain, and she might even lose her life. If it were regular night roamers, it would probably be a very easy choice to make. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But she couldn't, not to mention that the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed figure was of great significance to her. Sister. We cannot betray our master. There is no master. How can we have today? Yi Liubo grabbed Yi Liusu's hand and said anxiously. Bitch, shut up. He's not a master. He's a traitor. Yi Liuxing said coldly. Yi Liusu looked at Yi Mingzhu hesitantly, hoping to get help from her mother's wisdom. Yi Mingzhu only said, Liusu, I believe you will make the right choice. His words were ambiguous. It seemed that he was trying to persuade Yi Liusu to betray him immediately, but it also seemed to mean the opposite. That was because she was actually rather undecided. It was not that she was truly loyal to Li Qingshan. Instead, she could sense Li Qingshan's unusually relaxed attitude. North Moon should be thinking about fleeing as far as possible right now. How can he just watch from the sidelines so easily? Has the situation changed? Has the Spider Queen decided to spare him? But that's impossible. Yi Mingzhu was rather undecided too, so all she could do was let Yi Liusu make the choice herself. Why aren't you fleeing? Are you waiting for me? Yi Liusu gazed at Li Qingshan from afar. His gaze seemed to be filled with deep eagerness. He touched her lips gently. The kiss was still warm, reaching deep into her heart. It was said that people could no longer be judged rationally when they were in love. It really was true. She sighed softly and said resolutely, looks like I'm not a suitable commander after all. I can't shoulder the heavy responsibility of being the mistress, and I'm not fit to lead my sisters. From now on, Yi Liusu is still Yi Liusu. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She couldn't tell if she was relieved or disappointed. She pulled Yi Liubo's hand and walked towards Li Qingshan. She looked into his scarlet eyes calmly and thought to herself, everything I've gained because of you, I'll lose because of you. It's not worth regretting. Li Qingshan returned her smile. He felt much better and said quietly, you won't regret the choice you've made today. Stop them. Yi Laixiang ordered sternly. She wasn't confident that she could kill North Moon, but she was very confident that she could kill them. The outcome was set. When Spider Queen returned, she would be the first hero. Just as she thought about how complacent she was, she felt her throat tighten. Her eyes widened in disbelief as fear filled her face. Before anyone could even make out what had happened, Li Qingshan had already arrived in front of Yi Laixiang. He grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up gently. Only then did the other night roamers return to their senses. Afterwards, they were all stunned, revealing the same expression of disbelief as Yi Laixiang. Underground, everyone knew about Yi Laixiang's strength. She was one of the strongest among the 6 matriarchs. In human terms, She was late foundation establishment. This was also why Yi Lai-seong was bold enough to provoke Li Qingshan. Yet now, Yi Lai-seong was unable to put up any resistance at all. She had been subdued by Li Qingshan. No one had actually grasped his movements. They all felt a deep chill inside. If his target had been them, or anyone else present, no one would have been able to escape. And if he wanted to go on a killing spree, who could stop him? In this region, probably only the Spider Queen possesses such speed. It's no wonder he managed to escape. Yi Mingzhu thought. Mighty be master. Yi Liubo cheered and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. Then she cried out, "Be careful, master." A curved shadow swept past, shooting towards Li Qingshan's throat. It was the dagger in Yi Lai-seong's hand that was curved like a snake. It flickered with a dark light, clearly carrying poison. Her attack was secretive and vicious, well versed in the way of assassination. At the same time, her body gradually thinned, as if she wanted to turn into a shadow and escape from Li Qingshan's grasp. However, these struggles were destined to be futile. The dagger fell powerlessly halfway through. Yi Lai-seong returned to normal. Her face was filled with shock. The power of tremors filled her body, producing a series of crackles and cracks. She was tossed onto the ground by Li Qingshan and immediately collapsed, unable to move. "Master, let's go." Yi Liusu arrived beside Li Qingshan and advised softly. She was already prepared to flee with him. Perhaps this outcome was not too bad after all. "Go. Go where?" Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around Yi Liusu's waist. The warmth in his eyes made her rejoice over her choice for some reason. She also seemed to understand something and asked about it. Li Qingshan announced loudly, "I've already defeated the Spider Queen. From today onwards, I am the only ruler of the night roamers." This statement was even more shocking than the great strength he had demonstrated just now, echoing through the cavern. The surroundings fell silent. "That's impossible. How could you defeat Maram Spider Queen?" Yi Lai-seong screamed. That was what all the night roamers were thinking too. To them, Helicoverpa Rosa was like a god. She was undefeatable and irresistible. Even Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo were stunned. They stared at Li Qingshan like they did not know him. Li Qingshan tilted his head and listened carefully. He smiled. "Doesn't seem to be a rebuttal." He grew serious. "Looks like I'm not the traitor. You are." Before Yi Lai-seong could say anything, a breath blew from his finger. It twisted and spun, piercing her head and leaving behind a hole. Afterwards, he stowed the corpse away in his 100 treasures pouch. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A matriarch had been crushed to death like a bug. Although Li Qingshan only had a foot in Demon Commander, killing an opponent like that had already become extremely easy. The difference between major realms of cultivation had always been even greater than the difference between humans and insects. Humans might not necessarily be able to catch insects, but for an opponent like Yi Lai-seong, as long as she was within Li Qingshan's range of vision, she was basically dead. At this moment, Demon Chi rose up from underground, entering the top floor of Cobweb City. Everyone was familiar with the Demon Chi. Helicoverpa Rosa had returned. However, apart from that, she did nothing else. She completely ignored everything that happened in front of Cobweb City, as if she was indirectly confirming Li Qingshan's words. "Do you have any other objections? Our Spider Shadow clan is willing to serve Sir North Moon as our master. We are willing to serve him as a servant, and we will be at his beck and call." Yi Mingzhu finally returned to her senses. She stepped forward and bowed. He could even defeat Maram Spider Queen. Just how powerful was he? Had he already become a demon commander? Although she obeyed Li Qingshan in the past, she had never regarded herself as his servant. At most, she was a subordinate and a superior. But now, she led her entire clan in serving him as her master, willing to serve him as a servant. The other 4 matriarchs followed closely behind her. They no longer refused to accept this at all. They submitted to this absolute power. The other night roamers erupted with her too, bowing towards him with great respect. Even the Bat Shadow clan that had just lost their matriarch was no different. However, Li Qingshan said, "You're wrong. Yi Mingzhu said, "Please explain, sir, where are you wrong?" Li Qingshan said, "From today onwards, there will no longer be clans among night roamers. I will be your only master. Yi Liusu, heed my orders." Although he said that seriously, he had no intentions of letting go of Yi Liusu. All she could do was say in his arms, "Yes. From today onwards, you'll be in charge of organizing them. If anyone has any problems, get them to come find me. I'll be responsible for resolving them." Li Qingshan smiled. What was resolved obviously would not be a problem. To be continued. Chapter 500. Biographies of the Great Sage 16. The full text of Biographies of the Great Sage is free to read. Chapter 16. Yu Xin's story came from in the past. Li Qingshan would never have been able to give such an unreasonable order. He could not just kill the matriarch of a clan with a sensitive identity either. It would not be good if he provoked a backlash from the night roamers. Member login. However, he had the confidence and the right to do so now. All of this originated from his own strength. Only absolute strength gave him absolute authority. There was no need for him to resort to trickery or scheming at all. Those who followed him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. Violence could not resolve everything, mostly because it was not strong enough. In the past, Helicoverpa wanted them to split up and fight, so they had to split up and fight. Now, Li Qingshan wanted them to unite, so they had to unite. Yi Liusu's expression changed a few times. At first, she was overjoyed. Not only did she not have to flee, but she had gained even more. Her great undertaking of uniting under one banner had been easily accomplished with a single word from him. Only afterwards did she feel slightly afraid. If she really had followed the ancient laws of the night roamers and betrayed him, then she would have lost everything. Most importantly, she would have lost his heart forever. She would never be able to receive such warmth and protection again. When she thought of that, she could not help but lean a little closer to him. It was an extremely rare occasion for her to show Li Qingshan her delicate side. After this, their hearts had become even closer. However, without absolute strength, it would have been difficult for someone as proud and determined as her to behave like this even when she was deeply in love. "Thank you for your gift." Yi Liusu raised her delicate face. Her starry eyes flickered with light. "That's not my gift." Even Li Qingshan himself had never thought that after defeating Helicoverpa, he would force her to sign an agreement with him. Originally, he planned on using this opportunity to break through to the fourth layer of the tiger demon and then flee. By then, with his strength, it would not be difficult for him to fight for a piece of territory on the surface and sign a non-aggression pact with the 100 Schools of Thought. He would basically be helping Yi Liusu realize her dream of returning the night roamers to the surface. He looked at Yi Liusu curiously. Li Qingshan smiled but didn't say anything. He was prepared to give her a surprise when the time came. "I'll go back to the territory first and take care of the rest. I'll leave it to you." Li Qingshan lightly patted Yi Liusu's perky buttocks and released her. In the past, he would never do such a thing. He had let her look down on him for no reason, but now it seemed very natural. "Yes." Yi Liusu felt dizzy, but she kept a straight face and pretended that nothing had happened. Li Qingshan felt that it was very interesting. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely tease her. "Lady Spider Queen, North Moon welcomes your challenge anytime. Ha 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 ha." Li Qingshan turned to face Cobweb City and said in a clear voice. After that, he no longer cared about anything else. He unfurled his wings of wind and brought Yi Liubo with him as he tore through the air. "Will Lady Spider Queen deal with Big Sister?" A fierce wind whistled past, causing the cave to rapidly distort and change. Yi Liubo couldn't see clearly, so she simply retracted her gaze and stared at his face. In his arms, she could only hear the wind but couldn't feel the slightest breeze. This kind of feeling made her feel intoxicated. But then, she began to worry about Yi Liusu. Seeing how she still respectfully called Lady Helicoverpa Rosa Lady in this deserted place, it was clear that she was very dignified. Li Qingshan didn't ask her to change the way she addressed her. It was always right to have a little respect for the strong. Probably not. She can't wait to have such a tie to keep me here. Li Qingshan already had a general understanding of Lady Helicoverpa Rosa's temperament. After she returned to being a predator, she would focus all of her attention on him, patiently waiting for a fatal blow. She definitely wouldn't do something harmful just to vent her anger. After a while, they returned to the territory. Yi Liubo was still clinging to him like a koala, unwilling to come down. "Oh right, what kind of reward do you want?" Li Qingshan smiled. Yi Liusu's complete surrender had pleasantly surprised him, and this girl's performance had never disappointed him either. "What do you think?" Yi Liubo pouted and rubbed against him. "Let's just forget about it for today." Li Qingshan smiled bitterly. After the great battle with Lady Helicoverpa Rosa, even if he had an enormous desire, it had completely vanished. If he hadn't been completely satisfied, he would never have let go of Helicoverpa Rosa. Even without the spirit turtle's profound shell, he was a little like an old monk meditating, his heart as still as water. Oh! Yi Liubo was immediately disappointed, but she would not go against his wishes. She struggled to hide her resentment. "It's a little too rushed right now. I'll wait for you to prepare. When the time comes, Li Qingshan whispered into her ear, comforting this loyal and cute little pet of his. Afterwards, he left behind his mirror clone and left the underground in a hurry. He had been gone for so long, so he wondered if anything had happened on the other side. Little An must have grown impatient from waiting. The Chan monastery of Devarengia was indeed somewhat connected to him. Stealing their signature technique was basically impossible. Even if he underwent another heavenly tribulation, he had no confidence at all. The chant of Devarengia would probably end up with Little Anne. Did the strange infant underground, the frog at the bottom of the well, sense the existence of a sliver of opportunity because of this? Helicoverpa Rosa's challenge would arrive very soon. It was fine if she did not fight, but once she did, it would definitely be a killing blow. Everything Li Qingshan possessed right now was built on this victory. If he lost, not only would it be him, but Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu who depended on him as well. Only by obtaining the phoenix feather and reaching the first layer of the phoenix transformation could he increase his chances slightly. Letting Helicoverpa Rosa live obviously meant leaving behind a huge problem. However, it also forced him to constantly think of ways to increase his strength. He dared not slack off at all. And, looking at the outcome, this choice was still relatively correct. If he really did kill her, the strange infant underground probably would not just stand by and watch. The death of a demon commander was no small matter either. It was hard to say how the leader of all diamonds of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea, would react. Thinking about how the Sword Collection Palace was still brooding over the soaring dragon elder's death after so many years. They refused to let the matter go. The best outcome would be for another demon commander to take over this territory, which would only lead to endless possibilities and make the situation even more unpredictable. Instead of that, he would be better off keeping the situation under his control. Li Qingshan slowly tidied up the situation. He was filled with lofty aspirations, showing no fear or cowering back at all. "Come. No matter how many times it is, I will defeat you viciously and then do it all over again." Li Qingshan returned to the Chain Mountains silently, but Little Anne was no longer in the dwelling. Could it be that something had happened? However, the Eight Gates formation of Golden Locks was unscathed, and with her current strength, the only person who could threaten her in the Clear River Prefecture was Helicoverpa Rosa. Just as he was wondering about this, a neighbor arrived. Li Qingshan activated the formation and invited Yu Xin into the dwelling. "You've finally returned. Did your trip go smoothly?" Yu Xin studied the extremely spacious dwelling and became even more confident in her judgment. If he was a regular cultivator, why would he make such an extravagant dwelling? Perhaps it was intentional or not, but there were still a few strange, huge claw marks on the floor of the dwelling. That was not all of the suspicious points. It was no wonder that Little Anne refused to let those people in. Otherwise, anyone would find it rather strange. She only glanced at it hurriedly before shifting her gaze back to the mysterious man before her. At first glance, he was no different from the last time they met. His aura was the same too. However, his bearing had changed. He had become even more spirited, confident, and filled with fighting spirit. She only sensed that he had become stronger. "It's all right. Do you know where Little An went?" Li Qingshan did not try to hide anything. Their relationship had already reached a level where they could understand each other without saying anything. Perhaps it was because he had become pure, but when he saw Yushin again, his lust faded even more. He treasured their friendship even more. Even though he harbored the great ideal of obtaining the greatest beauty in the world as his wife, beauties were common, but confidants were rare. The Annihilum Light Chan master of the Chan monastery of Devarengye has come, but she won't let him in, so all we can do is return to the 100 schools of thought together. The Annihilum Light Chan master. Tell me what's going on. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. The strange infant underground really was quite powerful. As the head monk of the body courtyard of the Chan monastery of Devarengye, the Annihilum Light Chan master definitely knew the chant of Devarengye. Wouldn't it work if he passed it on to Little An and exchanged it for the phoenix feather? Sure. A spiritual stone for each word. That was already 30 words earlier. In consideration of our friendship, I'll just treat that as a free gift. Yushin extended her hand like it was a matter of course. Our friendship sure is valuable. To his surprise, Yushin frowned and began to think. It was as if she was seriously considering their friendship. Suddenly, her brows eased up again. Actually, we don't really have a friendship. Hand over the spiritual stones, or I refuse to answer the following questions. Am I the novelist, or are you the novelist? Are your stories worth that much? 55 spiritual stones. Oh, no, it's 61. And I have to add that, it's 68. No, it's... You damned woman, you've even included the previous sentence. And you're still counting. You think you can get a word count by talking to yourself? Do you want to hear it or not? All right, tell me. Li Qingshan would never give her a single spiritual stone. Please settle the accounts first. Li Qingshan exhaled and directly tossed over a large pile of spiritual stones. Yushin did not hold back at all. She accepted the spiritual stones with a smile and said, "A very, very long time ago, a few days at most. You think you're so smart. Do you know what I'm going to say? A very, very long time ago, there was a child called Chu Tian. He was the reincarnation of a celestial being. He was smart and kind. Just pretend I didn't say those words. I won't charge you and saved you 4 spiritual stones. Hee my ass. You have to charge for this sentence, right? It's already more than 20 words. That's right." After Li Qingshan completely understood Chu Tian's appearance, figure, and family background, he finally heard Yushin say that Chu Tian had succeeded in building his foundation and came to Mount Lian to challenge him. He could not help but focus. At that moment, the story came to an abrupt end. You've used up all your spiritual stones. If you still want to listen, please continue paying. The complete text of the Great Sage Free Reading _ Chapter 16 Yushin's story was finished. Chapter 501. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and opened his eyes. He had even been angered by the Spider Queen, so he wanted to get back at her. The tiger demon's malice had already merged with his bones. Just a sliver of it was enough to frighten mortals to death if they saw it. Even cultivators would feel their hearts skip a beat and feel some fear. However, Yushin only sipped her tea calmly. She did not take Li Qingshan's actions seriously at all. The corner of her lips even seemed to curl into a complacent smile. When they clashed verbally, victory had always been achieved by infuriating the other party. Now, she had basically won this round, so she was overjoyed. Li Qingshan ground his teeth. He really did have a way with her. Even a vicious tiger could not unleash its claws and fangs on a friend. And, while he said he was angry, he actually felt a rare sense of peace and tranquility inside. As he sipped his tea and listened to her rambling story, the shadow from underground seemed to recede from him bit by bit. In a daze, he was no longer the moon devil. He recovered some of his human instincts. His tense heartstrings eased up too. If she was just some random person trying to scam him out of his spiritual stones, that would depend on whether they had the life to spend it or not. In order to listen to the full story, all Li Qingshan could do was top up obediently. Ayushin smiled. Thank you for your patronage. If it's too much, it won't be refunded, but if it's too little, I'll have to make it up to you. Fortunately, after Ayushin's scheme succeeded, she did not purposefully drag out the story. She told him everything in a simple manner. Even with that being the case, she still managed to earn almost 10,000 spiritual stones. That bastard really doesn't know what's good for him, Li Qingshan said casually. He did not take it too seriously. A clown like him was no longer worth his attention. More importantly, the Annihilum Light Chan master actually wanted to take Little Anne to the Chan monastery of Nga. Although Li Qingshan had planned to accompany Little Anne, the timing was a little off. The journey to the Chan monastery of Nga definitely could not be completed in just a few days. 3 to 5 years would be considered fast. The issue was that he had just established a foundation in the Clear River Prefecture. He had yet to reap the fruits of his labor. It would be a pity if he left now. Now, he had forcefully unified the night roamers. Collecting spiritual grasses would no longer be like paying tribute like before. Instead, they would be plundering directly. Their harvest would definitely be greater than what they had collected in the past few years. Much, much more. Moreover, he could make full use of the underground resources. He could try to make long-term deals with the 100 schools of thought. The income would definitely be considerable, even though ordinary pills were useless to him. However, as long as he accumulated enough spiritual stones, he could go to the Rui Commandery or even better places. He refused to believe he couldn't buy suitable pills there. It was like a farmer who had worked hard and shed a lot of sweat. When the autumn harvest season finally arrived, he was asked to give up his field and open up a new one. No matter who it was, they would feel indignant. Moreover, the hidden danger after Helicoverpa rosa had yet to be resolved. It was even more impossible for him to leave like this. Of course, there was another way, which was for Little Anne to cultivate in the Chan monastery of Nga alone. Li Qingshan would remain in the Clear River Prefecture and do whatever he needed to do. However, Li Qingshan had never even considered this method. It was just like the promise he had made in the past. Only death could separate them. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. His expression changed for a while before suddenly standing up. I'll go take a look at the 100 schools of thought. If the old monk acted on his own and forcefully took Little Anne back to the Chan monastery of Nga, wouldn't that be terrible? There's no need for you to be in such a hurry, master of the Chan monastery of Nga. As long as you don't insist on marrying their genius disciple. Ayushin seemed to see through his thoughts. She spoke in a probing manner. Why would I marry her for no reason? As long as you don't think that way. Ayushin let out a sigh of relief before pushing Li Qingshan back into his seat. Suddenly, she said something irrelevant. Do you know that gods have always existed in this world? What? Li Qingshan was taken aback. He had no idea why she had suddenly mentioned this. That's another story. Ayushin smiled. You're still trying to swindle spiritual stones out of me? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Forget it. Seeing how obedient you've been just now, I'll give this story to you for free. Even if you want me to buy it, I have to agree to it. Tell me. You're absent-minded, so let's forget about it today. We'll talk about it once you've settled down. Let's go. I'll go to the 100 schools of thought. Ayushin stood up slowly and made her way towards the entrance of the dwelling with a rather mysterious smile on her lips. I'm not taking over 10,000 spiritual stones from you for free. In the grand hall of the Ansrava temple, the monks stood around in silence. Rings of incense fell from the pagoda as smoke curled up into the air. The Tathagata Buddha lowered his head and smiled. Before the Buddha, an old man and a young woman sat and discussed the Dharma. One was as withered as wood, while the other was as delicate as a flower. The monks were at a loss as to what they were talking about. Mind enlightenment seemed to understand, but he did not. Little Anne seemed to be in thought, lowering her head from time to time in deep thought. Often, It would only take a while before she raised her head and continued. The joy on the Anilam Light Chan master's withered face grew heavier and heavier. They had met several years ago, and they had only established their relationship as master. They had not interacted much with each other. Today, he wanted to test her and give her some guidance. None of the questions he asked could stump her. She had blazed a new trail in the study of Buddhism, so she had her own comprehension. Her understanding was still rather shallow. However, sometimes, she would say something witty, which would make him feel like he was talking to a senior. And, this so-called shallow was only compared to him, the head monk of the body courtyard who had cultivated the Buddhist Dharma for several centuries. There was probably no one among the inner disciples of the monastery who could rival her. All he could do was sigh in admiration. The path of white bone and great beauty was not a simple cultivation method. It also contained the efforts of a Buddhist great expert's entire life. It was equivalent to having a bodhisattva as a teacher, pointing out a path for her within the vast Buddhist scriptures. Using this as a foundation, she studied the Buddhist Dharma and scriptures before turning around and practicing the path of white bone and great beauty. The two complemented each other, progressing step by step. She felt like she had benefited quite a lot from the discussion with the Anilam Light Chan master. However, the bodhisattva was still the white bone bodhisattva at the end of the day, so Little Anne did not actually tell the Anilam Light Chan master what she had comprehended. Otherwise, he would not be praising her. Instead, he would fly into a rage and directly destroy this damned disciple of his. Most of Little Anne's attention was not on the discussion of the Dharma. Instead, she was concerned about Li Qingshan's safety. However, she had always been expressionless, and her words and reactions were sharp. Even the Anilam Light Chan master failed to sense it. If he knew that Little Anne was only paying attention to him, who knew how he would react? Would he become furious or dissatisfied? Or perhaps he would be even more delighted. Little Anne's dark pupils were as calm as an ancient well. Through her eyes, the glorious hall seemed to be a transparent black and white color. The heavy fragrance of sandalwood was light and tasteless. The Anilam Light Chan master's lips parted, and the exquisite Buddhist Dharma he spat out was forgotten as soon as it entered her ears. The morning bell and evening drum were also obscure and distant. This was not because her senses were not sensitive enough. Instead, it was because she had reached a state of invisibility that was close to the Buddhist school of thought. Regular Buddhist disciples could attain enlightenment in that instant after facing the wall for 3 years, and their cultivation would advance drastically. However, she was constantly in this state. Thump! A great sound rang out in Little Anne's ears. She turned around in surprise and joy. Li Qingshan stepped into the hall. Unlike the surrounding scenery, he possessed an extremely bright color. His bronze skin and shining eyes broke the silence with his loud laughter. Li Qingshan arrived beside Little Anne and bowed deeply. "I am Li Qingshan. Greetings to the Anilam Light Chan master. Little Anne has encountered a master. Seeing the dignified appearance of the Chan master today, you really do live up to your reputation." The Anilam Light Chan master did not even glance at Li Qingshan, as if he did not exist at all. All he could see was Little Anne. As the head monk of the body courtyard of the Chan monastery of Devarengye, even among cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, he could be regarded as powerful. However, this was not because he looked down on a foundation establishment cultivator like Li Qingshan. Instead, it was because of his natural disposition. Before he met Little Anne, he had already practiced silent meditation for 20 years. This silent meditation was extremely renowned among the Chan sects. It was about letting go of the obsession with words. However, it was rumored in the Chan monastery of Devarengye that he practiced silent meditation not for cultivation at all. It was purely because he did not want to speak and waste time explaining the scriptures to others. In just half a day, he had almost spoken more to Little Anne than he had in a decade in the Chan monastery of Devarengye. If the disciples of the body courtyard found out about this, they would definitely be so surprised that their mouths would drop open. They would even suspect whether their master had been impersonated or not. However, it was very clear that the Anilam Light Chan master was not particularly fond of Li Qingshan, who had barged in so recklessly. Mind Enlightenment went up and tried to persuade him softly, "Junior brother, you better leave for now. In the past, the One Thought Master told me that I was fated with the Buddha. I want to hear about the profound Buddhist Dharma of the Annihilum Light Chan Master and see whether I'm really fated with him or not." Li Qingshan smiled at Little An before sitting down on a cushion by himself. Little An smiled faintly. Her momentary beauty surprised all the monks in the hall slightly. Some of them with insufficient cultivation naturally developed some lust. The Annihilum Light Chan Master frowned. He did not know what heavenly fragrance and beauty of the world was, so he could not help but think of the legends. When the Buddha achieved Buddhahood under the Bodhi tree, a horde of demons came to stop him, conjuring heavenly maidens to confuse his Buddhist heart. He had never seen a true heavenly maiden, but her smile seemed to erase her Buddhist nature, turning her from a Buddhist genius into a heavenly maiden transformed from a demon. Only now did he truly notice her appearance for the first time. However, he felt like he had been overthinking things. She was still a child at the end of the day, so it was inevitable for her to have impure thoughts. If she really was untainted by even a speck of dust, it would instead be unbelievable. She would seem even more like a demon. The Annihilum Light Chan Master turned his withered head, and his eyes regained their murkiness. Finally, they landed on Li Qingshan's face, and his unwavering heart suddenly began to ripple. He was the only obstacle to her cultivation. The Buddha says that the Dharma cannot be heard. Do you have the right to listen to me talk about the scriptures, sir? Unlike his dry voice when he talked about the scriptures, the Annihilum Light Chan Master's voice suddenly became vast and majestic, with a hint of a dragon's cry. It seemed endless, descending from the sky and piercing the top of Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan's face changed, and he immediately dismissed his thoughts. Even his soul surged as electricity seemed to pass through his body. Is this the chant of Nga? Chapter 502. Li Qingshan felt even more pain than when he endured Ju Tong's heavenly lightning. It was not because the Annihilum Light Chan Master wanted to kill him, but because the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon reacted violently to the chant of Nga. Like boiling oil, they immediately surged. It's rumored that the chant of Nga can intimidate all diamonds and monsters. Sure enough, it's true. Has he discovered something? That's why he's probing me. The Annihilum Light Chan Master failed to tell that Li Qingshan was a demon. Instead, he was thinking about something else. Not only could the chant of Nga subdue diamonds, but it could also purge the evil and desires in people's hearts. If Li Qingshan really did have some improper thoughts about Little An, he could use this to eliminate them, just in case he brought unnecessary trouble to this trip. If he persisted, he would have to endure extreme pain. However, Li Qingshan's expression only changed slightly before returning to normal. He was even calmer and more composed than when he first came in. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? If that's the case, there's no need to trouble him too much. He has feelings for me, and it's unavoidable that I can't let go of them. If I use forceful methods, I'll end up falling into a disadvantageous position and fall out with this brother of mine. The Annihilum Light Chan Master stopped the chant of Nga. Actually, Li Qingshan had used the spirit turtle suppresses the seas to suppress everything, pacifying the restless ox demon and tiger demon. Like an old monk meditating, the spirit turtle sank into the sea, unmoving. Of course, this was also because the Annihilum Light Chan Master had never used his true abilities. Otherwise, all Li Qingshan could do was retreat in a hurry or transform into his demon form and fight. Is this the special cultivation technique of the Chan Monastery of Nga? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Looks like you're quite open-minded. You do indeed have some affinity with the Buddha. What? The chant of Nga? The monks were all surprised. Apart from Little An, no one else had sensed anything during the probing and clash just now. May I teach it to Little An? Li Qingshan asked in a probing manner. Li Qingshan arrived on Benevolence Island alone and sighed inside. This phoenix feather shore isn't easy to come by. This secret art is different from other martial arts. Only senior brother Abbott is qualified to teach it, and he has to go through many tests. This was the Annihilum Light Chan Master's reply. As an eminent monk of Buddhism, he would never lie, let alone lie about something so important that everyone knew about. Li Qingshan was helpless too. He had agreed to pay a visit to the Chan monastery of Devarengye with Little Anne once he dealt with the matter of the Clear River Prefecture. This was Little Anne's intentions in the first place, so the Annihilum Light Chan master had nothing else to say. He left Little Anne behind to continue his lecture. As Li Qingshan walked towards the School of Medicine, he was still thinking about the second story that Yushin had told him. At the time, he had been too anxious about Little Anne to care about it, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it had a profound meaning. Although Yushin's mouth was not forgiving, she had never really tried to extort his spirit stones. He could feel that even if he did not care and was willing to give, she would not take it. After listening for a while, he discovered that Yushin was not on Benevolence Island. She had gone to the library on Contention Island. Suddenly, he felt an extremely resentful gaze land on him. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw a twisted face behind a window. It was rather familiar. It was Chu Tian. Li Qingshan waved his hand with a smile, but the face became even more twisted. At this moment, another woman arrived at the window. To no surprise, it was Qian Rongji. She glanced at Li Qingshan with a rather strange expression before closing the curtains. Is he protecting his food? Little Tian, stop looking. There will be a day when you become even more powerful than him. There was no pity in Qian Rongji's gaze. Instead, it was filled with trust and eagerness. No man could resist a gaze like this when they were down on their luck. Chu Tian was no exception. He shuddered and threw himself into Qian Rongji's arms, sobbing. I don't have anything anymore. Qian Rongji gently rubbed his head with her glove. Her gaze was as gentle as a mother's, looking at her down on her child. However, the hell snake became restless. It slithered around her body reluctantly. She comforted it like a mother. Don't worry. There'll be food very soon. Chu Tian had indeed lost many things. After Yushin brought him back to Benevolence Island, his symptoms of qi deviation stabilized miraculously. Afterwards, Qian Rongji rushed over. Her eyes were red as she stuttered. Under Chu Tian's interrogation, she finally told him an extremely unfortunate piece of news. When he was in secluded cultivation, the two women who had come to the school of the family with him had both died in the chaos of war. He and the two women were childhood friends, so they were extremely close. Chu Tian was overcome with grief. He suffered qi deviation once more and almost lost his life. Afterwards, a miracle happened to him once more. He barely managed to keep his life, as if the heavens were truly watching over him. However, his cultivation had regressed drastically. You still have me. Qian Rongji turned her head away as if she could not bear it anymore. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. And, I'm the only one left. The viper hissed. Uncle Fu, why are you here? Li Qingshan arrived at the depository and saw a familiar person, Sun Fubai. The sunlight shone through the window, and Sun Fubai laid on a rocking chair leisurely as he read a book. It was just like when they first met. Qingshan, you've come. Only after a conversation did Li Qingshan learn that the depository had always belonged to the School of Novels. The buildings on Contention Island all had different responsibilities. Most of them were managed by people from various schools. However, the School of Novels had almost fallen to the point where they could not even keep Cloud Wisp Island. They had no younger brothers or teachers, so the depository was managed by the School of Confucianism. Now, the School of Novels had pulled itself together and returned to the school. At the crucial moment of breaking through to Foundation establishment, Sun Fubai had unloaded the matters of the Cloud Wisp Society and returned to the depository to cultivate himself. Under his management, the Cloud Wisp Society had become a complete organization. There was no need for him to personally attend to everything. Books were piled up on shelves, the fragrance of wood refreshing the mind. However, in this extremely spacious building, it was sparse and not many people were here. The chaos of war had yet to subside, and few people had any thoughts. Furthermore, the books related to cultivation were all on the higher floors. Below them were mostly historical books, and it was very difficult for cultivators to pay attention to them. "Oh, Patriarch, are you? She's over there. She's already here. So she was waiting for you." "Yes. I'll go take a look." Li Qingshan had already sensed her presence. He passed through the mountains and finally found her in a corner. There were many books piled on the table, but she didn't have a single one. She crossed her legs and placed them high on the table. She rested her head on her arms and smiled. There were 2 floor-to-ceiling windows here, and the sunlight was shockingly bright. It dyed her black hair golden. "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshan sat down in front of her. He picked up a book and flipped through a few pages before tossing it back on the table. "Tell me the second story." "What story?" "The story of the gods." Ayushin put her legs down and waved her hand. The curtains fluttered and blocked the sunlight. Her face was shrouded in shadow. She crossed her arms and leaned forward on the table. She lowered her voice and said, "Do you know? There were originally many gods in the 9 provinces. Naturally, these gods couldn't compare to the gods and Buddhas. At most, the places that the gods were in charge of weren't big. 1 mountain, 1 river. Many of them were mountain spirits and water monsters. Perhaps they weren't very strong in the cultivation world, but to ordinary people, they were omnipotent. Furthermore, as long as they were in their own mountains and rivers, their strength would increase greatly, and they would have a different kind of power." "What about now? Why is there no more?" Li Qingshan seemed to understand something, but he didn't get the gist of it. The Saint Emperor established the 9 provinces, and there were no more gods in the world. And then, there's no then. My story is finished." Ayushin waved her hand again, and the dazzling sunlight poured in. "This is your story?" Li Qingshan's eyes widened. "You didn't even pay me spirit stones. Why did I have to tell such a long story? If you want to know, read it yourself." Ayushin patted the stack of books. Dust rose and flew in the sunlight. She stood up and was about to leave. "Wait." Li Qingshan called out to Ayushin, but he didn't know where to start. He only felt that a certain idea in his mind was becoming clearer and clearer. His gaze swept across the tall stack of books in front of him. She must have spent a lot of effort to find these old books. "Spit it out. Even if you add the word spit it out, I'll be able to hear it more comfortably." Li Qingshan's gaze swept past her perky bottom viciously. He was very tempted to slap her there. He immediately abandoned the idea of being a close friend. Instead, he thought about how if he could press her down on his legs and spank her bottom viciously when she was blabbering and joking around, that would be the greatest enjoyment. "Do I get spirit stones if I make you comfortable?" As soon as Ayushin said that, she found it to be a little inappropriate. "Sure enough," Li Qingshan sniggered. "That'll depend on how you make me comfortable." Ayushin turned around and left without another word. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something else. "Do you know what Chen Rongji is doing with Chu Tian? In the Mist Province, disturbing someone's hunt is even more severe than stealing someone's wife." Ayushin waved her hand without even looking back. She passed through the corridor of floor-to-ceiling windows and flickered, vanishing at the end of the corridor. "Hunting. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's a pity that I have far too many prey, or I wouldn't mind poking my nose into it." Li Qingshan murmured to himself. He picked up the book he had tossed onto the table again and studied the cover carefully. The name had already blurred, and the style was extremely simple too. He could only make out 2 words. God of Words. Unless something like that was stored in a treasure pouch and never taken out, it could not withstand the passage of time no matter how well it was protected. For once, Li Qingshan settled down. Only then would he let down her painstaking efforts in searching for these things in the vast ocean. The sunlight shifted, and time passed by slowly. Just like what Ayushin had said, the very beginning of the existence of gods was mainly divided into mountain gods and water gods. Mountain ranges and water veins could be refined like spiritual artifacts and arcane artifacts, except they did not pour their soul sense into them. Instead, they extracted a strand of their soul sense and condensed it into a god seal. The founding emperor's unification of the world was not as simple as becoming invincible and appointing 8 vassal kings and 10 demon kings. Otherwise, as soon as he passed away, the great Xia Empire would immediately collapse, returning to the age of chaos. Instead, he carried out a series of procedures. One of the most important procedures was to forge the cauldrons of the 9 provinces, and the materials for forging the cauldrons were the god seals collected from all over the world. The 9 cauldrons suppress the 9 provinces. From then onwards, even if diamonds could occupy mountain ranges and water veins again, they would not be able to refine them. With the founding emperor's appearance, the world became devoid of gods. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 503. But since there is no God in the world, what does Yu Xin mean by letting him read these things? Li Qingshan is not surprised that Yu Xin can guess his identity as the North Moon. He is not Superman. As long as he changes into a tight suit of S size and puts on a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he can keep the female reporter in the dark forever. Either the female reporter is a moron, or she doesn't take him, a loser, in her eyes at all. The taste of Superman, who likes her, is really not good. Li Qingshan personally believed his taste was much better. Yu Xin's intelligence and wisdom were rare in the world too. Surely she could not have specially drawn him here in such a serious manner and found such a great pile of books for him to read just to tell him that, hey, I know who you are. It's great to become the water god, but it's a pity that you were born too late. You can see it, but you can't eat it, hey. Wait. Li Qingshan's face suddenly becomes a little strange, because in his mind, he imagines that Yu Xin will say these words proudly, thinking that she can really do such a thing. He coughs twice, dispels this kind of nonsense, calms down, and continues to read. At dusk, the sun turns orange, casting his long shadow on the floor. Li Qingshan finally sees the last book, and the desire in his heart becomes stronger. If he can refine a body of water and make it the underwater mansion, the speed of cultivation will be improved a lot. And with the geographical advantage, even if the Jindan realm invades, he can deal with it calmly, turning passivity into initiative. Hey, this is... Hey. Yu Xin, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? It is late. Li Qingshan comes to Benevolence Island and finds Yu Xin in the alchemy room to denounce her. His face is full of disappointment and anger. Ah, you finally find out. You are so smart. Yu Xin says with a smile. She looks like her plot has succeeded, but she is a little disappointed in her heart. You already know. Li Qingshan was enraged, but then he calmed down and smiled. Know what? Yu Xin said in exasperation. I am, idiot, Yu Xin interrupted. I'm going to take little Anne to the Chan Monastery of Nga. Li Qingshan did not become angry. Instead, he sighed gently. Why? Yu Xin looked at the pill furnace in front of her and asked casually. His heart trembled slightly. Actually, I wanted to tell you that this is the best choice for little Anne. And I offended my boss. I can't really stay in the Clear River Prefecture any longer. You've finished reading all the books I gave you. Others might not understand which boss Li Qingshan had offended, but Yu Xin knew very well. She felt inexplicably anxious. I read a small part of it, but it didn't seem to be of any use. I guessed you were messing with me. Sigh, if only that was possible. It should be enough to fend off my boss. Idiot. He was clearly only one step away. Forget it. I won't get angry with you today. Actually, before I leave, there are some things I want to tell you. Li Qingshan's gaze suddenly became tender. Yu Xin's gaze made contact with his. Then she looked away again. Where are the books? She would not say anything to make him stay, but at the very least, she had to make him completely understand his current situation. This idiot. You're still hiding them. That's good. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Yu Xin specially told Sun Fubai that if Li Qingshan could not finish reading the books, he was to stow them away and not let anyone else touch them. Ha 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 ha, who's the one being fooled now? Li Qingshan suddenly laughed aloud and raised his right hand. An hour ago, when the last book was flipped to the first page, he saw a thin piece of something mixed in the title page. It was completely transparent, like ice or water. It twisted and turned like a dragon, forming a simple and magnificent rune. At first glance, Li Qingshan knew it was not an ordinary item. However, it did not emit any spiritual energy and was extremely thin. If he had not flipped to this page, he would not have discovered its mystery. Could this be? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He looked around to make sure there was no one around and then injected a trace of spiritual energy into the ice rune. The ice rune suddenly moved. It was like a surging river or a coiling dragon. Under the light of the setting sun, it looked like a living creature. Indeed, it was not bad. Li Qingshan picked up a book he had just read and turned to a page. There was a sentence on it. The mountain god seal is like gold and iron. The water god seal is like ice jade. They are both shaped like dragons. Combining so many books, Li Qingshan gradually had a general blueprint in his mind. With the establishment of the 9 provinces, no one could condense a god seal from the mountains and rivers anymore. Afterwards, there would be no gods in the world. However, this was not absolute. There were so many mountains and rivers in the world. There would always be remnant god seals left behind. Because they came from the same source as the cauldrons of the 9 provinces, they could not be suppressed. However, the 9 cauldrons could not suppress them, but they could sense these actions of stealing from the internet. If they were caught, they would definitely suffer the iron fist of the Great Xia Empire's dictatorship. However, another question arose. Was the god seal not necessarily condensed in the Clear River Prefecture? Could it be used here? This question could not be answered. He had read so many books, but he had only gained a general understanding of the history and rise and fall of gods. It was impossible for him to go into detail about the use of god seals. And, using god seals in this day and age was clearly an act of rebellion. Even if a book like that existed, it would not be placed in the collection. Looks like the answer is here. Li Qingshan looked at the last book with the water god seal. At first glance, it did not seem any different, but it seemed like it had been soaked in water. The paper was slightly different too. From the patterns on the title page, he could tell that the book did not originate from this collection. Instead, it came from Ma Yuxin's own collection. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and read through the pages one by one. He discovered that calling it a book was not particularly accurate. More accurately, it was a notebook. This was the notebook of a Hawkwolf guard who had carried out missions in the Mist Province. It recorded that a few diamonds and monsters in the Mist Province used the remnant god seals to refine barren lands and rivers everywhere, ruling themselves over. They were extremely difficult to eliminate. Sure enough, according to the information recorded in the notebook, the god seals were only divided into mountains and rivers, but they were not limited to regions. As long as he dispersed the spiritual chi of mountains and rivers condensed within, he could still use it elsewhere. The Hawkwolf guard had grumbled about this quite a lot. Li Qingshan beamed inside. The notebook should have been very old. By now, the Mist Province had already fallen into chaos. The Hawkwolf guard had withdrawn their forces to the level of a commandery, so it was no longer clear who was destroying who. In other words, a Hawkwolf guard on the level of the Clear River Prefecture no longer existed in the Mist Province. This made sense. After several years of war, now, the Clear River Prefecture had already withdrawn the Hawkwolf guard on the lowest level, withdrawing all of its forces. If the war escalated again, and demon commanders like Helicoverpa Rosa ran amok, withdrawing the Hawkwolf guard in the Clear River Prefecture would only make sense. After reading the last page of the notebook, Li Qingshan gained some guesses about the origins of the god seal. There were many god seals in the Mist Province, but not all of them had been left behind before the founding emperor established the 9 provinces. There were territories beyond the 9 provinces. They could completely avoid the suppression of the cauldrons of the 9 provinces and condense a god seal outside before bringing it back to the 9 provinces. However, this was extremely difficult to achieve. Condensing a god seal took up an extremely great amount of time and effort. It was recorded in the form of a few decades at a time. If it was just for sale, it would not be worth it. The Hawkwolf guard suspected this to be related to the merfolk of the South Sea, as merfolk were born with the ability to control water. Condensing a water god seal was relatively easy, and they had long lifespans too. As it seemed, The Hawkwolf Guard's guess was probably correct. Shin happened to possess the bloodline of Merfolk. Li Qingshan could be regarded as a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, but he had never heard of something like this. It was probably because the Green Province was right next to the Dragon Province, so no diamonds were bold enough to act recklessly. Probably even the Dragon King of the Sea would not allow it. However, now that the Treaty of Kings was about to collapse, where blood flowed like rivers, something like this was nothing. They had even committed murder and arson, so why would they be afraid of stealing some water and electricity? What a great gift! If it were not for the fact that he was in the treasury, Li Qingshan basically wanted to laugh aloud. If Shin were standing before him, perhaps he would hug her and kiss her a few times. Compared to the value of the divine seal, the 10,000 spiritual stones were not even worth mentioning. Even in the Mist Province, a god seal like that would fetch an astronomical price. It would probably be even rarer in the Green Province. If it were up to Li Qingshan to buy it, he would even be willing to pay 100,000 or 1,000,000 spiritual stones. After all, was there anything more important than speeding up his cultivation and ensuring his safety as a cultivator? In retrospect, Li Qingshan realized that Shin's teasing was actually more like a test. If he did not have the patience to listen to her, or if he was stingy with the spiritual stones and refused to give it to her. If he could not even listen to the first story, there obviously would not be a second story. If he ignored her efforts and refused to read through all the books one by one, he would miss out on this priceless god seal. It was right here. It just depended on whether he had the patience or not. Would it be the same if he wanted to obtain her heart? Li Qingshan stowed the books and god seal away. After informing Sun Fubai, he directly made his way to Benevolence Island. Shin stared at the god seal in Li Qingshan's hand. She had no idea whether she should be angry or happy. If he had not read through all the books one by one, why would he only come now? Normally, she wouldn't have fallen for such a trick, but his words of farewell had disturbed her state of mind. Looks like even if I don't pass the test, there's still a prize. Miss Shin sure is soft-hearted. At this moment, Li Qingshan did not possess any of the aggressiveness or malice of a demon at all. He was like a child who had stolen a candy, complacent. Since you've obtained it, then hurry up and piss off. Don't disturb me from refining pills. Shin waved her hand impatiently, like she was chasing away a fly. However, a smear of redness spread from her cheeks to her slender neck. Thank you. Li Qingshan embraced her firmly from behind and said extremely seriously. The fragrance of medicine lingered in his arms, and her body was soft. I won't leave the Clear River Prefecture so easily. Even if I leave, I'll return sooner or later. There are far too many ties here. Before Shin could respond, Li Qingshan had already let go of her and made his way out. What a shame. Shin was taken aback for a while before saying in disdain. At this time, on Benevolence Island, there was another person who received her prize after going through many trials. P.S. Congratulations to the new sect master of Follow Your Fate for a lifetime. Here, Dream Talker salutes you. I am extremely grateful. I will definitely continue to work hard and live up to this congratulations. At the last moment of the month, I'll ask for a monthly vote again. Chapter 504. No one came to visit Chu Tian, whether it was his seniors and juniors from the school of Confucianism or the women he had slept with in the past. If Chu Tian had been an amiable person, he would not have ended up in such a state even if his cultivation had regressed drastically. At the very least, he would have been able to maintain his dignity. However, his personality had never been well liked. They were usually polite to him only because of his talent. There was probably deep jealousy in this as well. It was unavoidable for them to think things like, even an idiot like him can cultivate so quickly, so why can't I? The heavens are so unfair. As a result, when they learned that he had suffered from chi deviation, they all secretly rejoiced. Even you have a day like this. Who would still be willing to waste time on a cripple? There was only one person who cared for him relentlessly, and that was Qian Rongji. However, seeing how caring for him was useless, a sliver of pity suddenly appeared in her eyes. Little Tian, even if you really can't cultivate anymore, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." Chu Tian was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He said excitedly, "I can still cultivate. Those people who look down on me will definitely regret it." However, Chen Rongji's pity deepened. He suddenly fell silent for a while before saying, "Rongji, I want to tell you a secret. I've never told anyone about this secret." "What is it?" Chen Rongji was confused. "Watch closely." Chu Tian extended his right hand, and a dark green vine grew from his palm bit by bit. It was only a small vine, but it gave off a simple yet vigorous feeling. Chen Rongji experienced a strange feeling. Although the vine grew from Chu Tian's palm, it led to another world. Little Tian. Is this an arcane treasure? This had exceeded her expectations slightly. Previously, she had plenty of opportunities to capture Chu Tian alive and then torture him for a confession. It was all because she had no idea what this trump card of Chu Tian's was and how powerful it was. She did not want to go for wool and come home shorn. As a result, she had endured it all for this moment. No, this is a heaven-climbing vine. This is a climbing vine, its seed, when I was born. Bury it in my soul. As long as I have it, I will definitely be able to restore my cultivation. That's fantastic. Chen Rongji's eyes sparkled as she thought to herself, "Thank you, little Anne." It was already late at night. Chu Tian lay motionless on the sickbed. His eyes were round, staring straight up. A gorgeous little snake slithered out of his face and climbed up his fair arm. Chen Rongji opened her palm, and the little snake spat out a seed, which fell into her palm like a drop of water. It melted in the blink of an eye. She patted the little snake's head. "If it wasn't for you, it would have been really troublesome to extract the seed of the sky-climbing vine." Chu Tian wasn't a very smart person. Since he had exposed his biggest secret, he couldn't help but sigh. Chen Rongji soon learned everything about this sky-climbing vine. He finally understood the secret behind Chu Tian's cultivation speed. Chen Rongji opened her palm, and the sky-climbing vine slowly grew. Its dark green roots were so slender and weak, but they clearly broke through the invisible barrier of space. They arrived in another world. Immediately, a wave of extremely pure spiritual energy flowed into her body through the vines. Even the 100 schools of thought, which had been operating for thousands of years, could not compare to the density of spiritual energy here. Perhaps because the sky-climbing vine was still very young, the amount of spiritual energy here was not much. It was not even as much as the spiritual energy extracted from a spirit stone. However, this was not just a difference in quantity, but a difference in quality. As the spiritual energy flowed around her body, it melted into her. It was as if she had returned to the night when she exterminated the Chen family. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. You actually spent so many years to build your foundation with such a magical item in your hands. You really are a pig. Chen Rongji glanced at Chu Tian, who was lying on the bed, disdainfully. Even if he was a mortal without any talent, as long as he continuously used this sky-climbing vine to temper his body, his cultivation speed would not be slow. This sky-climbing vine had been with him since he was born, but it was still so weak now. It was obvious that Chu Tian only knew how to use it to extract spiritual energy, and did not properly nurture it. To a certain extent, the sky-climbing vine and the gorgeous little snake were very similar. If the gorgeous little snake was a curse from hell, then this sky-climbing vine was a blessing from heaven. This was also where the fated opportunity lay. If it was anyone else here, they would not be able to extract the sky-climbing vine from Chu Tian's body so easily. This sky-climbing vine was also in between reality and illusion. Originally, apart from Chu Tian, no one else could even touch it. They could only sense its existence. At most, they could threaten Chu Tian to use the sky-climbing vine to extract spiritual energy. But this was not very meaningful. If they were not careful, they could even be plotted against. The sky-climbing vine was not only used for cultivation, it could also ignore all defenses and directly enter the enemy's body to extract spiritual energy and even life force. In the past, Chu Tian dared to challenge Li Qingshan as a qi practitioner because of this. If Chu Tian was forced into a corner, he could even destroy the sky-climbing vine. The little snake slithered along Chen Rongji's arm and coiled around the sky-climbing vine, hissing and sticking out its tongue. One was bright, the other was elegant. One was lively, the other was calm. They were polar opposites, yet they complemented each other beautifully. "Thank you, little Tian." Qian Rongji put away the snake and the vine, caressing Chu Tian's cheek. The more sincere the smile on her face, the stronger the murderous intent in her heart. She had many tricks up her sleeve. Although he could no longer be a threat to her, it was safest for him to be dead, wasn't it? She was about to make her move. Knock, knock, knock. A few knocks on the door. Qian Rongji's snake-like eyes turned slightly. "Senior sister Ayushin, I was just about to look for you. Little Tian has gone berserk again." When the door opened, Qian Rongji's face was filled with anxiety and worry, with tears at the corner of her eyes. "Really? Did he hear your good news again?" Ayushin crossed her arms, a playful look on her face. "I shouldn't have told him. I shouldn't have told him." Qian Rongji muttered to herself, clenching her fists, her face filled with self-blame. "If there's nothing else, you can leave first. It's already so late, it's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. I'm not afraid, I want to take care of him." "I think you've already taken care of him, don't take care of him to death, you'll break the rules here." Ayushin chuckled. "This. All right." Qian Rongji's heart trembled. She lowered her head, feeling a terrifying aura from Ayushin. She clenched her fists even tighter, then looked back at Chu Tian who was lying on the sickbed. Having lost the sky-climbing vine, he seemed to have turned into a vegetable, motionless with his eyes wide open, specks of dust falling on them. In fact, his situation was much worse than a vegetable. It was said that a vegetable still had a certain degree of consciousness, but after going through the torture of Hell's snake, his consciousness had completely collapsed, leaving him with only a breath left. No matter how powerful Ayushin's medical skills were, she could no longer cure him. Thinking of this, Qian Rongji moved aside, brushing past Ayushin. The door of the ward closed again, separating the two of them. "Is this the end of insanity and madness?" Ayushin shook her head gently and muttered to herself. Behind her, a vicious, terrifying figure that seemed inhuman yet inhuman flashed. Qian Rongji loosened her fists, and the sky-climbing vine and Hell's snake both retracted into her body. She made her way to the end of the corridor without turning back. From that moment onwards, the curse and blessing would exist together. No one knew where she would go. After Li Qingshan left Ayushin's place, the sermon on Ansrava Island did not end. The Annihilum Light Chan master wanted to pass on a few more things to his disciple before he left so that he could close the distance between them. Little An, on the other hand, stopped worrying after learning about Li Qingshan's safety. He devoted himself to discussing with the Annihilum Light Chan master so that he could increase his comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. The Annihilum Light Chan master could not help but become even more delighted. As it turned out, this disciple of his had not unleashed his full power yet, which made him even more cautious. Right when Li Qingshan wanted to return to Cloudwisp Island first and slowly consider how he should use the water god seal, Wang Pushi sent another message, telling him that he was waiting for him in the Clear River Prefecture. When Li Qingshan transformed into the North Moon, he had already ignored many messages. He could not just turn down the request, so he could only go. Arriving in the Clear River Prefecture, just now, he discovered that Wang Pushi was not the only one waiting for him. In the large hall, Wang Pushi and Wasungzon sat in the seats of honor. On the wall behind them was a hawk forged from copper, spreading its wings and staring at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. It made him think of Jiyu Yangying. Almost 100 Hawkwolf guards stood to the left and right according to their duties and cultivation, their hands behind their backs. This was basically all the Hawkwolf guards that remained in the entire Clear River Prefecture. "Old Wang, don't tell me you've sent a punitive expedition to punish me with such a great array of people?" Li Qingshan asked with a smile as the door slammed shut behind him. "Li Qingshan, you fled in the face of danger and hid in your dwelling to cultivate. What do you think your punishment is?" Wang Pushi asked right away. "I was at a critical juncture in my cultivation. I only broke through after so much difficulty, so how can you call that fleeing in the face of danger? Not to mention, it's not like I knew you'd be in such great danger." Li Qingshan shrugged and shot a glance at Wasungzon. He said secretly, "What the hell is old Wang doing?" Even if he did not receive a reply a few times, there was no need for him to fly into such a great rage, right? "You'll know in a moment." Wasungzon studied Li Qingshan. He could clearly sense the change in his bearing, so he knew he was telling the truth. Who knew how difficult it was for cultivators to break through? None of them were like him, breaking through in secluded cultivation every few days. "You still dare to argue? Hell of ice." Wang Pushi suddenly stood up, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Apart from Wasungzon, all the Hawkwolf guards could not help but shiver, but they were only affected. As for Wang Pushi's true target, Li Qingshan, he became covered in frost in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan felt a bone-chilling coldness, freezing his flesh and bones. He was completely immobilized. The coldness even penetrated his sea of qi, trying to freeze his sea of qi as well. It was accompanied by indescribable pain. The hell of ice was similar to the hell of venomous snakes. They were both minor hells. However, compared to the pain from Qian Rongji's actual hell snake, it paled in comparison. He was slightly annoyed inside. They're attacking over the slightest disagreement. Don't tell me they've discovered my demon form? No, that can't be. If that's the case, isn't this a little too minor? It's not like Wang Pushi hasn't seen the power of the Moon Devil. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators are sending a group of Qi practitioners to their deaths. Chapter 505. Hell was a place where all crimes were judged. It was the ultimate symbol of the dignity of a prison. Once disciples of legalism reached a certain level of cultivation, they could draw out a sliver of aura from the endless hell and merge it with their own cultivation. As soon as they struck, they would possess the great dignity of hell, suppressing the enemy's aura. Every single attack would bring with it intense pain that originated from the soul, shaking the enemy's mind. "I don't know what you're trying to do. But this kind of probing is very boring." Li Qingshan remained composed, ignoring the pressure and enduring the pain. Wang Pushi's expression changed, and there was the sound of ice cracking. Li Qingshan took a step forward. He radiated with chilling coldness, leaving behind an ice footprint with each step. He seemed to be rather sluggish, but that was also because he refused to expose his strength. He did not use his demon qi abilities. Instead, he used the arts of the boundless ocean. Spiritual qi surged out from his sea of qi, purging the coldness. However, there were still slivers of coldness that stuck to him like maggots, difficult to purge, but he did not take it to heart. The teacup beside Wang Pushi had already been frozen. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its surface, and it exploded loudly. The temperature plummeted once again. The chilling wind pierced through every opening. The Hawkwolf guards had all retreated to the edge of the hall, but they were still forced to circulate their true qi to block it. They turned their heads away, afraid to look at Wang Pushi. Even a glance from the corner of their eyes would make them shiver inside. They were like criminals who had committed unpardonable crimes, currently standing before their judges. No matter how vicious they were, they would still tremble in fear, afraid to face the dignity of the law. Crack, crack. The sounds of freezing rose and fell. Frost crawled over the pillars, covering the entire hall. Another sound gradually drowned out the sounds of freezing. It came from Li Qingshan. It was the sound of waves. Spiritual qi surged out from him like the tide, wanting to surge in all directions. Not only did his presence not weaken, but it even grew stronger instead. Li Qingshan remained unhurried. He walked forward step by step, staring straight into Wang Pushi's eyes. He was completely lawless. The coldness of the hell of ice seeps in through every opening. My cultivation level is higher than his, so he should have been injured by the cold air that invaded his body. Why does he seem to be completely fine? This kid is indeed not ordinary. Perhaps Commander Gu's order is not without reason. Wang Pushi was already in the middle stage of foundation establishment, so he was naturally superior to Li Qingshan, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment. Although the gap between minor realms was not as exaggerated as the gap between major realms, it was not just for show. However, In terms of spiritual qi, Li Qingshan, who cultivated the arts of the boundless ocean, had many advantages. And Wang Push's technique had the advantage. However, it did not appear on Li Qingshan at all. Finally, Li Qingshan stopped 3 feet away from Wang Pushi. 2 streams of spiritual qi collided fiercely between the two of them. It was as if the sea in winter was sealed by ice and washed away by the waves. All right, that's enough. If you continue, even if you can stand it, the house won't be able to. Hua Sengzon's hands landed on Li Qingshan and Wang Push's shoulders at the same time. The two of them retracted their spiritual energy. Wang Push's armchair. The armchair that Wang Pushi originally sat on immediately shattered into a pile of ice. Commander, please give the order. Hua Sengzon took a step back and stood beside Li Qingshan. For once, he became stern, referring to Wang Pushi as Commander. Commander Gu's order. Li Qingshan has made outstanding contributions and performed well, so he is hereby promoted to Scarlet Hawk Commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. Wang Pushi finished rather reluctantly. With that, not only was Li Qingshan surprised, but the many Hawkwolf guards were all surprised too. They had been notified to gather, but they never thought it would be something so major. Only now did Li Qingshan understand why Wang Pushi had arranged such a great show. As it turned out, Jiyu Yangying had actually promoted him to commander. Don't tell me she's also afraid I'll go to the Chan Monastery of Nga with little Anne, so she's giving me some benefits. No, it's not just benefits. Being made a commander isn't something you can just turn your back on. If I want to leave the Clear River Prefecture, I need her, the great commander, to agree. Of course, Li Qingshan did not believe Jiyu Yangying had developed feelings for him after his confession. She probably still treated him as a relatively important chess piece. Hua Sengzon clapped her hands, and Hua Chenglu entered from a side door in scarlet clothes. She held the brand new uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander, with a tiny, scarlet, bronze hawk tablet on it. She smiled. Congratulations, Big Brother Li, no, Commander Li. I was wondering why old Wang had such a bad temper. Looks like he's been fired. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Wang Pushi shot a glance at him. Hua Sengzon said in a hurry, don't talk nonsense, Qingshan. Old Wang is going to be promoted to a White Wolf Guard and is going to the Rui Commandery. He's leaving the quagmire that is the Clear River Prefecture. This is fantastic news. Wang Pushi was indeed rather displeased, but it was not because of him. Being promoted to a White Wolf Guard and going to the Rui Commandery had always been his wish. However, he felt like the position should have been taken over by Hua Sengzon. However, after this series of probing, he could not help but admit that Li Qingshan's strength was indeed greater than Hua Sengzon's. He was completely worthy of the position of commander. You're lucky, kid. You've gained Commander Gu's appreciation. Heh, this is called strength. However, Li Qingshan was thinking about something else. The war had only just come to an end, yet Jiyu Yangying had already transferred a general away. Clearly, she was extremely confident that the humans and diamonds would not continue fighting. Where did this confidence come from? It probably came from him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan had changed into the uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. He stood with his arms behind his back, looking around proudly and valiant. He had already become the commander of the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. Wang Pushi and Hua Sengzon stood to the left and right, making way for him in the center. Greetings, Commander. Almost 100 Hawkwolf guards lined up again and bowed together as they said loudly. Li Qingshan glanced past everyone and thought, will this still be my group in the future? Qian Rongji doesn't seem to be here. In the past, when he discussed the 3 minor pillars of the Clear River Prefecture with Protector Yang from the Iron Fist or whatever, had he ever considered that he would be one of them? However, with his current insight, that was nothing. The expressions of the Hawkwolf guards changed as well. They all had their own thoughts. Some of the Scarlet Wolf guards had even drunk with Li Qingshan before. The kid from the countryside from several years ago had actually become their superior in just a few years' time. Hua Sengzon clapped his hands again, and over a dozen tables of food were set up to celebrate Li Qingshan and send off Wang Pushi. This was only a farewell banquet for the Hawkwolf Guard. There would definitely be more in the 100 schools of thought in the future, so Wang Pushi would not be able to leave anytime soon. Little Hua, this position was originally supposed to go to you. Why don't we switch? During the banquet, Li Qingshan also realized why Wang Pushi was displeased, so he smiled at Wasungzon. He really did not care about this position. Do you think this is like buying groceries? You think you can switch whenever you want? Wasungzon sensed Li Qingshan's sincerity, so the sliver of ill will in his heart vanished without a trace. He was rather touched. He raised his cup and said, "This is called the latecomer surpassing the master. Boss Gu, you have a good eye for talent. You have to protect me a little more in the future." No problem, no problem. Though, I'll leave the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard to you. I'm only responsible for watching over and fighting. Wasungzon smiled bitterly. No problem, no problem. After the banquet came a series of handover tasks. After assuming the position of commander, he could choose an item from the inner treasury of the Hawkwolf Guard. It would be great if I could find another fragment of the cursive sword calligraphy. With this beautiful wish in mind, Li Qingshan passed through the various formations and finally set foot inside, but he was greatly disappointed. After several years of war, there was not a lot left inside. Why don't we wait? Looking at the situation, the Rui Commandery might send over supplies very soon. Wasungzon also sensed something from Jiyu Yangying's orders. As it seemed, the war really was about to end. During the war, the Clear River Prefecture that spanned 1,500 kilometers had become a lone island, basically cut off from the outside world. The cultivators there could only fight, not flee, unless they had special connections. If they fled, they would be hunted down. Of course, they would not receive any supplies of talismans or pills either. Fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded, even though he did not find what he wanted. However, Li Qingshan discovered that there were quite a few benefits to being a commander. First of all, the benefits were much better. With Li Qingshan's wealth, he did not care too much about this. What mattered was the increase in status. He had gone from a hired thug to a decision-maker. He could directly influence many important decisions of the entire 100 schools of thought. And, he could grasp a lot of confidential information. As a military organization directly under the Great Xia Empire, the Hawkwolf Guard possessed its own information system. The information seemed messy and disorderly, covering everything from astronomy to geography. However, at certain times, perhaps it could play a crucial role. After completing a series of handover tasks, the sky had already lit up. Li Qingshan shirked all responsibility, leaving everything to Wasungzon. He returned to the Chain Mountains alone. With a swish, the mental map of the Green Province unfurled before locking onto the tiny Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan began to make his choice. He chose a suitable place to establish the water dwelling. His gaze first landed on the river that meandered through the entire prefecture like a dragon. Although it was tiny, the size of the Clear River Prefecture was even larger than the entire Jiangnan region in Li Qingshan's past life. The Clear River water could rival large rivers like the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. The Clear River originated from the Boundless Mountains. It was over 5,000 kilometers in length, and its drainage basin spanned over 1 million square kilometers. If he could refine it, whether it was cultivation or battle, it would be equivalent to receiving divine assistance. Even if he faced golden core cultivators, Li Qingshan was confident he could gain the upper hand. However, Li Qingshan took out the water god seal and took a look at it according to the books he had read in the past. There were basically only 2 types of god seals, but their quality differed drastically. He could condense a water god seal by refining a small river, but it could not contain a large river. Only by using the small river as a foundation could he constantly develop and strengthen it. I wonder whether the water god seal can contain the Clear River or not. If it can't contain it in the end, then it'll be a joke. It's not like I have any competitors right now, so I better take it step by step and plan slowly. I'll choose a region of water first and start with the tributary of the river. To be continued. Chapter 506. Li Qingshan brushed his hand across the mental map of the 9 provinces, and the image changed. The rivers protruded, turning a clear, bright blue. They were like capillaries that ran through the entire prefecture. The main artery was naturally the clear river water. Although Li Qingshan did not have the extravagant hope of refining the clear river right now, his final target was still this place. As such, the river he chose had to be able to flow to the clear river. This was not a problem at all. Finding a water vein that was not connected to the clear river in the clear river prefecture was rather difficult. Next was the choice of location. Li Qingshan's fingertip traced the boundless mountain range down the clear river and stopped in the middle, drawing a circle. This place was relatively close to his territory in the underground. The underground river in his territory was very likely to be connected to this body of water. He had connected the 2 territories through a river, and that underground river led directly to Cobweb City. Furthermore, there was a large lake within this circle. There were probably 8,000 lakes of various sizes in the Clear River Prefecture. However, there were only 3 or 4 of them. The Dragon Snake Lake was one of them, but it was not the largest. The reason why the 100 schools of thought were built there was because it was close to the prefecture city and had abundant spiritual energy. In a situation where he couldn't refine the water element, the size of the water wasn't particularly important. The lake that Li Qingshan had his eyes on was called Clearcourt Lake. It was the undisputed greatest lake in the Clear River Prefecture. If the divine seal was not enough to refine the water of the Clear River, he would have to settle for the next best thing. It was not a bad idea to refine this Clearcourt Lake first. Everything depended on the level of this water god seal that Ayushin gave him. The divine seal was like a glass cup of varying sizes. Even though the water was emptied, the cup was still there, and it could still hold water in another place. If this divine seal had once refined a large river like the Clear River, then it could hold an equivalent amount of water. Even if it couldn't accommodate him, it didn't mean that Li Qingshan could only wander around in the small river in the future. As long as he could break through the seal of the great cauldrons of the 9 states, he would naturally be able to do so as well. From small to large, this container was gradually strengthened so that it could hold more rivers and lakes, under the blue sky. The vast and boundless Clearcourt Lake flickered with tens of thousands of ripples. On the lake, there were islands towering over each other, stretching across the horizon. Many pure white water birds soared above the blue waves, making one's mind open. If it was the first time a mortal saw Clearcourt Lake, they would have mistaken it for a vast ocean. As soon as Li Qingshan arrived on the surface of the lake, he sensed the dense water spiritual qi lingering in the lake. Just by cultivating in it, there would be many benefits. There were many cities and villages on the lakeside. At a glance, one could tell that they used to be prosperous and populous places. However, after experiencing the calamity of war, many of the villages had become desolate. Many fishermen could still be seen. Stars floated on the lake. When Li Qingshan looked at the map, he was still full of confidence. But when he saw the lake with his own eyes, he doubted whether the divine seal in his hand could hold it. Forget it, let's find a river first. Li Qingshan then opened the Qingju mental map and found a large river that flowed into Qingting Lake. He spread his wings of wind. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the river. However, after some thought, he followed the river and found a small river that flowed into the large river. Although it was a small river, it was at least 100 feet wide. Let's try this small river first. Li Qingshan dove into the river. The contents of the dozens of books appeared in his mind. Through a few sentences, he roughly understood the method of refining water veins. With the water god seal, it was not particularly difficult to refine an ownerless water vein. He held the divine seal in his hand and injected demonic qi into it. The divine seal shone like a dragon and snake coiling around it. Li Qingshan released his demonic qi again. The vast demonic qi spread to both sides of the river in the blink of an eye. The surging river instantly became as smooth as a mirror, without a single ripple. A moment later, it returned to normal just now. Li Qingshan went against the flow, releasing and infusing demonic qi continuously. Refining water veins was a meticulous task. Although the divine seal in his hand could save him a lot of trouble, he still had to walk through the entire water region bit by bit, allowing his demonic chi to infuse every part of the water region. This tributary was not very long. 6 hours later, Li Qingshan finally reached the source of the river. In his sea of consciousness, a faint blue, meandering path was clearly left. Li Qingshan retracted his demonic chi and pointed at the water god seal in his hand. The water god seal released a wave-like halo. When the halo calmed down, a small part of it lit up. The meandering path was exactly the same as the one in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Only a small part had lit up, which meant that this small river was far from the water vein that the water god seal could contain. He was more confident about refining Qingting Lake. At the same time, he sensed that the entire water vein was in his control. Waves of water spiritual chi merged into his body through the water god seal. Although it was not very powerful, it was endless. From this moment onwards, he was the god of this river. Even without using demonic chi, he could control the flow of water like an extension of his arm. Next, it was time to refine the main river. A drizzle fell. An old fisherman wearing a straw raincoat and a conical bamboo hat sat at the bow of his boat, fishing. From time to time, he would pick up the flask of wine beside him and take a sip in a leisurely manner. Suddenly, he saw the float sink and hurriedly pulled the line. The thin line was pulled taut, but it would not budge. Had it hooked onto a rock? The boat tilted slightly. The old fisherman could vaguely see a huge shadow swimming past in the water. Shocked, he hurriedly threw down his fishing rod and retreated. With a splash, a carp leapt out of the water. This was a sight that the old fisherman had seen his entire life, but he was dumbfounded in shock, his mouth agape. This was because that carp was shockingly several times larger than his boat. The carp also widened its eyes and opened its mouth, trying to swallow the old fisherman. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales, but its back was dyed black like ink, vaguely resembling a black lotus. "Don't be arrogant, fish monster." The old fisherman's reaction was not slow. He stepped on the bow of the boat, and the bow of the boat sank into the water before being lifted up by the buoyancy. He used the force to leap up, sweeping towards the riverbank. He was actually a first-rate expert. Boom! The boat was crushed by the carp, wooden fragments flying in all directions. A large hole was formed on the surface of the river, turning into a whirlpool. The old fisherman felt pain all over his body. He had been injured by the wooden fragments, but he could not care about this right now. He lowered his head and looked at the water. The carp fell into the water and floated up again, opening its mouth and waiting for him below. The old fisherman was an expert, but he could not fly, nor did he know how to step on his right foot with his left foot. He did not even have anything to push off in the air, so he could only watch as he fell towards the fish's mouth. "My life is over." At this moment, the carp suddenly closed its mouth, turning around and diving into the water. With a plop, the old fisherman fell into the water. He was about to swim to the riverbank when he turned his head and saw that the surface of the water upstream had suddenly become extremely smooth, floating downstream like a mirror. "What is it this time?" The old fisherman's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the fish monster had been scared off. In the blink of an eye, there were no longer any ripples on the surface of the water around him. Something brushed past him, and in that moment, all his hairs stood on end. His mind felt like it had fallen into an icy cavern, and his limbs and bones all froze as he fell towards the center of the river. A moment later, the surface of the river returned to normal just now. The old fisherman emerged from the water and spat out a mouthful of water, collapsing on the riverbank in a sorry state. He had wanted to eat fish, but he had not been able to. He had almost been eaten by a fish. The waters of the river were too deep. It looked like he could only fish in the stream in the future. There seems to be a demon chi up ahead. Let's go take a look. When Li Qingshan refined the small river, he did not even encounter a single decent demon. It was probably because the water was too shallow and could not contain diamonds. Only when he refined the large river did he finally encounter a few. However, most of them had not even formed a demon core. They were just much larger than their peers, and their intelligence was lacking. They were still beasts. His plan to capture a few shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers to be on duty had failed. Now that he had finally encountered a decent one, he could not help but pay attention. It sure runs fast. Li Qingshan swam forward for a while longer, but the demon Qi had already disappeared. He could only advance slowly if he wanted to refine the rivers of water. This large river was much wider than the small one, and the water was also more abundant. Although Li Qingshan had already grasped some experience in refining rivers of water, he still could not increase his speed. However, when he thought about it, he was not in a hurry. Underground, among the demon soldiers under his command, the Blackwater Salamander and Ice Frog were both water-type diamonds. He could have them serve when the time came. 2 days later, in the early morning, Li Qingshan finally returned to his starting point. At the end of the large river, by Clearcourt Lake. Facing the rising sun in the east, he opened his hand, and the water god seal flashed. The light spread out like waves, and a thin streak of light flowed out, indicating that the region of water under Li Qingshan's control had become even larger. The water god seal had only been filled by about 1/10. The god seal that Yu Xin had given him was indeed of high quality. It was completely possible to refine Clearcourt Lake. Li Qingshan no longer hesitated, and jumped into the vast Clearcourt Lake. Clearcourt Lake was not a circle, but an irregular semicircle, shaped like a running wild rabbit. In the abdomen of the rabbit, which was the center of Clearcourt Lake, there was a lone island shrouded in fog and illusory formations. Only in some special seasons could one see buildings of different heights, rising and falling along with the mountains. As a result, it was rumored that there was an immortal island in Clearcourt Lake. However, this was only the knowledge of fools. Those who truly understood the cultivation community all knew that this was where the Clearcourt sect resided. As the saying went, great mountains and great lakes produce dragons and snakes. The spiritual qi on the island was dense, making it an excellent holy land for cultivation. As a renowned sect of the Clear River Prefecture, the Clearcourt sect was also an important member of the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture. In the past, in order to deal with the attacks of the night roamers, they had also gone to Cloud Glow Mountain to avoid trouble. However, Fu Qingjin was heavily injured now, so he had been recuperating on Benevolence Island the entire time. He did not receive any visitors. The Demon Slayer were leaderless, so the conflict between sects could not be suppressed. As a result, the sect master of the Clearcourt sect returned to Clearcourt Lake with his disciples. Chapter 507. For the Clearcourt sect to be able to occupy such a piece of blessed land, it naturally wasn't without foundation. The sect master of the Clearcourt sect, Yang Pinghu, who was known as the master of the Clearcourt, had already cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment, although there was still a gap between him and Ju Tong, who was at the peak of foundation establishment. Although he was still a distance away from peak foundation establishment like Ju Tong, he was confident that even if the Moon Devil came personally, he would be able to defend himself with the layers of formations outside the island and his own cultivation. Master, bad news, bad news. On this day, Yang Pinghu was cultivating in seclusion in his cave abode. His disciples' call came from outside. Although he was a little unhappy, he still interrupted his cultivation and opened the door. If it was not important, his disciple would not disturb him. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? There's demonic qi in the lake. What's so strange about that? If there are demons in the lake, there will naturally be demons. Yang Pinghu frowned unhappily. Clearcourt Lake was so vast. There would often be fish, prawns, and aquatic creatures that would accumulate enough spirit qi to turn into demons. His Clearcourt sect had been established for 1,000 years and had slain many demons. Why would he be afraid of mere demonic qi? However, he casually scanned with his spiritual will and was shocked. He understood why his disciple was so flustered. The demonic qi did not come from a certain place. Instead, it permeated the entire Clearcourt Lake and surrounded the lone island from all directions. Such vast demonic qi can only be possessed by a demon general. However, why is he spreading it like this? Is he trying to refine Clearcourt Lake? That's impossible, unless he has the water god seal. As the leader of a sect and having lived hundreds of years longer than Li Qingshan, Yang Pinghu was extremely knowledgeable. In an instant, he guessed the gist of the matter. His expression turned even more solemn. If this Clearcourt Lake really has an additional water god of the demon clan, then there will be no place for the Clearcourt sect. Chemph. If you want to become a water god, you have to get past me first. Yang Pinghu would not go out to fight to the death with that demon general. As long as Clearcourt sect's formations were not broken and the sect was still established, that demon general would not be able to refine Clearcourt Lake completely and become a water god. Thinking about it, he felt that it was not safe enough and sent the news to the 100 schools of thought. Also, the various large sects wouldn't just ignore such a huge matter, the process of refining Clearcourt Lake. It was much more difficult than refining a mere river. After spending half a month, Li Qingshan just now had refined Clearcourt Lake by half. Looking at the isolated island in the distance, Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. In any case, there was no way he could hide this kind of thing. He might as well move the carriage and see who would dare to stop him. As for this holdout in front of him, it would be fine if he was willing to move out obediently, but if he was unwilling, he would have to forcefully demolish it. The person inside, come out. Li Qingshan broke through the water, stepped on the top of the wave, and shouted. This roar. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck the formation around Qingting sect, causing 100 feet wave. The thick fog that never dissipated also showed signs of dispersing. Not good. It's Moon Devil. The voice spread across the entire island. When Yang Pinghu saw the red figure, his expression changed drastically. He had thought that some water elemental demon general was taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble, but he didn't expect it to be the Moon Devil himself. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Get out of here. After the time is up, I will personally break the formation. When that time comes, everyone in Qingting sect will be fed to the fish. Everyone, don't panic. There's only the Moon Fiend. Our spirit array isn't that easy to break. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Yang Pinghu comforted the disciples while shouting, Moon Fiend, you're too arrogant with your cultivation. How dare you risk universal condemnation and plot to take the position of water god? You will die a horrible death in the future. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to retreat now. Li Qingshan's answer was only one word. 10. Yang Pinghu's eyelids twitched. Didn't they agree on the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? 9. Li Qingshan lay on his side on the wave, one hand supporting his head, his expression nonchalant. Master, let's escape. He can even break the yin and yang dust formation. Shut up. Yang Pinghu shouted. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. He also felt a strong pressure. 8. Li Qingshan had no intentions of threatening him at all. He counted even faster, filled with impatience, as if he was in a hurry to finish counting and begin a massacre. Fellow Tang, you have to hold on. You can't let the Moon Devil succeed. We'll come to your aid immediately. At this moment, an echo rang out from the 100 schools of thought. It was Liu Chongqing's voice. As the prefect of the Clear River Prefecture, how could Liu Chongqing just watch a demon become a water god in his territory? He had already gathered the school leaders urgently to discuss a countermeasure. Yang Pinghu's expression instead became even uglier. Hold on. For how long? Immediately? How soon? He was counting from 10, and he was almost done. Although he was still rather confident in his own formation, what if it failed to hold on? Even if he managed to hold on this time, what would happen when the army of night roamers came next time? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Li Qingshan finished counting in a single breath and leapt up from the top of the wave. As he hovered in the air, his body rapidly swelled up. With a great rumble, a huge wave surged into the air. A colossal figure landed in the lake. His scarlet hair flowed down like a waterfall, and his eyes were like fire. His well-defined body seemed to be forged from iron. He was as tall and heavy as a mountain, yet he possessed violent, explosive power. This was already one of the deeper parts of Clearcourt Lake, yet the water only reached his waist. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and shook his shoulders. He strode over in the lake water, surging with malice. The disciples of the clear court sect all trembled inside as they gazed at the approaching black figure. Their faces were ashen. Young Pinghu's face paled slightly too. He thought to himself, "Don't be afraid. You're at late Foundation establishment, and you have the geographical advantage. The Moon Devil is only a demon general. All right, I'll go. As long as you promise not to harm the disciples of my clear court sect." Young Pinghu bellowed out and flew up from the island. He arrived in the air and stopped at the edge of the formation so that he could hide in the formation at any time. He was filled with grief and helplessness, as if he would have stayed behind to fight Li Qingshan to the death if it were not for the safety of his disciples. "Piss off." Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently as he bellowed out thunderously. Getting through the formation was not difficult, but he did not want to waste demon chi and delay the refinement of the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew when Helicoverpa Rosa would challenge him in the future? Young Pinghu was about to stow the formation banners away when Li Qingshan said, "Hold on, you can just leave. Leave the formation behind, and don't touch any of the puppets and turrets here." Young Pinghu's face changed. Under the gaze of the scarlet eyes, he finally refused to touch a single blade of grass or tree on the island. He passed the formation disc and a series of other items that controlled the formation to Li Qingshan before leaving with his disciples gloomily. Li Qingshan circled around the island and was very satisfied. The island was vast, and the pavilions and terraces were all exquisite, elegant, and extremely imposing. Exotic flowers, plants, and exotic beasts were raised on the island for people to enjoy. The Clear Court sect had been established for 1,000 years before it had managed to develop to such a scale. Now, it had all fallen into Li Qingshan's hands. He wanted to turn this place into his water dwelling. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, he was not a fish or shrimp at the end of the day. He did not like living in the water too much. As long as he possessed the god seal, he could cultivate on the island all the same anyway. Li Qingshan roughly admired his spoils of war. Right when he was about to continue refining the Clear Court Lake, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled viciously. "You're looking to die." Young Pinghu understood very well. Now that so many sects in the Clear River Prefecture had been destroyed, he did not lack a place of cultivation. His own life was more important. If anyone wanted to oppose the Moon Devil, then let him. It was not like he would do something as stupid as that. However, after breaking free after so much difficulty, he felt deep resentment. Never in his life had he been so humiliated. His cultivation dwelling had been forcefully taken away after all, so how could he not feel resentful? He gritted his teeth. "Damned Moon Devil. Once I undergo the next heavenly tribulation and reach Golden Core, I'll definitely cut you to pieces to appease my hatred." If that was all he said, then so be it. It was not like Li Qingshan could hear him, and even if he did, he would not necessarily take it to heart. However, right when he was about to leave Clear Court Lake, he became angrier the more he thought about it. Suddenly, he came up with a plan. He made his disciples leave first and landed on the shore of Clear Court Lake alone. Young Pinghu extended his hands, and strands of water spiritual chi entered the depths of the lake, purging the demon chi in the water. He also primarily cultivated the water spiritual chi, so he could refine Clear Court Lake. However, he did not have the water god seal, so no matter how much effort he expended, it would be useless. All he could do was make things a little more troublesome for Li Qingshan. He only had a single objective. Even if he could not harm Li Qingshan, he could at least disgust him and vent his frustration. On the other hand, it was also to give the 100 schools of thought and the demon slayer an explanation. Since he was bold enough to do something like this, he was obviously quite confident. He was very far away from the center of the lake. Even if Li Qingshan sensed him, he would have fled already. With my late Foundation establishment cultivation and such a great distance between us, what can the Moon Devil do to me? Right as he thought that, he saw a scarlet figure shoot over the surface of the lake, flying over. Boom! 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 After the scarlet figure flew over, the surface of the lake exploded violently, forming a deep gully over 30 meters wide. How can he be so fast? Yang Pinghu was greatly alarmed. He summoned a harpoon and hurriedly flew away, not daring to stay for a moment longer. This dragon-seizing harpoon was an arcane artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Clear Court sect. Although it was only an inferior item, its flying speed far surpassed that of ordinary spirit artifacts. However, Li Qingshan's normal speed was already comparable to that of a demon commander. After using the wind god's wings, even though it had the disadvantage of not being able to turn easily, the speed at which he charged in a straight line was so fast that even Helicoverpa rosa could not react in time. 3,000 meters, 100 meters, 30 meters, the distance between them rapidly shortened. Yang Pinghu was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would not have made such an unnecessary move. However, he knew that it was too late for regret. He shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." There was no time for him to cast any arcane arts at all. 3 scarlet talismans flew out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds rang out. 3 huge fireballs engulfed Li Qingshan. However, in the next second, Li Qingshan's figure broke through the flames. His scarlet eyes were like fire, and his ruthlessness surged. "I spared your life, but you still dare to cause trouble. Die." The dragon-seizing harpoon turned into a ray of blue light and flew towards Li Qingshan. However, before it could display its power as an arcane artifact, Li Qingshan grabbed it with one hand, while his other hand grabbed towards Yang Pinghu's head. Another scarlet talisman burned, turned into a golden light screen, and shattered. The protective spirit chi surged wildly, and shattered. 5 fingers clasped onto the skull, and with a crack, the skull shattered. To be continued. Chapter 508. Spare my life. Yang Pinghu knew that a great disaster was about to befall him. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and deep regret. "I won't forgive you." Li Qingshan gripped the dragon-seizing pitchfork tightly and stabbed it into Yang Pinghu's chest. The tip of the pitchfork was already dyed red when it came out from his back. Yang Pinghu's eyes widened with hatred as he breathed his last. The past sect leaders of the Clear Court sect had used this dragon-seizing pitchfork to capture and kill countless monsters in the Clear Court Lake. But in the end, they died to their own family's inherited magic tool, which was in line with the cycle of karma. "You really can't get over it." Li Qingshan shook his head and casually threw Yang Pinghu's corpse into his 100 treasures pouch. Yang Pinghu actually had many tricks up his sleeves, but under that kind of speed and attack, other than activating the dragon-seizing pitchfork and throwing a few life-saving talismans, he didn't even have the time to cast a single spell. The difference in strength of a realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Qingshan relied on the 4th tier of the Ox Demon to match Helicoverpa rosa in terms of strength, stamina, and vitality. However, he was almost captured alive countless times. After breaking through to the 4th layer of the Tiger Demon, aside from the lack of demon chi, he was practically equivalent to a demon commander in every other aspect. If Yang Pinghu had cultivated a body-tempering method, he might have been able to endure a direct assault from a demon commander that aimed to kill him. However, he did not, so he could not even endure a single blow. Li Qingshan opened Yang Pinghu's 100 treasures pouch and looked through it. The accumulation of a 1,000-year sect was not small. However, he naturally did not care about ordinary talismans and pills. This is the elemental spirit pill. Li Qingshan took out a dark golden pill with restrained spiritual energy. It didn't even emit a hint of fragrance. It was heavy to the touch, looking more like a metal ball. The effects of the origin spirit pill were similar to the true spirit pill. They were both pills used to break through to the golden core realm. However, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was truly priceless. So far, Li Qingshan had only obtained one from the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouch. Now, he had obtained another. In the future, he would have another guarantee when he condensed his golden core. He then raised the dragon-seizing pitchfork and split it into 2. Spiritual lights flickered. The profound mark was faintly discernible. It was shaped like a 2-headed snake. After the blood saber was broken, he lacked a suitable weapon. Although he hadn't used this trident before, it was still a good weapon. However, it was still a magical artifact, and it was of the water element, so it was just right for him to use. Li Qingshan first repaired the small area of water destroyed by Yang Pinghu. Yang Pinghu had sacrificed the life of a foundation building cultivator, which only wasted a quarter of an hour of Li Qingshan's time. He even lost a whole set of equipment. Then, he refined the dragon-seizing pitchfork. The shape of the dragon-seizing pitchfork changed slightly. The two ends of the pitchfork curved slightly, resembling the horns of a bull. To a certain extent, it was quite suitable. So this is how this thing is used. Li Qingshan casually slung the dragon-seizing pitchfork over his shoulder and returned to clear Quartzex waters. He continued with his work. He suddenly sensed a wave of demonic qi coming from the distance. It was the demonic qi he had lost in the river. He felt that this demonic aura was somewhat familiar. Come here. Li Qingshan pointed the dragon-seizing pitchfork in the direction of the demonic qi. The pitchfork that resembled a snake's head suddenly opened. Two beams of light shot out, turning into two water ropes that plunged into the depths of the lake. After a while, with a splash, a big red carp broke out of the water. It was tied up, and as the ropes contracted, its figure also became smaller. So it's this guy. Li Qingshan looked at the leaping carp between the two pitchforks. He recognized it at first glance. It was the carp he had fed with medicinal pills back in ancient Wind City. Later on, he had taken it to the Qian family's lotus pond. Later on, Altar Master Black Lotus had massacred the city. This carp had given him the lotus seed that Altar Master Black Lotus had left behind. He had also given it a few medicinal pills and placed it in the clear river. He did not expect to see it here. Furthermore, it had become so huge in just a few years, and it had even condensed a demon core. It was clearly the effect of Altar Master Black Lotus's lotus seed. It was quite a fortune. The carp suddenly stopped struggling. It stared straight at Li Qingshan, as if it had recognized Li Qingshan. Then, it opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to eat a medicinal pill. You can actually recognize me. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Could it be that he had accidentally leaked his demonic qi when he was cultivating in ancient Wind City, so it remembered him? That was not strange. It was just an ordinary carp back then, so it did not have much reservations. He casually took out a medicinal pill and fed it. All right, you're one of my shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This can be considered our fate. You can only repay me with your body when you transform into a beauty. Speaking of which, are you male or female? The carp swallowed the medicinal pill and shook its head and tail happily. It was unknown if it understood what he was saying. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed it back into the water. It swam around before returning to its original size. Sure enough, the dragon-seizing bident had its uses. Sensing a few strands of demon qi surging in the lake, Li Qingshan smiled and dove into the water, continuing to refine Clearcourt Lake. The huge, red carp swam around him. It basically added the first demon soldier to the dwelling. As Li Qingshan refined Clearcourt Lake, he shocked the cultivation world of the Clear River Prefecture once again. The school leaders of the 100 schools of thought held a meeting. Where's Li Qingshan? Liu Changqing frowned. Li Qingshan was the Scarlet Hawk commander now. His status was completely different from before. Logically speaking, he had to attend a meeting like this. I've contacted him, but he wants to enter secluded cultivation. I'll see what I can do. Hua Sungzon said helplessly. He sure is clever. Who doesn't want to cultivate properly? Liu Changqing said unhappily, but he did not think too much about it. However, Hua Sungzon found it rather strange. When superhumans appeared, the male lead was always absent. Only an idiot would not notice anything amiss. Technically speaking, the Moon Devil had only appeared twice while Li Qingshan did not, but it was enough to form a clue to clever people. And, when Li Qingshan appeared, the Moon Devil did not seem to appear at all, or perhaps he had only sent a clone. It was not that Hua Sungzon suspected Li Qingshan because of this. No one would connect the Scarlet Hawk commander to diamonds so easily. At most, it was just a guess. This was because he did not want to face the Moon Devil head-on, so he avoided battle. However, as the clues were formed one by one, there would be a day when he would obtain an answer before anyone had even noticed anything amiss. The so-called clever people only paid attention to every detail. That guy came to my cave abode yesterday and disturbed my alchemy. Today, his in secluded cultivation. Yu Xin seemed to have confirmed that Li Qingshan was avoiding battle. However, she had inadvertently separated the connection between Li Qingshan and the Moon Devil. However, even I don't want to cause trouble for the Moon Devil at this time. The late-stage Foundation establishment sect leader of the Qingting sect lost his life before he could even withstand one move. People of our generation should treasure their lives like gold. Wo Sengzon defended Li Qingshan instead. The phrase treasure their lives like gold was agreed upon by all the cultivators present. They pursued the path of immortality, so no one was willing to fight with their lives on the line. Thinking about it this way, Li Qingshan had been in secluded cultivation for 3 years and avoided the most dangerous stage. After successfully building his foundation, he quickly made contributions and was even promoted to Scarlet Eagle Commander. Last time, during the battle between the Moon Devil and Fu Qingjin, everyone took a huge risk. Even Zhu Tong almost died in battle, but he was absent once again. Liu Changqing could not help but sigh inwardly. This kid knows when to advance and when to retreat. Perhaps this is how a qualified cultivator is. Nothing is more important than one's own life and cultivation. Zhu Tong said, if Yang Pinghu was not a coward and was tricked by the Moon Devil, he would not have died so easily. Wo Sengzon said, if the Moon Devil had tricked him, he would have turned hostile on the spot. Why did he wait for Yang Pinghu to escape to the lakeside? I think it's probably because Yang Pinghu was a coward and refused to accept this, so he disturbed the Moon Devil's refinement of Clearcourt Lake. He thought the Moon Devil would be helpless against him if he kept his distance, which was why he was killed. Then we'll just watch as he becomes a water god. Wo Sengzon said, we can constantly send people to disturb him from all directions and stop him from refining Clearcourt Lake. However, according to the speed with which the Moon Devil slaughtered his way from the center of the lake to the lakeside, he'll probably lose a life every time. And, according to my calculations, his current strength is probably extremely close to that of a demon commander already. A difference like that is not something that can be made up for through schemes. Honestly speaking, there's no one in the entire Clear River Prefecture who can stop him anymore. The 2 words demon commander left everyone speechless. Liu Zhongqing let out a long sigh. As expected. I've already reported this to the Marquis of Rui. Great General Han and Commander Ji Yu should know about it too. If we can end this game of chess, we won't have to worry about it anymore. The feeling of being a chess piece really was not great, and it was a hopeless game of chess that had been played to a dead end. However, everyone present had thought it through. The Clear River Prefecture had basically sent the news back to the Rui Commandery as soon as possible. If they really had any measures, they should have received a reply very soon. No, the observers had probably discovered the abnormalities even earlier than them. They still had not reached a conclusion yet. Probably not even the 3 of them could decide whether this game of chess could end or not. First Heavenly Tribulation cultivators were already ants in the eyes of Second Heavenly Tribulation cultivators, so what were they in the eyes of the king who had undergone the Third Heavenly Tribulation and reigned over the Green Province? Liu Changqing said, Yu Xin, Fu Qingjin is still on Benevolence Island, right? Yeah. He's in a daze, wandering around with a broken sword every day. If you run into him at night, you'll think he's a wandering ghost. Yu Xin smiled. She was probably the calmest out of all of them. Who would have thought that she was the one who had single-handedly facilitated the great incident of the Moon Devil's ascension to godhood this time? Liu Changqing said, why don't you test him again and see how the Sword Collection Palace responds? All right. Yu Xin agreed happily. Afterwards, Liu Changqing laid out his hands. Go back and cultivate, everyone. I'll contact you if there's a result. If there's nothing else, don't forget to gather around Clearcourt Lake. I don't think there's any need to notify them. Let's leave it to fate. Ju Tong left in a huff. Suddenly, he stopped and said to Hua Changzan, "Kid Hua, you still owe me a sword. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 509. The fisherman sang in the evening, and the water was calm. A few distant islands stood quietly in the middle of clear-court lake. Their reflections on the surface of the lake rippled with a red glow. The burning clouds in the western sky changed brilliantly, like the setting sun melting gold. Golden yellow, bright purple, crimson, like thousands of beasts dancing. In the eastern sky, the dark blue curtain of night slowly enveloped the area. A waning moon lay quietly among the clouds, accompanied by a few sparse stars. The fisherman's fire had already risen, and the stars floated in the air as they sailed home. The fisherman's song rippled. The ripples suddenly disappeared. The fisherman at the bow of the boat looked at the water in surprise. What disappeared were not only the ripples, but also the waves that had been rippling for thousands of years. Clear-court Lake suddenly quietened. Looking across the vast lake, there was not a single ripple. It was as if another invisible hand had gently flattened the surface of the lake, making it as flat as a mirror. At this moment, the faraway mountains collapsed. The setting sun, the sunset, the crescent moon, and the cold stars all descended from the sky. The fishing boat seemed to be sailing in the sky. It was beautiful, but the fishermen were stunned. Even the oldest and most knowledgeable fisherman could not explain the scene before him. A young fisherman curiously dipped his oar into the lake and stirred it. There was no sound of water, no waves, not even the slightest rise or fall. Wherever the oar went, the water seemed to flow on its own. In the cities and villages around Clear-Court Lake, people rushed to the lakeside. From the tall lake-gazing towers and the low stone bridges, they stared in a daze. Such a strange scene seemed to foreshadow disaster. But it had an indescribable spirituality. It attracted everyone's gaze, and they could not look away. Two young men stood at the top of a tall tower by the lake. One had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, while the other was extremely handsome. They were both rare beauties in the world, and their clothes fluttered in the night wind. Their expressions were like mortals, staring straight at the mirror-like Clear-Court Lake. They wanted to say something, but their throats seemed to be blocked by something. They could not say anything. After a long while, Hua Sungzon exhaled. It is recorded in the books that when a demon becomes a water god, turbid waves will rise into the sky. The waves were boundless, showing the divine power that unified the water realm. However, no one had ever heard of such a scene appearing. It's simply too bizarre. If I watch for a while longer, I'll be on the verge of comprehending the Tao. Han Tiri's answer was silence. He clenched his fists and his eyes shone. Hua Sungzon said, "Don't go crazy. Last time in the Red Cloud sect, he didn't attack us. It was already a blessing. Now the difference is even greater." Han Tiri helplessly loosened his fist. He had no choice but to admit this. More than half a month had passed since the 100 Clans conference, and no one had interfered in the chess game. The Dragon King of the Sea did not express his opinion on the internal conflict between Helicoverpa Rosa and the North Moon. The Azure Prefecture Overseer Manor did not send anyone to interfere with or stop the water god who was about to appear. The Sword Collection Palace did not send anyone to provide reinforcements, nor did they take Fu Qingjin away. They allowed him to remain on Benevolence Island. The chess players seemed to be waiting quietly to see just how the unexpected chess piece, the North Moon, would perform. They should have understood this chessboard like the back of their hand. The tiny changes that had occurred made them slightly curious. The war did not seem to have ended, but the Clear River Prefecture had already fallen completely silent. They watched the performance of the Moon Devil quietly. The flames in the east gradually died down, and the curtain of night rose up. The sky was filled with stars. In the depths of Clear-Court Lake, Li Qingshan curled up. He was like an unborn infant, lying in the spirit turtle's profound shell. The god seal hovered before him, glowing with a faint, blue light that illuminated his face. His eyes were closed, and he was at peace. It could be seen very clearly that a large region of water had appeared on the god seal. It was like a running rabbit, almost filling up the entire god seal. The feeling of refining Clearcourt Lake was completely different from the feeling of refining the two rivers. As he filled the entire lake with demon chi, a lake appeared in his heart as well. It was so tranquil and peaceful, like he had returned to his home. Speaking of which, it made sense. Although he primarily cultivated the water element, it was very, very rare for him to actually soak in water. This was the first time he had ever possessed a lake like this. He had already reached the 4th layer of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, but only now did he seem to understand the spirit turtle transformation and himself. He had a feeling that he could sleep here for a century, or even a millennium. All of the troubles of the secular world had nothing to do with him. He had a long lifespan. He could watch the seas turn into mulberry fields with indifference. Even though the lifespans of diamonds far exceeded that of humans, it was not without limits. Perhaps the strongest aspect of the spirit turtle was not its ability to suppress the seas or divination. Instead, it was its extremely long lifespan. There were no enemies that were worth worrying about. He had plenty of time. As for his enemies, they would all be defeated by time in the end. Under these circumstances, whether it was fighting or fighting, it all seemed very unnecessary. I'm so sleepy. I'll sleep here for a while. Just a while, a century. Qingshan. A voice passed through the lake water and landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, but it was blocked outside, unable to reach in. The water god seal hovered in the spirit turtle's profound shell, using the power of the entire lake to replenish it. Even golden core masters would struggle to get through it so easily. Li Qingshan clearly seemed to hear it. He roused and opened his eyes. A beautiful girl stared at him through the spirit turtle's profound shell with her dark eyes. Her seaweed-like hair drifted through the lake water quietly. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and kissed her forehead gently. Afterwards, he took off and burst out of the water. The stars filled the lake. Between the water and the sky, a dazzling, blue star rose up. The water god seal flickered with resplendent light, rapidly rising up with Li Qingshan. At that moment, everyone saw it. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the star. The light receded, merging into his body. From today onwards, this lake will be called Mooncourt Lake. His voice swept across the surface of the water, spreading out in all directions. The ripples he kicked up rapidly grew larger, spreading to every corner of Clearcourt Lake, no, Mooncourt Lake. At that moment, everyone heard it. In that instant, thousands of wrinkles appeared on Mooncourt Lake. The interrupted sound of waves began once more. The surging waves shook endlessly, crushing the stars to pieces. On the fishing boats, on the shore, the bustling crowds all knelt down in the direction of the voice, chanting, "Mooncourt Lake God, bless us." Mortals did not know what cultivation was. All they knew was that a powerful being had descended into the lake. To descend upon this lake, this kind of power was no different from that of the gods in the legends. Fools. Han Thierry said coldly. From today onwards, the diamonds in the lake could wreak havoc as they pleased. Which cultivator had come to purge diamonds and actually worshipped this culprit? Hua Sungzon smiled. I don't think so. Perhaps the moon devil really can bless them. You seem very happy that he's become a god. I'm not exactly happy, but I do feel a little relieved. If the provincial lord's estate or the sword collection palace really sends people, they'll definitely be second heavenly tribulation experts. Once they clash, all the towns and farms around Mooncourt Lake will be flooded. The war will become even more intense, and we'll be completely helpless. Guardhood is both a form of power and a form of restraint. It focuses on defense, not offense. From today onwards, the Moon Devil won't leave Clearcourt Lake so easily. Isn't that a blessing? As Hua Sungzon said that, he suddenly leapt up and flew towards the center of the lake. What are you doing? Han Thierry asked. I'm talking to him. Li Qingshan spread his arms. He faced the river of stars and smiled. Now's not the time to sleep. He turned around and dove into the lake, asking little Anne, why did you come? I missed you. Has your master left? He left. He gave me a magic tool. Take a look. Little An took out a dazzling golden Dharma wheel. It was a magic tool, and it was a mid-grade magic tool. Li Qingshan had now obtained a Dharma artifact. All of them were inferior artifacts that didn't make the grade, including the dragon-seizing pitchfork and the cursive sword calligraphy. In other words, even though it had surpassed ordinary spiritual artifacts and could barely be considered a magic artifact, its level was still very low. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could only play around with supreme-grade spirit artifacts at most. Even those who owned inferior artifacts were few and far between, let alone a middle-grade artifact like this. They really are from the Chan Monastery of Devarengye after all. They are so generous. The full name of the Dharma wheel was the Wheel of Righteousness, also known as the Golden Wheel. It possessed the great power of destroying evil and manifesting righteousness. It symbolized that it was flexible and unobstructed, circulating endlessly. It could destroy the worries of all living beings. The wheel in Little An's hand was called the Wheel of the Wisdom King's Glare. The upper half was circular, with 3 rings inside and outside. The center was shaped like a human eye. It was currently closed, radiating with 12 golden beams. The outer ring had 12 blue buttons. There were 5 balls of golden flames of different shapes at the top, representing the 5 wisdom kings. The lower half was a pedestal that could be held in one's hand in the shape of a lotus flower. It was an extremely rare mid-grade Buddhist arcane artifact. However, Little An's greatest gain this time was not the arcane artifact, but a deeper comprehension of the Buddhist Dharma. As the head monk of the body courtyard, the Annihilum Light Chan master had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. He was also a genius, having spent several centuries practicing the Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist scriptures alone could not match up to his teachings. After the Annihilum Light Chan master left, Little and immediately gained confidence, so he refined the Blood Sea banner. Working together, the two of them had completely established their foundation in the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan had become a water god of the lake. The surging water spiritual chi entered his body through the god seal before merging with the spirit turtle's demon core. Even without pills, his cultivation speed would be guaranteed to a certain extent. If he could refine the water of the Clear River, just what would the effects be? He was extremely eager. However, there were disadvantages too. From today onwards, the water god seal could no longer stray too far away from the region of water he controlled. The further it was, the weaker its control would be. If he went beyond 5,000 kilometers, it was possible for him to completely lose contact with it. By then, he would have to refine the Clearcourt Lake again. And, even if it was only a short distance away, some of the power in the water god seal would leak away. Of course, he could leave the water god seal behind and hand it to another member of the water race, but that would be equivalent to giving up his position as a water god. Moon Court Lake only recognized the seal and not the person. If the member of the water race refused to return the water god seal, it would be a problem. No matter which member of the water race controlled the seal, their strength would increase drastically in the lake. Although he could hand it over to a weaker subordinate to ensure absolute suppression, it would be troublesome if an enemy were to invade. This was the problem of becoming a god. He was not free, which was why when Li Qingshan announced himself as the god of Mooncourt Lake, many people had indeed stopped worrying. However, this problem was not a major problem to Li Qingshan. To be continued. Chapter 510. With a thought, Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell formed a smooth mirror. The mirror clearly reflected his appearance. However, the scene in the mirror was not the bottom of the lake, but underground. Li Qingshan sat down in the underground cavern, constantly gathering spiritual qi to maintain the existence of his mirror clone. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed out with his other vision, but all he saw was empty space. Bang! Li Qingshan waved his hand and pressed his fingers against the mirror. The mirror clone stood up and leapt into the air, vanishing into the cavern. The mirror distorted, reflecting the pitch-black bottom of the lake before returning to normal. Afterwards, Li Qingshan's figure emerged from the mirror just like that. Without wasting Li Qingshan's demon qi, The clone was still the same clone, directly summoned to his side from underground. Li Qingshan smiled. After refining Mooncourt Lake, he gained a deeper understanding of the changes to the two innate abilities of the spirit turtle. He became more and more proficient with them, and the more he comprehended, the more he found them to be filled with endless mysteries. From that moment onwards, the mirror clone was no longer just an image condensed from demon chi. It was even more closely connected to his original body. Li Qingshan suddenly swung the dragon seizing bident and pierced the clone's hand. Afterwards, he raised his right hand in thought. When the clone's hand was pierced, he felt a piercing pain as well. A red mark was left behind. In other words, if my clone is injured, my original body will be injured too. This water mirror's image really isn't as simple as it seems. This seemed like a bad thing. Li Qingshan could no longer use his clone as cannon fodder without any qualms anymore. But in reality, to the current Li Qingshan, it was extremely good news. Ignoring everything else, he could pass the God Seal to his clone without worry. His clone would be responsible for gathering water spiritual chi in the lake for him. When he needed it, he could come and receive it. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he could directly summon his clone back to his side. He did not have to worry about losing the God Seal, and his original body would just have to retrieve the intestines. The only thing he regretted was that he could only summon his doppelganger. If his main body could pass through the surface of the mirror, wouldn't that be 1,000 miles teleportation? That would be more useful than any escape technique. It was equivalent to having an extra life. However, this was only the beginning. Li Qingshan could sense that the mysteries of the water mirror's image had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. It's him. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head and felt a familiar aura on the lake. Fellow Daoist North Moon, I'm Wasungzon of the Legalist School. I've come to pay my respects, said Wasungzon as he arrived on the lake. Then, he turned around. He said to Han Tieri, "Why are you following me? I'm willing." "All right then," Wasungzon said helplessly. In any case, there probably wouldn't be any danger during this trip. "Come down," Li Qingshan said loudly. The surface of the lake suddenly split into two. In the middle, there was a water staircase that extended downwards. Han Tieri revealed a vigilant expression. He had entered a water region controlled by a powerful water demon. It was no different from entering a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. However, when he saw Wasungzon descending the staircase, he could only follow, thinking that even if they didn't enter the water, they were no match for the Moon Devil. There was a long passageway in front of them, and they were walking in it. They could clearly see the scenery at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, two spots of light lit up in the dark water region. A demonic aura rapidly approached. Wasungzon stopped and turned around. He saw a huge red carp swimming toward them and pouncing toward them. Han Tieri held a spear in his hand, ready to strike. However, he was held down by Wasungzon. With a splash, the big red carp leaped across the passageway and brushed past them. Han Tieri put down his spear, and the two of them continued forward. Their field of vision suddenly widened. The passageway led to a large hall. There were no pillars, only an empty space. The shape was like a drop of water that had fallen on the ground. There was a tall throne in the middle. The Moon Devil sat on it. The big red carp swam up from the floor. It moved closer to him and opened its mouth wide. The Moon Devil smiled and patted the big fish's head. He fed it a pill. "You're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to resist killing you?" Then, he looked at the few oversized crab demons, turtle demons, and prawn demons hiding under the water. He scolded, "You cowards. If you don't come up now, I'll cook you for soup." They swam over in a hurry and lined up on the two sides. They were all the prawn soldiers and crab generals that Li Qingshan had subdued with the dragon seizing bident. They were not powerful, but they could still hold their ground after all. Wasungzon had no idea how to react inside. Everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knew about the Moon Devil's brutality, but when he saw it in person, he would always feel a slight difference. However, as he approached the throne, he immediately sensed the powerful aura from him. It was heavy, violent, tranquil, and melded together. It was indescribable. The further he went, the stronger the pressure became. When he was still 10 meters away from the throne, he stopped. He actually felt like he could not get any closer. What have you come for? Have you come to congratulate me? Or have you come to kill me? Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. He stared at his two old friends from the 100 schools of thought with a burning gaze. He did not want to appear too polite, just in case they saw through him and ruin the Moon Devil's reputation. Wo Sungzon only felt a surging malice crash towards him like a tsunami. Han Thierry took a step forward and held his spear horizontally, blocking Wo Sungzon. Piss off, all of you. Oh, I'm not talking about you. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and cursed as he pointed down. As it turned out, before Wo Sungzon and Han Thierry had done anything, the turtle demon had already retreated into its shell, while the crab diamonds and prawn monsters had curled up into a ball out of fright. When they heard the order, they immediately felt like they had been pardoned, fleeing into the water in a hurry. I want to ask fellow North Moon to return Senior Ju Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword. Wo Sungzon knew that with his status, he did not have the qualifications to discuss war or peace with North Moon. His request for the lightning slaughter wooden sword was more of a test. Before the situation was settled, rashly coming into contact with the Moon Devil would definitely cause him to be criticized. However, if his goal was to return Ju Tong's lightning slaughter wooden sword, then things would be different. Ju Tong? Who's that? It's the Daoist priest who used lightning to fight you last time. Oh, you're talking about this. Li Qingshan came to a sudden realization. He took out the lightning slaughter wooden sword and tossed it lightly in his hand. Electricity surged and flowed. But why should I return it to you? This is my spoil of war. The lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, fellow Daoist. Can we use something else to exchange for it? Li Qingshan leaned forward and raised his eyebrows. Right now, aren't your lives and 100 treasures pouches mine? If fellow Daoist really wants it, then come and take it. Wo Sungzon spread his arms in a carefree manner. However, he was extremely nervous inside. According to his deductions, the North Moon had not even directly killed the demon slayer Yang Pinghu, sparing him. The chances of him killing them were almost zero. However, Taoists were fickle. They could not be judged with common sense. No matter how clever a person was, it was impossible to avoid all accidents. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. With a wave of his hand, the water palace collapsed loudly. Water surged in from all directions. Just when Wo Sungzon and Han Thierry thought he was going to attack, Li Qingshan leapt up gently and vanished into the waves. I heard that there's a treasure in the 100 schools of thought called the water mirror disc. If you want the sword back, you'll have to use the water mirror disc to exchange for it. After seeing the water mirror disc for the first time, Li Qingshan was interested. There seemed to be a fortuitous encounter between him and the spirit turtle's ability, the water mirror's image. If he could obtain it, his comprehension of the water mirror's image might reach an even higher level. Li Qingshan passed the water god seal to his mirror clone before concealing all of his aura. He returned to the Chain Mountains silently with little Anne. In Mooncourt Lake, Li Qingshan controlled his clone to swim towards a small lake near Mooncourt Lake. The quality of the water god seal was indeed extraordinary. Even Mooncourt Lake was unable to fill it completely. There was still some space at the edges. However, it was impossible for it to hold another clear river. What Li Qingshan needed to do was continue refining the water in the surroundings until it filled up the water god seal. Arriving before the small lake, the water god seal shone brightly. Li Qingshan threw himself into it, but he did not use his own demon chi to refine it. Instead, he used the spiritual chi of the entire Mooncourt Lake. In less than 2 hours, his aura had filled the entire lake, adding another region of water and power to the water god seal. Li Qingshan smiled. Sure enough, it was just like how it was written in the books. After grasping a larger body of water, refining the smaller ones in the surroundings became extremely easy. Afterwards, Li Qingshan continued to work hard, refining most of the water in the surroundings. Finally, he filled up the water god seal. The tremendous water spiritual chi was boundless, like it was about to overflow. It left Li Qingshan's mind in turmoil. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration in his head. The mental cultivation method of the arts of the boundless ocean appeared in his head. Although Mooncourt Lake was still incomparable to a true ocean, it already had the atmosphere of an ocean. It was greatly beneficial to Li Qingshan's path of human cultivation. It was truly like the saying, "A willow planted unintentionally becomes a shade." Li Qingshan believed that as long as he was given some time to quietly comprehend, he would definitely achieve a breakthrough in the arts of the boundless ocean. No matter how impressive the Aeon Sea sect was, it was impossible for them to possess a body of water to cultivate in. Was this the limit? Of course not. After all, there was no such thing as a god seal in the world. It was something that was condensed from nothing. The greatest value of this water god seal was to break through the seals of the 9 province cauldrons. Li Qingshan arrived at the mouth of a small river that flowed into Clearcourt Lake. His expression turned slightly solemn. At the same time, Hua Sungzon brought Li Qingshan's conditions back to the 100 schools of thought. Another emergency meeting was held. And this time, Li Qingshan was not absent. When the news from the 100 schools of thought arrived, he rushed over with little Anne. At this moment, he was sitting together with little Anne to see if he could achieve his goal. Water mirror disc? Absolutely not. Liu Changqing refused immediately. The water mirror disc was the ultimate treasure of the 100 schools of thought. It was wielded by generations of Confucian family heads. Its origins were extremely ancient. It was said to be a relic left behind by ancient cultivators. Its value could not even be evaluated by current spirit artifacts or arcane artifacts. Although it did not have the slightest bit of offensive or defensive power, this in itself proved that its value was extraordinary. Liu Changqing believed that he had not fully unleashed its power. How could he be willing to hand it over to a fiendish demon? Chapter 511. What a great appetite! Yushin glanced past Li Qingshan and said secretly, "It's just SOSO. I really have to thank you, Miss Yushin." Li Qingshan twisted his neck. He sat to Liu Changqing's left in his handsome uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. To Liu Changqing's right was Han Anjuan. Just this change in position demonstrated the difference in his current status. It made Liu Chuanfeng very envious as he sat in the corner. There were quite a few foundation establishment cultivators in the schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. Some possessed great seniority, while others possessed great cultivation. However, in formal meetings, the people who could sit at the very top would always be prefects, generals, and commanders. Even Zhu Tong, who was known as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture, could only be ranked below them. This was a form of official status. Liu Changqing's status went without saying. He was recognized as the greatest of the Clear River Prefecture by the country. Although Han Anjuan only led the school of the military, he could directly enlist the disciples of the academy in times of need. The Hawkwolf Guard was an organization of violence directly subordinate to the Great Xia Empire. They were divided into the traditional 3 types of authority: politics, military, and supervision. Although the schools of Buddhism and Taoism were filled with talents and had a solid foundation, as religious figures, they could not get involved in specific matters. Li Qingshan even turned around and tried to persuade Liu Changqing, "Don't fret, Sir Liu. The water mirror disc isn't something the Moon Devil can have just because he wants it." Hua Sungzon also felt like the Moon Devil was demanding an exorbitant price. The problem was, if it was something else, then so be it. But it just had to be the lightning slaughter wooden sword. "Kid, that's easy for you to say. That's my sword." Sure enough, Zhu Tong became rather restless. The lightning slaughter wooden sword was a crucial arcane artifact for him to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. It was something that directly connected to his life. He had the opportunity to take it back now. How could he not be tempted? "Don't be angry, Senior Zhu. We're just taking our time to think about it." Li Qingshan thought, "Hey, of course I know it's your sword. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have taken it. Yes, the water mirror disc is indeed precious, but the Thunderslaughter wooden sword is also a rare magic treasure. In the future, it might become a magic treasure. It would be a pity to lose it. Sigh, it was better for everyone to discuss it. What should we do? No matter how Li Qingshan talked, everyone felt that he didn't say anything. Ju Tong even bluntly reprimanded, "Your words are like fart, completely useless." Li Qingshan really had nothing to say. If he objected to the exchange, he would be going against himself. If they supported the exchange, wouldn't it be easy for others to suspect them? The discussion gradually became more and more intense. Li Qingshan decided to multitask. On one hand, he was dealing with the conference of the 100 schools of thought, while on the other, his mind was still on the moon court lake that was shimmering with light. Raising his head, he saw a small river flowing down from a mountain peak. This river was even smaller than the first river that Li Qingshan had refined. If it were not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would have been much smaller than the first river Li Qingshan had refined. If not for the fact that it was long and winding, it would probably not be enough to condense a god seal deep into the forest. Li Qingshan stood above the mouth of the river, surging demonic qi flowing against the flow. With the support of the god seal, it connected the entire body of water in the blink of an eye. If there was still space in the water god seal, he could easily fuse it within, and then expand the body of water he controlled slightly. However, the god seal was already full, and could not accommodate even a single stream. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed an extremely thin band of blue light extending into the mountains and forests in a curving manner. He reached out and scooped it up. He pulled out that ribbon of light and wrapped it around the water god seal. As expected, this process was much more difficult than directly using the water god seal to take over the body of water. It was equivalent to condensing a god seal all over again. If not for Ru Xin's water god seal, even a small river like this would find it difficult to break through the suppression of the great cauldrons of the 9 provinces and condense a god seal. The water god seal spun like a spindle, the blue ribbon of light coiling around it like threads, round and round without end. As he continued to condense it, Li Qingshan gradually grasped the trick. The water god seal spun faster and faster, and he also felt like this process was not as difficult as it was described in the books. It's probably because I've already become a high-level water god, and this river is just too small. Li Qingshan spent a few more hours before finally refining the small river. The water god seal in his hand changed once more. Its size remained the same, but the patterns on it became slightly more complicated. Even if the power within it dispersed completely again in the future, the quality of the water god seal would increase slightly. This would not change. Is this because I practice the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression? Li Qingshan was elated as he came up with another guess. Li Qingshan was correct. If it were a regular demon, or even a demon commander, they would not be able to condense a god seal from the small river without 3 to 5 days of effort. Condensing something from nothing had never been a simple matter. Unless it was a natural variant, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. The spirit turtle happened to be the most renowned water divine beast. Its status was equivalent to that of a phoenix to fire. The crux of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine lay in the word transformation. It could allow a regular human teenager to possess the innate talent and might that only the strongest demonic and divine beasts in the world possessed. The spirit turtle could even suppress the boundless ocean, let alone a mere mountain river. Divine beasts were born with the word divine in their names. They were born with divine power. As a result, when Li Qingshan refined Mooncourt Lake, it was different from regular diamonds. It was a wondrous sight. Yeah, there's a result. The meeting of the 100 schools of thought fell into a stalemate. Liu Changqing was reluctant to part with the water mirror disc, while Ju Tong wanted to take back his lightning slaughter wooden sword, but it was difficult for him to bring it up. Only in the end did they barely manage to reach a conclusion, which was to get Wasungzon to talk to the Moon Devil again and see if he could change the conditions. All right then, I'll go again. However, it's best if you don't get your hopes up too high. Wasungzon sighed and stood up. I'll go with you. Ju Tong stood up suddenly. Wasungzon could not dissuade him. All she could do was agree with a bitter smile. Senior Ju, You must remain calm when the time comes. Don't get into conflict with the Moon Devil again. The two of them traveled through the night to Mooncourt Lake and only found the Moon Devil, Li Qingshan, on a small island in the middle of the lake after spending quite a bit of money. Wo Sungzon raised an eyebrow. She felt that the situation was even stranger than the last time they met. The Moon Devil was currently squatting on the beach, eating a barbecue. A plucked pheasant was skewered on a tree branch, spinning above the fire. He had smeared it with a sauce he had found somewhere. My lightning slaughter sword. Ju Tong walked over with a guarded expression. Just now, he could clearly see that the tree branch Li Qingshan was spinning was the unassuming lightning slaughter wooden sword. He let out a wretched cry. It's my lightning slaughter wooden sword, Li Qingshan corrected and took a huge bite out of the chicken. Wo Sungzon took a step forward and bowed. With a pleasant expression, he expressed that the water mirror disc belonged to the 100 schools of thought, and they could not make the decision to give it to him. Why don't you change your conditions? Since the lightning slaughter wooden sword is useless to you, why don't you exchange it for something more useful? How is it useless? This is my secret recipe, a necessary tool for lightning and fire dual roasting. What if I can't eat such a delicious roast chicken in the future? Li Qingshan angrily waved the roast chicken in his hand and looked at Ju Tong's pale complexion. My words are useless. This lousy tree branch of yours can only be used for roasting, and it's especially disgusting. Wo Sungzon smelled the charred smell of the roast chicken and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not say a single word. Moon Devil, you're infuriating me, Ju Tong roared, his entire body bursting with lightning. Li Qingshan pointed at him with the roast chicken. You dare to make a move? Senior, please calm your anger. Wo Sungzon hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Ju Tong back. In the end, Ju Tong did not make a move. Although he had a fiery temper, he was no fool. He would definitely not do something like smashing an egg against a rock. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that the Moon Devil had become even stronger. He was much stronger than when he had snatched away his lightning slaughter sword. If Ju Tong knew that the one in front of him right now was just a clone, he would not be able to tell. Yet, he couldn't see it at all. How would he feel? What a pity, what a pity. It's too tiring to hold it up and eat. I still lack a good plate. What a fly in the ointment. Li Qingshan shook his head and muttered to himself, if you really don't want to give it to me, I'll just go get it myself in the future. Wo Sungzon's heart shivered. As it seemed, the Moon Devil was truly determined to obtain the water mirror disc. The exchange this time was no longer just a matter of 2 items. It also had to do with the upcoming situation. If the exchange went smoothly, then it would be a very good beginning. They could put an end to this pointless war. However, if it did not, it was possible for the Moon Devil to start another war. The best-case scenario would be the Rui Commandery getting involved, and the Clear River Prefecture would become a quagmire of war again. Li Qingshan obviously would not declare war against the 100 schools of thought. Firstly, he had too many people he was familiar with. If he accidentally killed his father-in-law or brother-in-law, then his relationship with Han Qiongji would truly become a melodramatic drama. Not to mention that the current situation was so great, so he would never be foolish enough to destroy it. As long as no one cared about him, he would continue devouring the rivers and lakes one by one. He would not lose out at all. It was not like threats cost anything anyway. Wo Sungzon pulled Ju Tong back to the 100 schools of thought and told Liu Changqing about the cause and effect. This time, there was no meeting. Only the 3 of them were present. Liu Changqing's expression changed. He was uncertain about what to do. Prefect Liu, do you trust me? Ju Tong asked. You're too polite, senior. Of course. With the lightning slaughter sword, my confidence in undergoing the heavenly tribulation has increased by 30% at the very least. If I succeed, I'll definitely find a way to take back the water mirror disc. If I really can't, I'll use other items to make it up to you. As long as the threat of the Moon Devil remains, I will always be watching over the Clear River Prefecture. If I fail the tribulation, the lightning slaughter sword won't be destroyed. It'll probably absorb the power of lightning and become even more powerful. It'll replace the water mirror disc. We can sign a contract and send it to the Rui Commandery. It'll be a deal between me and the Moon Devil. What do you think? At that moment, Ju Tong seemed extremely calm. He had explained everything clearly. After a moment of thought, Wasungzon understood that Liu Changqing's greatest worry was still over at the Rui Commandery. The Marquis of Rui had not sent anyone to provide support, but he had never said that he would allow the diamonds to threaten him and make him even more powerful. Ju Tong's words were equivalent to absolving Liu Changqing of responsibility. Liu Changqing struggled internally for quite a while before finally gritting his teeth. All right, but I need to report this to the Marquis of Rui first. If the Marquis has no objections, you can have the water mirror disc. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,